Oh, so good.
I love it. Love to see it. Hello, everyone. Good morning. This is the Next Issue podcast. As you can see here, we're down two of our members. Kyle is doing some theater stuff, I think.
That's what it sounded like. Yeah, I think stuff for the upcoming
Yeah,
film
and
fest.
Clay's off shooting Fast X2 with Vin Diesel and Jason Momoa. So
Man, those photos he sends us behind the scenes
yeah,
are incredible.
I just think he's the perfect person to play Jason Momoa's weed dealer.
We've got to make that canon somehow. That's
So,
incredible.
but what he hasn't, this might be a spoiler for Fast X2. He's actually part of the family. He's
oh
infiltrated Momoa, so it's gonna be real interesting. I love that this is out of context for you in so many levels,
yeah,
right? Because
Just-
first of all, you've never seen the movies, and even if you haven't seen the latest one. So yeah, so it could very well be true.
this feels like when Clay and I, just because I know he's a fan as well, talk to people about all the Planet of the Apes movies. If you haven't seen them, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. We do want to start, unfortunately, with some sad news this week. Legendary artist John Romita Sr. passed away. I believe it was Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And we saw on Twitter his son John Romita Jr. posted about it. So yeah, that's quite a loss in the world of comics and just overall. I mean, but yeah, it was a very sad time. He's an artist that kind of redefined Spider-Man and has a great legacy. Also, from everything I've heard, he was just a lovely person. Like, sometimes you see, like, a little maybe controversy, or like maybe just even just like maybe they were a gruff person, maybe there was somebody that was kind of a like not a bad person, but just like somebody that wasn't like very personable in real life,
Yeah.
like a
Cantankerous,
type.
yeah.
So. We've heard of artists that they're fine people, but they're like kind of curmudgeon-y and stuff. There, so, yes. But from everything I've seen, John Romita Sr. was a very nice individual. So it's a very sad passing for sure. So we wanted to kick off the show with I found a short interview, or I guess part of an interview he did with Sci-Fi Wire a few years ago. So this is a little old, but it's about some of his favorite issues of comics, redefining Spider-Man, like all that stuff. And I kind of wanted to kick off the show with that, just to, I mean, I'm sure it'll give us a little something to talk about, but also just because it's he leaves behind a great legacy. So
yeah,
let's take a look here. Let me see this one. No, I like the other one better. These layouts, I love playing with the layouts. All right, so let's take a look at this interview with John Romita Sr. You can hear it?
Yeah.
I'm Mike Avila with Sci-Fi Wire, and I don't like to use the term legend too often because sometimes it can be overused, but in this case, it's perfectly deserved. I'm here with the legendary comic book artist, John Romita Sr., Jazzy John Romita, if you don't mind me calling you the Jazzy one. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
So the Art of Spider-Man exhibit is coming in June to New York City. Your artwork from your initial run on The Amazing Spider-Man is going to be a focal point of that. Tell me about seeing your work on display in an exhibit like this and what it means to you.
It'll be something new to me. I haven't seen a lot of times where it's on display.
The original art pages that you created, a lot of fans don't get a chance to see those pages. One, because they're locked away in the hands of collectors who have paid a pretty penny for them. But a lot of people tend to overlook that aspect of the production process. But what do you think that shows about the work that you put into the title back then?
It's interesting. It sounds like something special was being done, but we were just making a living. The urge to make it as good as possible was so that we would get another payday.
So when you came on board Amazing Spider-Man, you took over for Steve Ditko. You took over for Ditko, who had really created a very idiosyncratic, very unique style of Spider-Man. First few issues, you managed a gradual transition in the art style,
It was hard.
but eventually you found your way. And your Spider-Man is very different from Ditko's. How would you describe the difference between what Steve did and what you did with Peter Parker and with Spider-Man and everyone
Well,
else?
some of it was technique because I was a brush man. When I used to do the romances, I worked with a brush, and I could get some nice thick and thin accents and good clothing textures and things like that. Ditko was a pen man, and I felt obliged to do Spider-Man and 9 panels like Ditko because that's what the fans are used to. And I tried for the first year to use a pen, which was hard for me. I lost my flair, but I tried it, and I think maybe in the beginning of the second year I started to cheat and use a brush a little bit more. And you could see my stuff was somewhat did go like for 6 or 7 months, but slowly but surely I had to put some brush technique in there for weight. And then slowly but surely Stan said, you know what? Don't try anymore. Do it the way you want to do it.
Is there a specific issue, Spider-Man, that you remain proudest of?
Two continuing stories, 108 and 109.
That's impressive, and I bet you it's going to surprise a lot of people. I would think most
Yeah.
people would go back to issue 50, Spider-Man No More, or something like that. But that's
Well, those are this is because of the technique. I'll tell you why. Because I always felt like a visitor on Spider-Man. Like I was always doing Ditko somehow. I was trying to keep the character consistent. So I didn't plunge in there as John Romita. I was doing my duty as Spider-Man. So all the early ones, I'm doing duty. Well, by the time 108 and 109 comes around, when I'm doing my second turn on Spider-Man, then I'm different. I'm a different person. I enjoyed myself. I took my number 5 brush out and I did Milton Caniff all over those pages. You'll see more blacks and slashing clothing lines than ever I did in Spider-Man. And there are scenes in there that I'm very proud of. I wish I had kept the originals.
Man, that
Wow.
is a great video.
I could watch him talk about that stuff for like the whole stream.
Yeah, same. I need to add that video to a class lecture.
It's on the document.
Perfect.
So, and
yeah.
you can probably find the full interview, but yeah, you can kind of go through it. Dude, like first of all, whenever I listen to creators, I kind of love that they love different things about comics than like fans do.
Yeah.
Sometimes they love the same things, but like for him, it was about putting his best work out there. And at first, it seems like that meant trying to be Steve Ditko.
Right.
He wanted to make sure that it was consistent for the reader. And then, but you can tell like from like he wanted to be himself on those pages. So I'm very happy that he eventually got to, got the go ahead to like just do himself. And I mean, I think we all really enjoyed what that came out to be.
Well, because he ended up making his own iconic version of Spider-Man, right? I mean, I remember, I don't remember if it's in Sean Howe's book, Marvel Comics Untold Story. One of the histories of Marvel in that era is that when Ditko left, there were grave concerns about what was going to happen with Spider-Man because he was such a tentpole character, and Ditko had made him so iconically Ditko.
Yeah.
And so Romita Sr. had a really tough job stepping into that. I mean, I found it quite powerful to hear him even say like that first year, or he even said on his whole run. I kind of wonder about that, but that first year he felt like like not a stranger. What's the word he used?
Like he was kind of intruding in their work, right?
Exactly, right. Yeah. So I don't know. That's wow. That's just incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. So, we definitely encourage everyone to go read some Romita Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You can probably read the ones that he mentioned were his favorite, 108 and 109. I don't think I've read those. I think like the interviewer, I also kind of just think of that iconic Spider-Man No More cover, which if you're gonna pull that out, I love it. I love that you just kind of have that handy somewhere.
No. Sorry, I
Oh,
was
okay.
trying to. I was trying to see if there was actually a Ramita Senior Artist Edition of Spider-Man
Oh,
from
okay.
IDW.
I bet you there is, and if
I
there
feel
isn't,
like I've seen one. Oh yeah, there is.
yeah.
There's two of them actually.
I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, let's see.
So,
But no, I don't have that issue just
okay.
on hand. I mean, I probably do in a trade on the
So
shelf behind me.
by happenstance, the next day, Marvel's been doing a lot of facsimile reprints. So they reprinted Spider-Man 121. Now, Romita Senior didn't. He's not the artist on this.
Oh,
He's an inker on it.
guys,
But as he was talking about it, as he was talking about like the darks and like the heavier inks and stuff, like you kind of go in here and wonder, like, because there's two inkers on this issue, and this is the issue where when Stacy dies. I think that's why I don't know why they reprinted. I don't know how Marvel picks like what their reprint.
I don't either. They make sense sometimes. Then other
Sometimes it's
times,
like movie related, but like
right?
here's the iconic pages of like, oh snap,
Yeah.
and then whoop, that's the ads. I do love the ads though.
I love the ads. It takes me back to my childhood. There it is.
The night when Stacy died.
Oh man.
So yeah, if you go to your shop this week, they might still have some of these. These are kind of cool. Like, I just love having these facsimile reprints because, like, I don't think I'll ever have the real thing, or maybe.
Yeah. No. There's a guy I game online with who's in Canada, and he is a big comic collector. And every week when we game, he will post photos of his new like CGC slabs that he got, and it's pretty incredible. He's really getting some good stuff. So,
Yeah.
but that is definitely out of my wheelhouse. So I have a tiny, well, we both do a tiny smidgen of like original art that we can afford. But
yeah.
So
I did get a new page, and I don't have it with me. It's actually out there. I did get something at the show. I got a Fernando Blanco page from Captain America, which I don't think I have any Captain America original art, so that was kind of cool.
That's awesome.
I'll post it on the show. I've been posting a lot about the conventions, and
I've seen those. But do you want to like any highlights you want to talk about?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, so I think we have a lot of. I did post some videos, and we'll have more of the panels and stuff. I love doing those kind of walk around the convention videos.
Yeah.
Just because I know a lot of people, they can't go to conventions, or they're not going to conventions at the moment, or whatever the case may be. Like, so when I get the chance, and I got to do those early in the morning because it is exhausting. I walked over like 45,000 steps in those 3 days.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah.
And I'm somebody that barely hits 5,000 a day, like, on a regular work day. So yeah.
If I make my desk stand, I might hit my 10,000, but that's just shuffling back and forth.
There was 2 panels for James Tynion, and like one of them was for Department of Truth and World Tree, which are more the conspiracy type of books. That one was with the artists of Martin Simmons and Fernando Blanco that are respectively in those books.
Nice.
And then he had another panel about the world of Something's Killing the Children, which I have video for both. One of them is already out. One of them will be out later, probably next week. Those were really cool. Like, just listening to James Tynion and his, like, all the creators that he works with, talk about the creative stuff and all that. Like, it's really cool. Like, I really love, I don't know, James Tynion seems like a really cool guy that really loves doing comics, and now that he's kind of really doing what he wants to do, like, no, I don't think he didn't want to do like stuff at DC, like all the Batman stuff and all that. I just think he would rather, like, his creator-owned stuff feels like another level of like a different gear. So
yeah,
That was really cool. And really just talking to creators, to the artists, like about some. I did a few shorts of like talking to creators about other people, like who they're following, because I always find that interesting.
Mhm.
I think meeting Mitch Gerards, who's like
Oh,
we're all a fan of him.
yeah,
He's
that's awesome.
yeah, such a cool guy. We're both fans of How Did This Get Made, so that was fun to talk about as well. Um,
Who are the? I always want to know who the fans are. That well, no, never mind. Go on.
no, tell me. Well,
No. I got him conflated. He's not the one. He's the artist.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah. Okay. I always I conflate him with who's the writer he always works with
Tom
that
King.
was in.
Tom
Say it
King.
again? Oh,
Tom.
Tom King. Never mind. I'm way off. Just keep going.
Okay.
This is what always happens Saturday mornings when I've only had half a cup of coffee.
So interestingly enough, one of the creator that he really is following right now is from the Human Target. What's his name?
Oh God, yeah.
Greg Smallwood.
Okay.
Greg Smallwood. So, because he said that, and you can watch the clip on our channel. Says that like he's influenced by all the other stuff, but like he feels like he's doing it better. And I'm like, I mean, you guys are both pretty awesome. So I don't know, but yeah,
they're both. I mean, they're both kind of perfect artists for Tom King, right?
Yeah.
But then also, so is also Chartier, and
yeah.
yeah. So he's. I got to give Tom King credit. He's really not. He's one of those rare comic artists that isn't associated with a genre necessarily, right? If you think of like, oh God, it's so early in the morning. It's really not.
Yeah, no, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I think Clay would say this is the best. Like he's just like sad comics.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Right? I would say sad, thoughtful comics.
Yeah. Sad
comics always make you. There's always a point where you're kind of like, what the fuck is going on?
He's like a little bit like Mark Russell, where there's always a message. But there's also like emotions attached to it, where Mark Russell, I feel he's a little more satirical and a little bit more cynical about what they're talking about, but it's also just to kind of get like a different message out there.
I'm going to throw some shade here because I think that's such a great point. Mark Russell, Tom King are both really good, but like you said, that emotional, I think, character-driven aspect from it, that's no longer what I get from Hickman. Hickman seems to be all about thought and concept, right? I don't know. I'm really souring on Hickman after that reboot of the Ultimate Universe.
This is a man who wrote the book God is Dead. So I mean, I don't know.
Right? Yeah.
And then East of West. So
which and the thing is, his image stuff I really like.
Yeah.
I mean, the Manhattan Project. I mean, those are all like really good, fun, again, kind of thoughtful books. But man, he goes to Marvel and then he's just like, I'm just gonna. What did I say in chat? It's like he's taken all the big storylines from Marvel and he read them and his thought is, I can do it better. And then he just reboots every single one of them. Secret War, Ultimate Universe, like just
hey, we'll see next week. Ultimate
I'm not going to read it. Even with Brian Hitch on art, I'm not going to read it.
Oh man, so. I missed a lot of that. I've never really read a lot of Ultimate Universe, so like I feel like this is going to be.
Oh, then yeah, that's probably a good way to jump in. So.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, let me see. I guess one last highlight from convention, then we'll talk. This will be a good segue into comics.
Yeah, totally.
I finally got. So I had this cover by Jay Lee.
Nice.
I got Jay's signature last year at Dallas Comic Con. He was also there today. I mean, this year. But now I also have Tate Brumble, who's a writer, James Tinian, and Werther Del Hera, who's the co-creators of Something's Killing the Children, and they all worked on this House of Slaughter. So like.
That is awesome.
I really like that, and it's a special cover too. I don't remember how I got it, but it was like a special what is it? Oh, it's for local comic shop day. So like this is also
nice.
Just a regular cover.
Oh, dude, that's perfect.
Yeah, so it was really nice. It was really nice to get that, and then talk to all the creators and stuff. Right. Although I did tell Tinian that I am forever behind on all his books because he does so many of them. Like, just when I'm almost catching up with one of them, a new one comes out, and then I want to check. Like, this is just stuff over at Boom. Like, he has a bunch of image books. He has that blue book at Dark Horse. So yeah, it is. I don't know how he's always just working on something.
He reminds me of Mark Waid in the 90s. There was this kind of joke about Waid in the 90s where the dude was just writing, I think, like 10, 12 books at a time, just knocking them out. So
all right, well, let's talk about a little bit of stuff that we've been watching, reading, whatever. Josh, I'm gonna let you get started because I got a bunch of stuff, but a lot of it's I already got some of my thoughts on the channel. So let's go to you, and then we'll kind of bounce from there.
Let's see. Should I start with comics or watching first?
Let's do movies, and then we'll go back to comics.
So, not a ton of stuff, but two kind of big things. So in anticipation of the Flash movie coming out, I wanted to go back and rewatch the Keaton Batmans, and it's fortuitous because my daughter hasn't ever seen them. So we watched Batman '89 like 2-3 nights ago. Man, that movie holds up. It is like, it's funny. I've kind of come like full circle on it because I seem to remember, I saw it in the theater when it came out, loved it.
Yeah.
Was there for the whole phenomenon, right? That it was. And then probably about 10 years ago, I rewatched it and it felt very campy to me.
Oh, interesting.
But it was in the midst of the Nolan movies, which are just so dark and grounded.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad that I had that space away, because in rewatching it just a few nights ago, I kind of came back where I was like, this isn't really campy. It's just good. It's just really, really good, solid storytelling and filmmaking. And so, yeah, it just holds up so well. The style, the music is all good. The Prince songs. I mean, there's not anything bad in it. And then I think in a few nights, we're going to watch Batman Returns, which is quite honestly the one, I think I've only seen it twice. I saw it in the theater upon release and maybe once on video since then. And I just remember having this kind of like very bad reaction to it because it is more Burton-y than Batman '89 is. Yeah. And I have a kind of visceral reaction to too many villains in the kitchen syndrome, right? This is why I really like it when you get a superhero movie, and to their credit, the MCU, I think, has found a way to kind of skirt this, but I really dislike it when you had a traditional superhero movie that was like, we're throwing 3-4 bad guys into the mix, and and it just feels very convoluted. Yeah, that's why I think Spider-Man 2 with Garfield failed. That's why we all know that like Spider-Man 3, the Tobey Maguire one, is just a hot stinking pile of garbage. So I think those films had too many things going for it. And so initially with Batman Returns, that was my feeling, but I'm really going into it with kind of wide eyes again, because I love Michelle Pfeiffer's performance. I really want to revisit the Penguin in it, because I think it was such a different take on the character. And I've been watching so much Sunny that every time that he's just super gross eating stuff in it, I just think to him eating that fish and Batman Returns, and I'm like, all right, I'm kind of here for this. Okay. So anyway, so I'll probably have more to report in a week after we watch that. But we're all setting up for the Flash.
Well, great, because that's a great way for me to plug that later on in this weekend, we're going to have a video of 5 movies you should probably check out before going to see The Flash.
Perfect.
So,
what are the other 3?
Well, I don't want to give it away.
Oh, okay, fair. That's fair.
But you already mentioned a couple of them, so
okay.
You probably know. I mean, it's no big secret, but I mean, yeah.
As you reach over here.
Yeah, right. But yeah, so I guess while we're flashing around, let me just briefly talk about it. And I have a full review on the channel, but
Yeah, I'm
I was
excited to hear
lucky.
this.
I was lucky that I got to go to a screening last week, so I watched the movie before going to the convention, and I really enjoyed it. I think, of course, there's the whole Ezra Miller of it all. That
Of
you
it
know,
all.
so if anyone who doesn't want to see this movie, I completely understand.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to like make anyone that wants to go watch it feel bad, because I don't think that's my place either. Like, everybody kind of should have their own opinion on that. But yeah, I mean, I quite enjoyed it. Now, granted, I was with an audience that was like seeking out the movie in advance, so maybe we're a little biased. Um, and I would definitely go watch. Like, I want to go watch it again in a bigger screen, because we went to a screening at the Angelica, so they have nice theaters, but it's not like the IMAX Dolby screen. So
Right.
I think the movie would benefit from that experience as well. So if you're gonna watch it, might as well watch it in the biggest screen you can.
Oh, that's cool.
So, and stay all the way till the end. There's an end credit scene all the way at the end of the credits. But yeah, it was a very interesting experience, as far as like, it definitely feels like we're closing out a chapter in this world, but also, like, we're looking forward to seeing what happens next. So it's a I think Machete did a really good job capturing that feeling, and it's also very light-hearted in tone. Like, it compared to like a lot of the other stuff.
That's good. Yeah.
So yeah, but my only thing and I said this in the review, like, this is Ezra Miller's movie, so like, there's a lot of them in this movie. So if that's not your cup of tea, then maybe maybe you're not gonna enjoy it. So as you've seen in the trailers, there's not one but two flashes in
Two,
this
right?
movie. So
It's Parent Trap, the movie, and in this case, the parent is both his dead mom and
yeah,
Michael Keaton.
yeah.
Um,
We got
yeah,
Carlos in
oh,
the
sorry.
chat. The Flash doesn't excite me, probably because I haven't enjoyed the recent DC movies, but I will still watch it. I mean, that's kind of what Warner Brothers is counting on, that you always give them one last chance. So,
and I'll say this, Carlos, I was in the same boat until that trailer with Michael Keaton, and then I was like, fuck, I'm in. Like, I just want to see him play Batman again, basically. Like, that's what I'm going for.
yeah,
And all the Flash stuff is kind of like the
I think,
salad, so
yeah, I told my buddy Omar this yesterday, because he told me he was going. Like, if you're going because you want to see Michael Keaton, you're definitely gonna get your money's worth out of that.
oh, good. Okay. Does it feel like a stunt though? That's the, like, is it
No, I don't think so. I
integral
think
to the plot?
it feels earned. I think
Okay,
it feels
good.
well
Okay.
earned in the movie.
All right.
So here, let me tell you his reaction. He texted me when he got out of the movie. Bro, changed my life. OMG. I lost my shit when so and so happened. That was so badass. Wow, incredible movie. So don't take it from me. This is Omar's review.
For God's sakes, put quotes like that on movie posters. Come on,
That's
that's
what I told them.
incredible.
I was told them the
Yeah.
Warner Brothers should reach out to you to put their on the poster. So, but yeah, check it out. Well, like I said, we have a full review in the channel for the Flash, where I talk a little bit more. It's still non-spoilers, because I don't want to spoil anything for anyone. So,
Okay.
what else? I think the next thing you're going to talk about, we can get into a little bit more spoilers on that one.
I think so. Again, my daughter and I, she's the person I go see all these awesome films with. We went to go see Across the Spider-Verse, and boy howdy, I gotta tell you, that movie, yeah, please, there will be spoilers.
You've been warned. Spoilers for Across the Spider-Verse. You've had 3 weeks to watch that one.
Yeah, here's the thing I love about what they pulled off in that movie, particularly Lord Miller, but the directors, the animation team, the style, but in particular the story. If they had only made Into the Spider-Verse, even with the end credit scenes, it could have been a solid one and done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say there's an alternate universe where that movie did not do well, and that was it, right? Then you go see
the worst possible future.
the worst possible. Yeah, exactly. Then you go see Across the Spider-Verse and realize, oh my God, this is a super tight trilogy that they had planned from the get-go. Or at least it felt that way by the end of the movie, right?
Right.
And I was just bowled over at how they really pulled off the impossible. And I want to give credit to Sony and the creators. I know that they kind of spoiled this when the first reviews came out, but if you had gone opening night and got to the end of that movie and saw the to be continued, I would have been utterly shocked. I've been like, there's a third one? You know, like, what is happening? It is so good.
I was going to ask you about that because I went into this film knowing there was going to be there was a part 1 of 2.
But I knew that as well.
I think a large majority of the movie watching audience, they don't take stuff apart like we do. Like, right. I feel like we're kind of on different levels, but we're kind of really on top of this stuff. Like, you know, what, like with news and announcements and stuff like that. And I think even the first trailer, I believe, it said part 1. I don't know if they were gonna.
Did it? I don't recall that.
I had to go back and check. I remember doing a reaction video for it.
Okay.
And then it said, you know, that this was going to be somewhere in there. It said that it was going to be a part 1. But yeah, a lot of people, like, I've seen reactions and people are wild. Like, they're just kind of like streaming this from their phones while they're at the theater. And it is insane, like that's happening. But if you wanted to watch this movie, you could just go to TikTok and watch it. You'll find the stream.
Please don't do that. This is absolutely a big screen cinematic experience.
It deserves to be watched in the biggest screen possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was really interesting, that reaction from the crowd. But I completely get it because I know not everyone. Like, sometimes I'll talk to, now that I've been going back to the office and stuff, like, I'll talk to coworkers and, you know, after years of talking, like, the only people I would talk media with would be like you guys or whatever Discord I'm on or something like that.
Yeah.
Where we're hyper focused on comics and movies and stuff. But then you talk to people that are not, like, and it feels like it's jarring. Like, it's a jarring thing because you're like, what do you mean you don't know this? Like, this is the most popular thing. It's all over social media and Twitter. Like, so it's a really interesting experience.
Well, and I do want to give credit because I'm usually the one that will bitch and moan when a movie or even a comic, any story, feels like it's not giving enough time to those slower, emotional, character-driven moments. And Across the Spider-Verse just lets those moments breathe. And I will confess that I was probably about halfway through the movie and kind of feeling like this is a little slow, right? But it was only slow because they were really letting those character-driven moments happen. I mean, the sequences between Gwen and her dad, the sequences at Miles' dad's party. Yeah. I mean, those are all really good and necessary. And I was so happy to see them, even if it kind of made the film a little too long. Anyway, I don't know. I just want to give credit where credit's due when they don't trim those things or cut those things short for the sake of more action or a shorter film, right? Yeah. It really was absolutely necessary. And I loved it. I loved seeing it. The character development in this movie is so good. And it really, it ups the stakes because, again, I don't want to spoil it and I won't, but the hook at the end of the movie took the first film and all the character development in the rest of this movie to just kind of hang on you as a cliffhanger by the end of it. And it was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just props, total props to them.
Yeah. I really love that opening sequence with Wen, like with the drumming and stuff. Like, it really felt, it was a good way to recap everything that happened, but from a different point of view.
Yep.
The art choices, just everything that happens in Wen's dimension. I think I love the bleeding watercolors and the
Yes, and how
changes.
they get brighter and brighter as she has that talk with her dad. It
I
just
know when they hug, right?
yes, oh,
Yeah,
it's so
yeah.
good. It was I think I said this after watching the first film. I want this to win every award,
Yeah,
right? I mean, it is an animation
Mm-hmm.
masterpiece. It is, and it was so funny because actually all the trailers, we went to a really early showing. It was like a kid friendly showing, and all the trailers are for the upcoming animated movies like I Was a Teenage Kraken and stuff. And even like Elemental, the Pixar stuff, it all looked very rote, right? Like nothing felt new or unique. And then bam, Spider-Verse started. And you're like, I love this. I want to see this all the time. So
If anything comes out of this, it's I hope that animation studios realize they can do different stuff. Like
yeah,
not all Pixar movies have to look like Pixar movies. I think that was fun for a while because it was different from
right.
2D animation. Or maybe you can go back to 2D animation because that's like it looks like it has its own place. I love the little Lego Spider-Man thing. That was so much
Which
fun.
was did you see the backstory on that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Animated by a 14-year-old fan, which is cool.
who
And
who
oh,
animated
sorry.
they animated the original trailer in
Yeah,
Lego, and that's kind of how the creators of the movie saw it.
which I love. I mean, in my brain, that feels really fast
Yeah,
for like filmmaking, right? To be like, he did that. Lord and Miller saw it. They hire him to animate a sequence in the movie in Lego. I don't know. It just feels very quick, but
I guess if it was a trailer, it was still like a few years back too. If it was the trailer
was
for
it
the
that
first
long?
one,
I guess so. Yeah,
yeah, because it's
like a
been a
teaser
while. It's been a
trailer.
while.
Okay.
Luckily for this one, we don't have to wait much. I think it's out in March 2024. If I'm not mistaken, we get the next one in March
Yeah.
2024. So I'm very much looking forward to it. I love the Da Vinci Vulture. I think was such a cool choice. To
Hobie, the fact that he
oh,
constantly looks like a 1980s punk rock poster and zine, like he's
yeah,
Xeroxed. It just it was so good. It was so
yeah.
good.
So I
Um,
think it was really cool. I mean, we could probably talk for hours about just all the cool Spider-Man that we got to see.
yeah.
I do want to touch on 2099. I
Okay,
mean,
so all right, so this is a big blind spot for me. I know the character. I never read the comics. So is the origin of him in the movie the origin of him in the comics?
yeah, it's pretty much
Is
it.
it
So
really? Okay.
he is not. He doesn't really have the webs. That's why he has to claw his way up the train. He doesn't really. So he's a little bit different from Spider-Man. I did have to go back and check on the fangs thing.
Like the
So
vampire thing? Yeah.
he's not a vampire per se. He
Oh.
just has fangs.
Oh, okay.
But it's a joke that they call him a vampire because
Oh,
I
okay.
had to go check. I was like, wait, did I miss? Is he a vampire? Because I've read a lot of it, but a lot of the Peter David stuff that I've read, it usually focuses on bringing him back to the present. So we
Weird.
don't really, yeah, which is, I mean, but I like him interacting with Peter
Yeah.
and Miles and all the other Spider people now. So, um, but I mean, yeah, Oscar Isaac, very good performance.
Oh, so
He
good.
was brutal. Like he was just brutal
Yeah.
towards Miles.
Yeah.
It was hard to watch because I like he's my favorite Spider-Man. So like the fact that he's being so mean was
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of wondered what, because I knew that going in. I was like,
yeah,
oh, how is Danny going to feel about, I mean, because he's basically the bad guy. He's the
yeah,
antagonist here. Right.
yeah.
Oh,
I
man.
hope that by the end of the next film, Miles convinces him that there's another way because they've already hinted at there's another way to stop these canon events without breaking everything.
Right. Because I feel like, well, no, I guess we did see that in the
It
movie.
was when Captain Stacy, Wen's dad, quit the Force.
Oh,
So his canon event is not going to happen anymore. But
oh,
it's
I didn't
not.
even pick up on that. That's a
Yeah.
good point
So
because he's
that was the thing that I was like, okay, I think there's a way to. And I also thought that was really interesting commentary on the Spider-Man fans and even the comic writing, like the
yeah.
stories,
Hmm.
like do you always have to kill someone? Like, or
Right.
like, or the fans that always get mad when you bring a character that's supposed to be Spider-Man related, but they don't have the same Spider-Man tropes, right?
Yep. Because Miles doesn't have that tragedy in his backstory.
He
Does
does later. I believe, and this might be a spoiler for the comics, but I believe his mom dies in at some point, which I hope that doesn't happen because I love I love the mom in the
She's
movie.
great. Which again, we needed those moments because we didn't get a lot of her in the first movie.
No, not really. Not really.
Yeah, so because it was really him and his dad.
Yeah.
I do also want to give props. You know, it is no secret on this show that I really hate the Clone Saga, and I'm not a fan of Ben Reilly. And the way they treat him in the movie it's Andy Samberg. It's hilarious.
It's so good.
And it's also it's not even just an indictment of the Clone Saga and him as a character. It's an indictment of comics in the 90s, which kind of goes back to what Clay and I talked about last week.
Yeah.
Just it's so funny. I mean, he's in it for all of maybe like 60 seconds, but still it's worth it.
I love the scene where he's perched on the roof and he's like, perfect pose.
Yes, exactly.
So
and then he jumps down, he looks this way. I look at that side of the alley. I look at that side of the alley. Like he's just narrating what he's doing.
Yeah.
So.
It's very well done. I also really enjoy that. And Andy Samberg was a good choice, I think, for that character.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they're good at casting, I think, comic actors to walk that line.
Yeah.
Serious and funny. So.
And I guess I love the way they set up like the group at the end, like Gwen's new group.
Yeah.
That's really
cool. New band.
Yeah, I love Spider-Man India, like such a cool addition. He has such a cool look too.
He does. Yeah, after my daughter was like he was her favorite. He's like, I love his costume and the world that he was in.
Yeah,
looked incredible, even down to the fact that as that giant hunk of building is falling, I was on the edge of my seat because I'm like, that thing is enormous. I'm really freaked out right now.
I love that how they kind of build down, or like it's a hanging city, which is a really interesting concept.
Yeah.
He was played by, in Deadpool, the cab driver.
Yes. Yeah. Who's also in the Ghostbusters reboot with the female cast. He plays the food delivery guy.
Oh yeah. You're right.
So, yeah. Again, usually a comic actor, very very good in this. So,
and the last thing I'll mention, and this is probably the biggest spoiler, I love at the end when we meet Earth 42 Miles.
Yes.
And he takes off his the Prowler mask.
Ooh, man.
And I was talking to my buddy Chewy, and we were like, he sounds, I like that he sounds different. Like his Spanish sounds his Spanish Miles in what is it, 1610 or whatever the other world is, the main Miles, he speaks Spanish, but you can tell he struggles to speak Spanish. But this other Miles felt like he was very clear. Like when he said his last name, and just from that, then later I found out that it was actually they cast a different actor to play.
I was about to say, they cast a different actor for that, which is kind of brilliant.
It's
right?
a great choice, and I love it. I love his look. I love it with the dreads and like everyone's gonna. They're releasing only 100 of those Jordans that he's wearing.
Really? Oh my god!
Yeah. For like friends and family of Sony employees, I think. Yeah.
God. Well, so I had a buddy of mine on another Discord mentioned something that either a friend of his said or like it was on a YouTube video, but it's an interesting theory that didn't hit me until he brought this up. At the end, when Miguel and Ben Reilly and not Wanda, god damn it, Spider-Woman, Issa Rae, I'm blanking on her name. Jess, thank you. When they're the three that go to track down Miles, they're the only three spider people who were not bitten by a spider. Miguel wasn't. Ben, you could argue wasn't because he's just a clone
He's a
of
clone.
Peter,
Yeah.
right? And then Jess wasn't because she got her powers.
Her powers
different.
are different. Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting, right? Like if they're so obsessed with maintaining the canon, they're the three kind of non-canonical ones.
Yeah, they're the outliers. Interesting.
So
I think I might have seen that. I think maybe New Rockstars or somebody did something like that. So I'm sure
so.
tons of
think
people talked about
actually
it.
that name rings a bell. I think he may have
Yeah.
named it like that. So.
Interesting. I love it. I love that this movie gives you so much to talk about. I hear it's coming out on streaming pretty soon. Like, I don't know if they're accelerating some of these. Like, I know Fast 10 is already out in VOD, which is crazy. Like, it just came out, and I think the Transformers film is also going to come out pretty quickly.
Not
because it's not doing well. Well, like I think they just want to catch like a holiday,
right? Okay,
right. So, which I won't get too much into it. Transformers: Rise of the Beast. I think it's a lot of fun. If you like Bumblebee, I'm pretty sure you're gonna like this one.
I still haven't seen that one.
You should. I think both are great movies, and you also get Haley, whoever plays Haley Steinfeld.
Stanfield, yeah.
She's also in that. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
But yeah, if anybody watched all this without having seen Across the Spider-Verse, go watch Across the Spider-Verse.
It's incredible. It's
amazing.
So still in theaters, I think through this week, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So hopefully we may do a full episode on it once the whole gang is back together.
Yeah.
Once we can assemble our crew.
Right.
We'll think of our canon events.
Oh God. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll talk about our favorite spiders because I feel like we're all gonna have a very diverse.
I think you're right.
Cast of favorite spiders. Right. So, all right.
I'm gonna have to fight Kyle because his is gonna be Ben Reilly. I just know it.
Kupos. Nailed it.
Yeah.
All right, Josh. What else? What else have you been watching, or are you done with movies?
I'm done with movies. Yeah.
Okay. I have a couple more things, and then we'll jump into comics. Then,
sure.
I started Black Mirror season 6. I watched the first episode. Joan is awful. We have a video for her on the channel. It's really interesting how it's very tonally different than what you expect from Black Mirror. Like there's still a little bit of it's still a cautionary tale, like a dystopian thing, but it's different. It's more comedic. It stars Annie. She's in Schitt's Creek. She's the sister in Schitt's Creek.
Yes. Okay.
And Salma Hayek, who are both really funny.
Nice.
So it's a really interesting concept. Do you know anything about this story concept?
Of that episode?
Yeah.
No.
It's the one where she watches like this Netflix type of streaming show.
Okay.
Do a show about her life. Like almost in real time. So like she lives out through the day, and then when she gets home at night, she puts on I think it's called like Streamberry or something like that. And
so it's like
watching her like the day, but it's all dramatized, like make her look even worse as a person.
Oh my God.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more. And I like Black Mirror because they're just like usually about 1 hour episodes.
Okay.
This season they're doing something different where one of the episodes actually, as opposed to like some kind of alternate future or a very near future, it's actually gonna be like in 1979, which we hadn't seen them go back in time. Like, it's all usually about upcoming technology and stuff like that, right? So
that's cool.
So yeah, I'll keep watching. I'll probably these are cool because I can make videos for each one of them because they're kind of like short movies, really. Okay. They're like very small movies. So, I watch also. Speaking of Netflix, I watched Extraction 2. That's the new Chris Hemsworth movie. That's just like the action.
They made a second one? Sorry, this is how far behind I am.
Yeah.
All right.
And
didn't the first one just come out like last year?
No, that one. So Extraction came out in 2020. I remember because it was the last movie, or it was the last movie we made for when I was doing the movie podcast.
Okay.
Because everything shut down, so we didn't really have a lot of new movies to watch. So Extraction was our last episode of that.
Wow, interesting. All right.
So maybe I'll get the gang back together to do Extraction 2.
There you go. Yeah, totally. How was it?
I think it's fine. I think if you like the first one, you'll like this one. These are just like action-packed movies. They look really cool. Like Chris Hemsworth's really good in them because he's Chris Hemsworth and he's doing his thing of like, and watch me take out all these bad guys and then get shot, but then also I can get back up because I'm Chris Hemsworth.
Look,
It's
I'll
very
flex my pectoral and the bullet comes out.
yeah. It's very these are more serious in tone. I wish there was more. I don't know how you can really inject them with comedy. The stories they're telling. I like when Chris Hemsworth's more like when he leans over to the comedic stuff.
Yeah, he's
More.
very good at comedy.
Yeah. And then since I was on Netflix, I watched Barbecue Showdown season 2. It's just a really good. I don't normally like the cooking competitions because it feels very cutthroat.
Okay.
But this one's nice. This one's like they're all like I feel like barbecue's a lot more chill. Just don't watch this on an empty stomach because you will be starving.
God.
By the 3rd episode, I was starving. Watching it. I mean, I love barbecue, so like they're making all the stuff I want to watch. I mean, all the stuff I want to eat.
There's a right by our house. There is a Cuban sandwich place. The guy that studied at El Centro in the culinary department. But I'm not sure if he still does this. But when he opened, we would go. This is before my wife discovered bread gave her migraines. So I would go there and I would order sandwiches for us for dinner, and just waiting for them to make the order. On the flat screen TV behind him, he always kept on the cooking channel.
Yeah.
And they would be like, I don't know, be some show where they were making hamburgers, and then he'd hand me my food. I'm like, God damn, I want hamburgers now, right? Like, although his sandwiches are always good. They're fantastic. So
I love Cuban sandwiches, even though I don't like pickles. That's the only.
I always get mine without pickles. I hate pickles too.
Yeah.
Solidarity.
And this show's gonna split up because Kyle and Clay probably love pickles.
Right, exactly. All kinds of pickles.
We're gonna splinter off into separate channels. And the last thing I'll talk about, so the show Succession ended a couple of weeks ago. I hadn't had a chance to talk about it, although I did make a video for the finale. But my brother started watching it, and he was telling me about the first few episodes. And I was like, man, that sounds really fun. And I've now started rewatching Succession since the finale. I've rewatched the first 3 seasons of Succession.
Okay.
And now there's one more, which is the final one that I just watched. So it's really interesting to watch a show like this and feel like it's so well done. Like it's just really well written, really well performed. Brian Cox is the foundation of that show.
Yeah.
And he's amazing. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Do you have any interest in it?
I do, just because I like you just said it. I've heard many people just across media say it is just one of the best shows ever.
It's just really well done. I think each season is like 10 episodes of like that are about an hour. So it's not the longest time commitment, but now that it's all kind of out there, I definitely recommend people check it out. So I'll probably be rewatching the last season again pretty soon. I'm about to get real busy because the Righteous Gemstones is coming back this weekend.
Oh, nice. Which I still need to watch that too. So
yeah, there's the new Superman show. The animated show is coming out this weekend too on Adult Swim.
I find this very but okay, so I saw the commercial for it, and I saw it was on Adult Swim, and those two things looked like polar opposites. The show doesn't look like an Adult Swim show; it looks like a kid's show. Is there something I'm missing? What am I missing?
I don't know. I'm interested to see why they're putting it on there. You can watch it next day on Max, so I will say that you don't have to stress about that. But I don't know. I don't know what the choice was. I think Warner Brothers just wanted their animation because that Cape Crusader show was originally also supposed to go to Adult Swim. I think now it's going to end up at Prime.
It's going to be on Prime, but if you see the trailer for that one, that would make sense. It looks very dark and gritty and noir. The Superman show, it just looks like a kid's show, which I'm not being dismissive. I get
what you're saying. Just like the tone of it doesn't feel like it belongs with Adult Swim, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Lobo's going to show up, and then you really have to censor things and put it on the Adult Swim.
All right. If Ambush Bug shows up, you've got to tell me.
I will.
All right.
We'll definitely be talking about that later for sure. So I'm excited for that. But that's really all the stuff I've been watching. There's more. I mean, you can kind of keep track about what I'm watching by the videos we have on the channel, because I might as well make content out of it.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So
you'd be dumb not to. I do have one more thing. I just remembered I watched, and that is the new season of It's Always Sunny dropped last week, and man, I gotta say that that show is it's in a weird place right now, because you could not jump into the season right now if you've never seen it and enjoy it. But it's also not a show that is about all inside jokes like I think Family Guy became. You know, it's just these characters have grown and grown. I'll put that in giant air quotes. There's just been a lot that has happened that you kind of, that they reference. But if you have watched Sunny, it is worth watching the first episode of the season, because there is a plot point that nearly caused me to fall off the couch laughing, because it just, like, somebody, I don't want to spoil anything, but somebody put a screenshot from like the second or third season up that relates to the plot point. And you're like, how did they not deal with this for like 15 years? I'm really impressed. Do you know what I'm talking about, Danny? Have you seen it?
So I've only watched the first season of Sunny.
Oh God, that's the worst.
Yeah. And I think that's why I don't remember, maybe it was on our Discord that I said, every time I'm like flipping through the TV, the rerun that it's on is the one where Dee's dating somebody who's handicapped from the military.
Oh,
like for some reason that one's always on. Like that's the one I always catch.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. Or the one where Frank and Charlie Day like are taking out the trash or something.
Yes.
Which,
oh my God.
I love that the like you could probably describe a lot of the episodes like in just weird manners like that, and fans will immediately know what you're talking about.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, at this point it's a lot. Like, what is it, like 16 seasons now?
Yeah, maybe? This is season 16, so
which is too much. It's a lot.
It is, but what's funny is because I started playing their podcast, which is really good. It's like the cast is going back and rewatching all of the shows. But it's almost become its own thing. But anyway, that compelled me, because I'd watched it in bits and pieces over the years. So I went back and I just blew through I think the first 14 seasons, and then watched season 15 is it kind of all 1-to-1.
They're 20-minute episodes, right?
Yeah, they're not long.
Okay.
You could get through them pretty quick. So.
Yeah, maybe one day. It's just with all there's so much good stuff out there, Josh. That's the problem.
Well, and I'm on the opposite end of the of that spectrum, which is I know there's a lot of good stuff out there like Succession, but then I'll just go rewatch like 30 Rock or Sunny or Frasier, so
I'm about due for my rewatch of The League.
Oh, there you go.
My yearly rewatch of The League. I'm about to. Very cool.
But anyway, that's it.
I know a lot of people love Sunny. I love seeing the clips on TikTok or whatever people post them. Like, I think they're pretty funny.
Right.
Like the one about the implication comes up a lot.
My God.
I also love the reaction of Sunny fans that when it's just a couple of words and you're dead laughing because that's how good the show is, that it just reminds you of all the stuff. And I think they're very funny. I think one of the guys is in that Blackberry movie that just came out.
Yeah, that's Glenn Howerton is in that.
He's the one that was in AP Bio, which I believe it's canceled, unfortunately.
Oh, it's canceled.
I think I love that show. That was
I love that show. That's the one. If it's just my daughter and I like eating dinner, we'll throw on AP Bio, and we're like halfway through season 2. So
I'm glad they each got like a chance to go do their own thing, because I think the actress who plays Dee also had a show on Fox for a couple of seasons.
Yep.
And then obviously Charlie Day is a writer and producer on the Mythic Quest with
Megan Gans and
Michael Haney.
Rob, yeah.
And then Rob's bought a soccer team, and now they're also doing all that. So
that's fun with Deadpool. So
yeah.
I need to watch that show. I watched the first episode. And it looks
the Wrexham. Welcome to Wrexham. Yeah, it's really fun, and it feels like real life Ted Lasso. Which is insane.
Right.
Have you? You know what? I'm surprised Ryan Reynolds hasn't shown up on Sunny. Maybe he will this season.
Oh, you know what? Maybe so. I do know that this season they reunited Breaking Bad. So there's some bit where for some reason Charlie's driving around what is his name? Not Aaron Paul and the other guy.
Okay. Yeah, I just forgot it because you forgot it.
Yeah, exactly. So, but they showed up in the trailer for the season. But I don't know. Okay. It would be fun if Ryan Reynolds showed up.
Are they promoting their tequila? Because everyone has a tequila now.
Probably.
You're more likely to run into both of them at a Costco promoting their drink than at a convention.
That's funny. I never thought about that.
All right, let's talk about comics. Josh, sure. I'm gonna let you keep going because I think we read a lot of the same stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just kind of jump in.
All right. Well, Captain America: Cold War Omega, which wraps up the Cold War storyline.
Yeah.
So, did you read this?
I just benched it yesterday. I read all 6 parts yesterday.
Oh, good Lord, man.
It was surprisingly quick.
It is. Yeah, there's a lot of action scenes.
There's a lot of dialogue in issue 1 and Alpha and Omega.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dialogue. I will say the art is not my favorite in Alpha and Omega.
I didn't care for it either. Yeah. I didn't like the way they drew the characters.
I think it's also the coloring. It's a little dark, like compared to the other issues.
Yeah.
Like even my main thing is what's his name? Ian Rogers.
Yep.
His hair's black in those 2 issues where it's like I couldn't even tell he was Captain America's kid until the latter issues because he has like his hair's lighter. So like
right.
I just can't picture Steve Rogers, the blondest guy in the world, having a kid whose hair is like raven dark.
Yes. You know? Yeah. No, I agree. I didn't care for the art in this one. I'm also a little torn on how it ended. I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I'm just kind of meh.
Okay.
Having read more like 8 issues to get here just left me a little pissed off, right? Okay. Like this felt like clearly it was, I mean, it was obviously wrapping up both the Sentinel and the Symbol storylines. I don't know.
I think the whole thing with Bucky and the whole like what's it called? What
are the outer ring and the
star? Yeah, the outer ring. Yeah. It's really it feels super complicated for no reason. Like even to the comic book shenanigans standards, like it feels like it's above that.
Yeah.
And also I didn't feel a lot of Sam's story as part of this.
Right. No, I totally agree. And again, I felt like that was my fault because I stopped reading Symbol of Truth because it wasn't really hooking with me. And so I did appreciate the recap, the very brief, like 1 panel recap here of, Sam had been fighting the White Wolf guy or whatever.
Yeah.
But
I will say another thing that surprised me. I didn't realize the White Wolf guy was actually going to turn into a White Wolf.
Right, no, me either. I had no idea.
But I love how subtle it was because, like, he, as like the longer we went on those episodes in the each issue, he was sitting on that throne, and like he started developing fangs, and then his hands started to change a
Oh, I
little.
didn't even pick up on
Yeah, I
that.
think
That's cool.
it was very subtle, and it was definitely closer to the end of the last two issues.
Okay.
That kind of, because at the end of the 5th issue is when you see him fully wolfed out,
Yep.
which is a really cool design. And then
Yeah.
unfortunately, you get to the last issue, and it's like it's not as cool of a design. Like, I think for me, this would have stuck the landing a lot more had the art had the artist on Symbol of Truth, and because they were different artists from both
They
books,
were, but they were both very
but they're
good.
very similar as style. Like
Yeah.
they complemented each other very well.
Yeah. I agree.
So had they done Alpha and Omega, I would have liked this event a lot more, even with
Well,
all the convoluted stuff.
yeah, and like I think I get practically why they did it, because this was an event that had to stay on schedule.
Yeah.
And so it really felt like the artists for Alpha and Omega probably drew these back to back, right as the other team were
But
probably
like,
working on their standard issues. So
but editorial knows the event's coming, right? They're the ones planning it out. Like, give your
yeah,
artist, or get an artist that complements the art of the look of the other two that you have on the
that's a good.
I
Well,
think
I hate to say it, I feel like they tried that, and it just didn't. It just missed the mark. Like it just didn't quite work. So
I feel
I do
like
love this cover though. This is the cover I got.
that was a cool one. I
Yeah.
think that character's Unlimited series just ended. Like, you can read about him on Marvel Unlimited. Like, there was a whole thing that.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, but it was fun. I love, like I said, I love the middle issues. There's a confrontation between Sam and Steve that, like, you feel like Steve ends up with the upper hand, and then you realize that he fucked up.
Yeah.
And like he's got tunnel vision again, like with just this one thing. I also want to kind of go back and read that if there's a story with him in Dimension Z and his kid.
Yeah, I didn't know about any of that. That was
Okay.
all. Yeah,
I
that's
wish Kyle was here, because maybe he
right.
could tell us.
Yeah, because that is and that's the anchor of the story, right?
Yep.
And I didn't know any of that. And honestly, I mean, although they explain it, I feel like it worked better for Steve's character than for Ian's, right? I don't know. This is the first, I think, I'll just say, like, event kind of book that I've read in a very long time. And I kind of ended it with, nah, I don't need this. I mean, I loved the initial idea. And I think what hooked me into Sentinel with Steve was the mystery and the conspiracy angle, right? And then it just kind of went off the rails, because they never, I mean, the whole, this is a weird, deep cut. The whole Outer Ring just felt like the League of Bad Guys from the Venture Brothers, like,
oh, interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't feel that unique or important, So I don't know.
Okay.
I'll probably read, at the end it says what Captain America 750. I'll probably read that just because it's the big anniversary issue.
And it looks like they're gonna have a lot of like creators come back to kind of do little stories on it. So that's always kind of cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I think I'm gonna keep like waiting on these arcs to be completed. I'm not gonna. Both of the Cap books are not like something I read as they come out. So I'm gonna keep doing that, but I'll keep following along, because I do like their stuff. I love the supporting cast like that everyone has. Oh, here we go. I think we got Jeff, my buddy from Boomerang Comics. Dimension Z happened during the Rick Remender run, and it's pretty good. Oh, Rick Remender, I'm in. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I'll definitely go check that out then, because I do like the little flashbacks. I thought that was really well done. Like, the little flashbacks, well integrated. And I didn't even know Steve had a kid till this story.
I had no idea. So again, I felt like the heart of the entire. So maybe I would feel differently about this whole storyline if I had read that Remender run, but I didn't. So
from the
and
context, to me, it feels like, is Ian a clone of Baron Zemo and Steve?
that's what it sounded like.
It feels very Superboy, like
Right.
Lex and
Yeah,
Lex
exactly.
and Clark.
Yeah. But also he still considers oh shit, not Peggy,
Sharon,
Sharon, his mom,
his
right?
mom.
So kind of sees like Steve and Sharon as like
As their
his
parent.
mom and
Okay,
dad.
interesting.
Okay. I don't know. I think ultimately the thing that pissed me off about this is when these two runs began, it was, remember that beautiful first issue with the two of them, Sam and Steve, like working together, issue 0. It was presented as a great jumping on point for new readers.
Yeah.
And then the story just devolves into this. You must have read the Rick Remender line to really get everything out of it, like squeezing blood from a stone. So,
right.
Um,
All right, Jeff's got more information. Steve's kid he's adopted. Steve found him in Dimension Z. Okay, got it.
So that kind of makes sense about the dark hair, at least. But I agree. I like the way he looked better in the Sentinel symbol.
And even then, like if Sharon and Steve adopted him, like Sharon feels like Steve was just he was willing to like let her, whatever happens.
Yeah.
So there's a panel that I clipped out where Steve just tells Sam, "I'm sorry," and he's got like this red eye, and like they just
I love the red eye. That was really good.
That was a great detail.
Yeah.
So I think if you're a diehard Captain America fan, you probably want to check this one out for sure. This is not something I would give you to start the character with. Like, it seems a little like this is like a level 2, level 3.
Exactly, and that's kind of what pisses me off, right? Now, I would hand anyone that issue 0 and be like, "Here,
same.
Read this. It's great, but don't continue." So
check out who did Chris Samney did it with? Was it Mark Waid? It was probably Mark Waid.
I think it was probably Mark Waid. Yeah.
Go check that one out. That's a great run.
Yeah.
And maybe this Remender run. I mean, I love Rick Remender too, so maybe
I don't think I've ever read it. I've heard his name. I don't think I've ever read any Remender, so I might have to go back and do that.
He did Deadly Class.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I did. Oh, sorry.
Tell me what else, Josh?
Okay. I hope you read this one. Clobberin' Time issue 4.
I haven't. I'm waiting till. I'm just gonna read this as a trade, I think.
Okay, so usually I agree with you on that. This you can absolutely read month to month.
Okay.
Until this issue. This issue is the first one I was kind of reading, going, I should probably pull out issue 3 and remind myself, because it picks up right at like this intense moment, but it does explain the weird Watcher we've been getting introduced in every story. Okay. That gets explained, and it's going to end in next issue. And I have to say, I've noticed now the big trend is going from 6 issues to 5 issues for a story arc. And I'm not as big a fan of it. I kind of like
that's because you get to sell the collection for the same price,
right? Yeah, exactly.
You're giving as one less issue.
Exactly.
This is shrinkflation in comics.
Yes. It's such a great way to think about it. It is shrinkflation. But I just want to say the interaction in this issue between Ben and Dr. Doom is just amazing. Okay. And there is a gag in this that I just want to give props, is probably one of my favorite, I'll just say Fantastic Four gags, because there's so many good gags in comics, but this one, I mean, the Thing's battle cry at the end of the issue comes directly from the joke, and I was laughing my ass off. It is so good. It's just I love this story. I love we're at a place now where we're getting these fun, weird kind of standalone stories. They're not obsessed with it's almost the opposite of like the MCU at this point. We're not getting these obsessive, canon-driven, I'm looking at you, Captain America Cold War, just these fun stories that you can just hand to anyone and just go read this. It's kind of encapsulated. It's good. Just so good. I highly recommend Clobber and Dime. Just go read it. It's so fun.
Did you read the Fantastic Four 7, which is also the 700th issue?
Yep, I did.
I think we talked about that one.
We may have, or I may have been out that week.
Because that was one of my favorite Doctor Doom stories.
Yes,
like just
that is such a good story
ever. So like,
Yeah.
if you're gonna give me more Doom, you better know that I just read that, and the bar's pretty high.
So I will say this is not as good of a Doom story. It is a good buddy,
Okay.
like mismatched buddy cop story,
Okay,
right?
I
If
do
you
love
will.
that. I do love that too.
But yeah, no, nothing will hit the highs of that Doom story in issue 700. It was incredible.
Ryan North. I can't believe I've pulled 8 issues of Fantastic Four.
It's God, it is so like, and I think that's what makes me happy about Clobber and Time. Like, if this had been a book that was very dark and canon driven, it would feel very different from the Ryan North FF series right now. But this feels like a perfect like appetizer,
like
to
a side quest almost.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah, very much like a side quest.
Nice.
Let's see. I also read Doctor Strange.
Okay, how do you like it? I'm behind on that. So out of the stuff you have on your list, I've only read one more thing, so we'll talk about that.
Oh, okay. So I was behind on it, and I just read issue 3 last week, and I want to just say, if you've never read Doctor Strange, or maybe you've only seen the movies, right? Go pick up the one before this one, issue 3. Because it is, I don't recall, I think it's called like A Day with Dormammu. And it is excellent. It is basically, the idea of the last issue is, like, it seems like every year, Dormammu inhabits one of his followers and he and Stephen Strange spar. And what I love is there is this background gag, and because the whole issue really truly feels like like a I keep comparing it to the famous Sandman issue after the first big storyline where he just goes away with death. It feels like that, but funnier to a certain degree. So it's just a conversation between him and Dormammu, or maybe a better comparison would be all the stories with Jack and Starman where he meets with his dead brother.
Okay.
All right. That's probably a better comparison, but it's just him and Dormammu talking while fighting. And what's great is the conversation is seamless, but the background constantly changes, showing how they're sparring. And so, for instance, every time Dormammu starts the spar, it's like a big mystical creature Steven's fighting. And then when it goes to Steven's sparring, it's like them playing chess and like a park in Central Park, you know?
Cool.
So it's like the way they do it is very different. And it has this great ending. So again, perfect, like, sorry, my dogs are going nuts.
It's all right.
It's perfect, like, encapsulated one issue story. This one takes a turn, but if you've been reading the series, it dovetails back into what's kind of interesting about this series so far is that the main stories tend to be pretty short and they have a backup story. And the backup story typically has been the reformation of a group that I'm new to, I've never heard of, called Wand. So it's like mystical shield. All right. So WAND stands for Witchcraft, Alchemy, Necromancy Department.
Oh, cool.
And it's apparently like, again, like the magic user shield, but it's been reformed with Wong. I don't know this character, but she's like the mainstay of Wand. And then there's a backup story that explains how they get the third member. And I don't want to spoil it. I think it's in issue 2. This issue, though, just focuses on them. Oh. So the main story is them. And then the last page ties into the ongoing Stephen Strange and Clea story.
Okay.
So this is not the one you can jump into. I'll just say that. You have to kind of read everything up to that point. Still very good. I love the covers. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, I definitely want to catch up. I do like what I was reading from Doctor Strange. I believe this is still Jed McKay, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
yeah, great writing. Excellent.
is this the last issue? I think I saw already talking
It's
about
the
that.
second to last issue. So
Okay.
again, this is issue 4, another 5-issue arc, right? It's good.
This is one of those books that is like, this is almost like just for Josh.
Yes, exactly. That's
Like,
a good way to put it.
Like out of the podcast, this is really mainly for you. Maybe somebody else will read it, but like these are just made for you.
Yeah. No, it's good. I still hate the way they're handling the season numbering. But it's kind of, I will say this. I feel like the main story they're telling is kind of being dragged out a little too long. But I get the impression that the main story they're telling is just the only story they're telling. This is clear. I really don't think this is going to be an ongoing book at all. I think it's just going to be this storyline kind of one and done, which is a bit sad. I like revisiting these characters. I like having Allred and Milligan back together again. But anyway, yeah, it's good. It's fine. I feel like the characters are kind of remaining a little static, which is annoying. So there's not a lot of growth. Oh, you're muted, Danny. Oh, okay. And then I'll talk about Planet of the Apes. Yeah, God, this book. This is issue 3. It is fantastic.
I love what they're doing with this series.
Yeah,
I think I just read that one last night as well, because I think I saw it on your notes and I was like, oh, I better catch up so we can actually talk about it. But visiting these different eras and kind of building the story that way,
yeah,
it's really good. I love what they're doing with, like, just, I mean, the covers too, they're so cool. And
oh God, I know, I love this cover. And also I feel like the way they're structuring the story feels cinematic. Like you read it and it feels like a storyboard to a Lost Planet of the Apes movie or even like a show.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really good. But the backup story in this one I really like because it starts to explain how they're learning on their own beyond beyond the interaction with the humans.
yeah.
I really dug that. I don't know, I have no idea where this is going, but the writing is just top notch. The art is great.
I love how the expressions that they are able to capture in the apes, and then also the fact that, like, the apes know something's up. Like, they're not, I feel like they're kind of, even with the humans that are protecting them, I feel like they're kind of playing along until it's maybe not convenient for them to keep doing so.
Right. They're wary, but I mean, but also they're with them for, there's like a 3-year jump in this.
Yeah.
Right. So they're with them a very long time. So
Ape Cruise.
Ape Cruise, yeah, exactly. But I mean, but to your point, I hadn't really thought about that. I so agree. The expressions for the apes are so pointed, but even to the point where all the human bad guys, you don't see their faces a lot, right? So here we get this Joe Rogan type podcaster. You get this guy who shows up again later. It's like you don't see their faces, and I think that's a really interesting visual motif.
Yeah. This is the most I've been into the Apes franchise, like, since the movies, since the last batch of movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really good. Really good.
And I said this last time, I think, as well. I love how this storyline is filling in the gap between the first reboot movie and the second and third ones, which, as much as I love those movies, you kind of go into the feeling like, how did we get from point A to point B, right? This is explaining that, and it's really awesome. I meant to check this. Is the writer on this someone that worked on
Devin Walker? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I've heard. I know he's done other comics. I've like David
Oh.
F. Walker. Like his name sounds very familiar when it comes to comics, but I don't know exactly.
Okay.
So,
Well, just two more, but really one. Miss Truesdale in the Fall of Hyperborea. Did you read this?
not that one. I've read the first one and I
Okay.
really enjoyed it. This is the Jesse Lonergan comic, right?
Yes, but actually written by Mignola.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So it's I don't know what to make of this book. I like it. The art is great. The story basically seems like this entire title is kind of it's both a misconceit and as direct as possible,
Yeah.
right? It is Miss Truesdale in the Fall of Hyperborea, but basically what that means is you're reading the story of Hyperborea in the far distant past, like that kind of Conan era, how it ever ties into the Hellboy universe, I'm still unsure about. And then in the 19th century, a woman who's having these dreams or flashbacks or memories of the main character of that. And so far, there's no overlap other than that, right? That's it. It's just her having these memories of another person, probably in her deep genetic past, right? Like there at the fall, and that's it. And it's very violent. It's very fun. It's very action oriented. I don't know. I don't know what else to make. I'm definitely hooked. Like I want to know what the hell is going on. So I'll keep reading it, but I feel like again because there's a lot of Hellboy lore I'm not aware of. That there's a lot here I'm missing.
Yeah,
and I would love to hear from people that are deep in the Hellboy universe to explain.
I talked to my buddy Nick from the I Read Comic Books podcast because he's big on Hellboy. Good. And I asked him about it before I read the first one. He said Hyperborea just really has to do with like a sword that Hellboy carries at some point.
Oh,
and that's really where that's really the big connection. I don't know if there's going to be something else in the future, but so far this is pretty much standalone on its own. So
okay, all right. Well, that's good to know. And then finally, I haven't read it yet because again, I'm just gonna save them. Superman Lost.
I picked that up as well. I haven't read it. I did read 1, 2, and 3. This is 4, right? Yeah. So I read the first 3, and I'm really enjoying it. Much like with Batman Fortress, this just feels like a really fun separate storyline for Superman. So
like standalone, non-canonical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It almost feels Black Label, but they don't really put the title on it.
Right, because I felt about Fortress that why was this not like an Elseworlds book, or I think I even asked like a Black Label book,
well, especially the way it ended with Fortress. So it makes me wonder about this one.
Right, exactly.
And this one feels like seeing art like this. The art for this to me feels closer to what Carlos Gomez did on the Alpha and Omega for Captain America.
Oh, right.
But I feel like it fits here where I feel like it didn't fit. So it's not really anything against the art. It was just more about the choice to put it in what story you were putting it in.
I agree. Yeah.
So, because I think Derek Robertson has also a very similar style to Gomez. Like the colors are very dark and heavy.
Yep.
But for Fortress, that was a perfect fit. Like it's more of the dissonance of like going from one art style to a very different one.
Yep.
That really that's kind of what took me away from those. But
and I'll say if you haven't read Batman Fortress yet, the collected volume's coming out next week.
I think so. Yeah, pretty soon.
So pick it up. It's great. One of the best Batman stories I've read in recent years. So
I could not agree more. So I'm glad. Yeah, that one. I guess was it last year technically? I don't know.
I believe so. It kind of. I think it overlapped.
Yeah.
2 calendar years.
This year. Yeah, it might end up on my short list of like best stuff of the year. Just
I wouldn't doubt it.
We'll see. There's a lot of good stuff though this year.
I may throw it into the comic book club for 2024. So
great.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been doing this for years. We're gonna segue into our main topic, which I don't know where this is gonna go, but we have Jeff, who currently works at a comic shop. We have Josh, who has worked at a shop a long time ago.
Very long time ago.
It's probably a very different experience. And then you have Clay and myself, who frequent comic shops too much, probably.
But we have stories to tell, so
that's right, war stories. But Jeff, why don't you start? I'm gonna put you on the spot. Tell us a little bit about kind of like what the comic shop environment is like now.
So I think each shop is different because I also frequent a bunch of shops. And I will also preface by saying times are tough for everybody. So I think different shops kind of have to cater to whatever their, local clientele is.
Yeah.
Living in the Dallas area, we are very blessed with just a plethora of shops. There are so many great shops here. And not only that, we have like so many great conventions, and like if you would be hard pressed to, it's easy to find stuff here, honestly.
Yeah.
My shop that I work at has definitely pivoted from comics and toys to start carrying more like Pokemon cards and Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff, because that stuff sells like hotcakes. I don't know anything about it, so I'm always confused when I go and work and people are talking to me about it. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, talk to me about Galactus. I don't really know. But
have you heard the good news about Galactus?
yeah. It comes with pants. But there are others, just, like Titan has been around forever, and they are just comics, and so, I guess it kind of depends on if you've been around forever. And if you're established, then you're probably just a straight comic book store. If you're starting up, you kind of have to have maybe a little something else to get people in. Me personally, I grew up a long time ago, so I'm a fan of like older, dingier comic shops that are like not well lit a little bit.
I hate those.
It's like
we moved away from them.
It's like a fine line between a head shop and a comic shop,
Yeah.
So yeah.
One of my shops in Denton, when I was buying comics in college, like it reeked so much of cigarettes that I had to stop buying comics there.
I think I know exactly what show was it. Right by the art building.
Oh shit! I don't know. That was a long time ago.
All right, never mind.
Well, to go back, I used to work at Half Price Books for like a long time.
Oh,
and I started like in the early 2000s. And when I first started there, speaking of cigarette smoke, everybody told me, they were like, you were just 5 years off from people just being able to smoke inside those Half Price Books. Like people were like in the mid 90s, they were just like, all the employees, it didn't matter, just smoking wherever they wanted to.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but that's kind of where, because I spent so many years at a Half Price Books, I'm like, the mustier, the better, kind of, sort of. And I know there's like a stigma, like those places are kind of mean and hard to like break into.
Very.
But I would, as long as you have nice people, I guess. I don't know.
See, I always think of the dingy ones were run by some cantankerous old man. And if you had a woman come into the store, every person would stop and look.
Yeah.
It was very an uncomfortable setting.
Yeah.
It was usually smelled of either weed or nicotine. And they would have a back room for their adult comics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
I mean, you could, but the thing about those kinds of stores is they would have stuff that you wouldn't find at your Main Street direct market stores. Like right. I could go to Lone Star and just get my regular stuff, but if I go to one of those dingy stores, I'm going to find some really weird independent shit.
Yeah.
And that was probably the best part of those kinds of stores. But the people there were all assholes. Like I don't remember any store in the 90s where if it wasn't like a Lone Star Comics, and it was like the owner was usually a dickhead, you know, and so I always got bummed out. I could name like so many stores that are out of business now, and you still have like those. I know Lone Star sold a bunch of its stores to its employees. So like here in Mesquite, I go to Urban Legends, which is run by Aaron. It's a great store. It's my local comic shop where I have a pull list. You get a discount, and that should be the standard for most stores. If you have a pull list, you should be getting a discount. But a lot, like I remember in Denton, it was like, oh, you could have a pull list. You may not always get your books, and you get no discount.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Urban Legends, I love Urban Legends because that's kind of right around the corner from where I live. And Urban Legends kind of has a little bit of that feel of like, I think it's, well, one, the market has changed. So there's not as much of an underground comics movement, like where they're being published. Like that's all online now.
Yeah.
So, but like Boomerang doesn't really order a lot of like those deep Mad Cave comics or, you know, stuff that, you know, like we stick to Marvel, DC, a lot of the big image stuff. Occasionally, if a big creator does something for those, we might order one or two of those. But like if I know I've missed something and it's Wednesday and I'm like, Boomerang may not have it, I'm going to run to Urban Legends first because they order a bunch of stuff. And they're right around the corner from me. Titan would probably be my second choice to go to try to find something like that.
Yeah,
Zeus is my second. I go for a lot of back issues when I'm trying to put some stuff together. If I can't put it together at half price books, they'll have the issues I need.
Yeah, Zeus goes deep into like the publishers too.
Yeah,
which I think, I don't know if it's a more recent thing, but definitely feels like, I don't know if that was the way in the past or not before, but yeah, I'll usually, like I said this week, like if Boomerang hadn't had that variant that I wanted, I would have called Zeus to see if they would have had it. So. Cool. So, Josh, do you have any fun stories from your day?
Oh my God, do I?
Or anything, or at least, or maybe anything that has changed so much that you're like, how did we used to do this?
Yeah. So here's kind of the question that I had, because I was thinking about what you're saying, Jeff, and also just my experience in stores lately. So I worked at a store in San Antonio in the early through mid 90s called the Collectors Asylum. And part of the reason it was so much fun to work there was most of my friends from high school, we all got hired there. So like my buddy Dave and my buddy Mike, we all worked there. It was a lot of fun. And I told this story a couple weeks back, but we also, like, the era that I worked in was the era of the dawn of Vertigo. And like when they had like the Vertigo tours, they came through to our shop. And I missed that day. I'm still mad about it. It was the dawn of Magic the Gathering, like right there at the beginning. It was the dawn of like the wave of World of Darkness role-playing games like Vampire. It's a really interesting period, I think, to work in a store. But the store I was at, and the more I think about it, most of the stores in San Antonio at the time were like this. They weren't just comics. It was comics, it was cards, it was toys, it was role-playing games, it was board games. Like, it was kind of a smorgasbord of everything. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know if this was just what it was like in San Antonio or if stores were like that universally, but are they becoming more specialized now? Like, I feel like when I go to Zeus, I'm basically there for the comics. They maybe have some toys or figures, right? Like
they
you
don't
were
have
saying,
games at all. Because
we don't have games at all. Now the game shop is just down,
yeah,
a few doors down, but that opened a lot later. And you know, if you go to Titan, it's exclusively comics, right? With again some like toys and like posters and stuff. So
a lot of statues.
Yeah, a lot of high end statues. There's that.
So yeah, but is that the trend now? Like, you don't have these like one-stop shop kind of, they have a bit of everything.
I think weirdly, if you look at a store like Madness, it's gone the opposite direction, that they've kind of gotten out of the comics business.
Yeah.
Really pivoted to games and everything else but comics on them all.
Right. Yeah, true.
Yeah, because they got rid of their back issues like within the past few years, and they
Yeah.
just said that like the amount of space that it took, it wasn't making that in profit. So
Right.
it wasn't even worth keeping back issues around.
They're keeping a lot of the trade business because I think that's probably what's always kind of done best for them.
Yeah.
Because I know they had a pretty big, like, I don't know, I haven't been in a long time, so I don't know what that looks like, but it used to be like the wall was like just comics, and then the actual shelves had trades in them and stuff.
But they've kind of now pushed that, like on that left side, it's all in the back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not even front of store anymore. Like it's kind of like hidden back there. I mean,
for people who's never seen Madness, it's like an old grocery store, so it's
yes,
huge.
it's enormous. Yeah,
and
it's
you divide
really,
it in half, and half of it is like live gaming, like
Yeah.
people come in and game,
Yeah.
and then the other half is toys, comics, and comic supplies, and then the whole back section is just toys.
Yeah.
Like toy collectibles.
Yeah,
but oh, sorry, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say, so I'll tell you guys a quick story. So before I started working at where I currently work, I used to work at a restaurant, and I had a second job, and then I took a seasonal job at Toys R Us. But when that ended, I was looking for another thing, like just for the weekends and stuff. And Gen X was hiring. Gen X is a comic shop over by the Mid Cities.
Yeah, I've been there.
Bedford, I think Bedford, maybe it's where they are now.
Yeah.
And I applied, and the owner was very cool. Like the interview, I think, went very well. But he definitely mentioned, like, we're actually looking for somebody who this is like, it's somebody that they want this to be the, like, one of their main jobs, I guess. Like they knew that I was taking this to like an as additional thing, and they wanted to maybe leave that for somebody who, he didn't say somebody younger. I kind of figured that's kind of what they were going for too, because probably they could also pay them less, maybe. I don't know, but they wanted somebody that this was going to be like their part-time gig because they're doing something else, they're a student or something like that, right? So that's the closest I've ever come to working at a shop, other than hanging around all day at like Sanctuary or something like that. But yeah, I think I've always wanted to. I feel like it'd be kind of interesting to see how everything is put together, especially like for New Comic Book Day. Like, there's got to be so much prep. I remember zoos
Yeah.
used to be closed on Mondays just because they were working to prepare for that was the day they would take off, right?
Yeah.
They would close on Mondays, and there was no comics on Monday. This was also probably when they were back over at Lemon Avenue, which was a long time ago now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but they used to host great stuff. That was that's what I love about what stores became, because you had the direct market that kind of broke out in the 80s, and then the 90s you had the stigma of like the dark, damp, store with poor service. And then the ones that have survived are the ones like Zeus that have turned it around. Like, they hosted things like Cape, where they had tons of creators come down. So it was free comic book day, but it was like an outside convention,
right,
that took over the parking lot at that place. Like, that's what I loved about those stores at the time. They evolved and got better, and were challenged by stores like Zeus to, like, hey, host things, have creators in. And I've seen that at Urban Legends too.
Yeah, we went to see, what was it, T. Franklin and Phil Jimenez and I forget the name of the other creator.
Oh my God, yeah, Lila Sturgis.
Yeah, they were all there. Like, they had a little panel, then they kind of hung around on there. I remember that was really cool. I know Keats Comics used to do, like, they had ladies' night. So I like when stores try to branch out and invite other people, because you're right. I think going into a comic shop, it's already kind of pretty daunting if you've never read a comic, like, and you don't have anybody to help you along.
Right.
So I can't imagine being somebody that's not just like the male audience or whatever. Like, then you even have more hurdles, I think, put in your way. But I think a lot of shops are doing, what they're doing is making sure that people, like everyone that comes in, feels a lot more comfortable going in by having very accessible, diverse staff, and just like it's kind of like all these little pieces to kind of be more inviting to everyone. So that's really cool.
Yeah, I kind of lived through, and I do want to give props. I feel like the shop that I worked at in San Antonio, we were trying to do exactly that. Like, it was not a dingy, smoke-filled shop. It was bright and open, and you know, and we certainly catered to, you know, audiences that, you know, we would get people that came in that just wanted is during the big like trading card boom, right? So not just Magic, but also like all those Marvel sets and stuff like that. And you know, we had a whole side of the store just dedicated to all that, and employees that specialized in that. So we'd be like, you know, go talk to Travis. He knows all about those cards. Don't talk to me. I'll talk your ear off about the obscure black and white indie comic I just read. You know, it was that era. But yeah, I guess speaking of like how things were different, previews was essential. Like you paid for your previews. They were this thick. You went through it, and it would give you 3 months ahead what was coming out. And it was everything. It wasn't just comics. It was T-shirts, posters, obscure, you know, print books. You know, I think that's how I got my first copy of Mignola's covers. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's still huge.
But what's so crazy is and they may still do this. In the back of it, there was just like a checklist that you would check off what you wanted. And then my buddy Dave that worked there and originally was faxing this off to Diamond. Like just like he would type up all the list of what everyone wanted to order into like a sheet, and then he would fax that. Like his job most nights was just sitting by the fax machine, like waiting for stuff to go off. And then later we actually had like an early, you know, online connection. And I don't know if it was like a BBS or some sort of like portal, because this is pre-web, some sort of portal that he would just like connect the modem to and send off the orders. So it was wild. It was crazy.
I was trying to figure out how to explain what a fax is. And all I could think of was like a really slow email.
I will say the best, if you want to see what a fax is, go watch Die Hard 2. Because that is how John McClane gets the photographs of the terrorists. So
yes.
Now, Jeff, I want to ask, because we certainly had this at my store, but I feel like it's a very different environment now. In my store back in the 90s, every one of the employees had that one customer that we wanted to avoid. Right? Because they would just talk your ears off for hours. So like, one employee was it was the guy that got me into Doctor Who, and he's a big Doctor Who fan. And we get that one guy that walked in who would want to like break out his blueprints or trying to figure out the actual dimensions of the inside of the TARDIS, which is impossible. And he would just belabor this for hours. And so we had certain codes where, as we saw them walking from the party, I'm like, "Hey, Mike, going back," right? And then they would just go in back and like take inventory or, you know, do stuff in the back room. And then we'd be like, "Oh, he's not here today. I'm sorry." So is that still a feature?
That is definitely still a feature. Right off the bat, they told me all the codes of like, if you need to get out of a situation or whatever.
Nice.
And I've always thought like, I'm like, well, how bad can it be? And of course it's bad.
Yeah.
You know, I've gotten involved in it's hard to get yourself out of those conversations.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, it's a casual nerd conversation.
Yeah.
And then you just keep going, and then you're like, I'm done talking about it. You know, I love this stuff, but only to a certain extent.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that why everybody moves their hat forward when I walk into the shop? Oh, there he is.
The Batman guy's here. The Batman guy's here.
Yeah. There's a few, and I've learned like I said, I'm pretty part-time there, but I've learned to recognize some of them and be like, we're going to keep this as a business transaction. And yeah. I for the record, I just want to go back. I don't necessarily love a comic shop that is kind of, you know, smoky and like whatever. I'm not out to trap anybody. Have anybody of you guys have you guys I don't know if anybody's been to LA, but there's a bookstore in LA called The Last Bookstore.
Mm-mm.
It is a fantastic, you can Google images of it. But it's a 2-story bookstore. They sell used books and stuff, but their upstairs is just like this weird maze of bookshelves and bookstores. It's kind of like Lucky Dog books here in Dallas. I don't know if you guys.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
If you go through Lucky Dog books, it's like a weird maze of like you find yourself going further and further where these rooms just kind of unfold. And you're like, where did this come from? And so here's the last bookstore. They have like a book tunnel.
That's incredible. Wow.
They have like a bunch of bookshelves that are like,
that's pretty rad.
Yeah. They do a bunch of book sculptures and stuff. I went to a bookstore, a comic shop that is no longer around back in the 90s called Remember When, which was like in the Carrollton area. But they sold comics and a bunch of like old movie posters and movie stills and just a whole bunch of weird random things. And that in my head, but it was also kind of like an older store that had just crammed full of just weird stuff, like bumper stickers from the movie E.T., a lot of like promotional, just random things. And that in my head is kind of like what I still picture as like the ultimate comic shop. That's just a place where you can go and find the weirdest things you can find, you know?
So the first store that had comics, but it was also more like what you're describing, Jeff, I ever went to in Dallas. I think it was called Stage and Screen. Mm-hmm. And it was right down there on Oak Lawn. And man, that store was great. Like it had like mostly indie comics. So at the time, that's mainly what I was reading, but tons of like movie posters and like soundtracks. And it was an awesome like place. And I'm kind of bummed it closed down shortly thereafter. So
those kinds of comic shops are, I'm like, I like a good, like well-lit comic shop that is obviously, I think publishers can do a lot to help comic shops, and they're not doing. DC is doing great. Whenever they promote a movie, they're like, hey, go look at the comics that these movies are coming from, and they make sure that their trades are being published. Marvel, I don't understand why they are so difficult to, like, they just refuse to publish their stuff. They keep it like the old Disney vault for some reason. I don't know why.
Even DC, like at the end of the trailers, they'll put like, hey, here's 3 books you can read if you want to find out more about this.
Yeah, totally. Which is
whereas Marvel, I don't think they've ever acknowledged that these stories all came from comic books. Other than maybe not Kamala Khan, like she reads comic books, but that's probably the first time I've ever heard. Whereas DC puts them in all their movies, like the Flash, Black Adam had a bunch of like, the kid had a bunch of comics, like recent stuff too. Like I recognize a lot of the stuff that was on his room. And also, what was it, like Shazam? I guess the movies with kids mainly, but yeah,
it's weird that Marvel does that. I mean, and these are, it's not like you ever have a hard time finding like To Kill a Mockingbird in print, like,
well, it depends what stage you're in.
Like Weapon X or something,
It depends what stage you're in, Jeff.
Yeah, true.
True.
And the X's, Tay.
I want to ask, because comics are like one of the weirdest media to order. Like you have to order like 3 months in advance, and there's like the final cutoff and all that stuff. Like, has there been a recent book that you guys just didn't anticipate was going to sell like bonkers? Like that everyone, and I'm not talking about like something that was hot because it was a key thing from the TV shows, but I'm just like something that was like
totally
unexpected. Why is everyone looking for this book?
Right.
I don't think they. I think they.
I'll be right back.
I think you kind of see them coming for the most part. There's like a few that are like 8 billion genies that will kind of like sneak up. Like you kind of have an idea they might be kind of hot, but you're not expecting them to be as hot as they are. That's kind of the last one I can really think of.
Okay.
Especially at our shop, like I'm the one sole subscriber that's like getting the weird random books that I hear a lot about outside, but for some reason they just don't sell in our store. But
Okay. And also now that we have that is not just Diamond, I'm sure it's probably been a little bit more difficult to make sure like things are coming in order, and like probably you guys get shipments or different dates and stuff like that for the new stuff.
Yeah, especially now when DC went to being Tuesday, really Tuesday release versus everybody else that still has the Wednesday release. And now that I think it's Image that is.
I think Image now technically has a Tuesday release, right?
Their stuff is still Wednesday release.
Okay.
But their invoices are coming in. Like it's still kind of like
it ships with the other stuff. Okay.
Yeah. So it is a little bit not too difficult, but it's a little bit. It's like an extra step that you have to think about mentally.
Do you guys put out DC stuff on Tuesdays then, or do you just wait till Wednesday?
They prep the wall on Monday, and then they just cover everything on Monday evening.
Okay.
So Tuesday they'll pull all the stuff off the DC stuff, but keep the Marvel stuff covered. And Marvel stuff covered, and
that makes sense because it's probably very time consuming to put everything up on the wall. I will say, as somebody that doesn't have to, but as somebody that makes videos and stuff for that, I do like that DC is out a day earlier.
Yeah.
Because it allows me a little bit more flexibility of like, okay, so like, like Monday we'll talk about any advanced stuff, right? Like independent stuff or whatever. Tuesday I'll just do videos for DC, and then Wednesday I'll do previews for Marvel or whatever. So like it does kind of dictate the schedule. So I assume maybe for the shop it's a little bit similar where like it helps you guys prioritize. Well, like DC stuff is out earlier, so but I don't know what. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how things are gonna shift. Let me bring back Josh. It's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen to Diamond, because Image isn't even on the newest previews book anymore.
I have a hard time feeling sorry for Diamond.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had a monopoly. We were using Diamond back in the 90s. It's been a very long time coming.
And I understand that so I had a friend who had a shop back in the 90s. And if you got behind on your Diamond orders, or like if you ordered late, like they were mean about it. They were very, very. And so
I forgot about that. Yeah.
I remember when he had to close his shop, like I went into his shop and he had finally made the decision that he was just at some point he was going to be buried in debt if he kept going down this road. And he was just like, one of the main reasons was Diamond was just so awful to try to order from. So that's always stayed with me. And I'm just like, and then going into when like DC started pulling away from Diamond, you kept hearing about how they had all these issues with their ordering service and stuff. Like they just refused to update their software. And so they have done it to themselves as far as I.
Yeah.
No, but I've also heard on the flip side that like ordering Marvel stuff through Penguin has been pretty hit or miss, right? Like my shop will get stuff and it's like it's all just bent, like it's not packaged properly, it seems like. So I don't know if that's an anomaly or
no. It happens in my store too.
Yeah, I've had a couple I pulled out of the thing and they looked a little beat up, like they've fallen off the truck. I'm usually the one that pulls out the invoice list out of those boxes. So I'm in there beating the crap out of the comics before they hit the shelves anyway. Some of them look really well packed. And then sometimes you're just like, I don't know, there's just paper.
Just like, no 9.9s here, bitch.
Get this one slab, motherfucker.
Yeah, I make sure to ruin every single one of those. Those people that are speculators, you're in it for the wrong reasons, my friend.
Yeah. They walk in Boomerang and every comic is just twisted up and stuffed in a back pocket. You're like, yep, we're good.
I do make sure to kiss every single comic book.
We sell these a lot.
Before you cover it up.
Yeah, exactly.
I know when DC and some of the others kind of shifted out of Diamond, there was a lot of issues with like getting the cadence right of shipping and stuff. Because I've seen, so sometimes I'll go to Sanctuary on like Tuesday nights and they're unpacking stuff. And comics ship very weirdly like this. They just ship them like sometimes they'll just be in a box like this.
Yeah.
Like it's a smaller box that comes within the larger box, so there's some protection, but there's just kind of like mixed, right? So if you order like 10 of one and then 20 of the other, like all the same, like all the books are just kind of stacked on top of each other. So the shops have to figure out like, okay, did I get all the copies that I wanted? And then like we're not even going to talk about the incentive system that biz. Because I'm sure
Sucks.
it's so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah, because
Ratios
like
and
I
variants.
get Scotty Young covers, and I was told that the way it works is that if he does a cover for a book that's not selling, it'll usually be tied to another non-seller saying like you need to buy 35 copies of this non-selling book to get this cover for this other non-selling book.
Yeah, it's very weird. I think, and that's probably, we could probably do a whole other show about that, but we would need some more research. But is there any other weird stories or things that you've experienced, like just working or being at a comic shop? Maybe you were witness to something before we kind of move on to the last thing.
Gosh, I don't know.
I mean, what has caused y'all to leave comic shops? Like if you were getting them, like I said,
like
cigarette
as a
smoke was ruining
customer or as an employee?
As a customer.
Well, I mean, to Danny's question earlier, my one main story I've already told on here, which is the Tommy Lee Jones story. But go watch that episode. But like I will not stick with the shop unless I like the shop, right? And that's the owners and the customers and the environment and so on. If I walk in and that first impression is just like they could take me or leave me, and the environment's not great, I won't go back. But if I go to a shop where I feel welcome, they don't have to chat me up or get to know me, but just if I feel like this is a shop that wants me to be there for any interest, right? Not just there for whatever the big hot new crossover is, then I'll try them out for a while. And so.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Yeah, I would like to be acknowledged, and then,
acknowledge me.
I mean, that's it. That's all I need. I'm a simple fellow.
Okay.
Jeff, do you guys do a lot of manga at the?
They're trying to. So we had an issue with our manga distributor, and it was just tough. The COVID stuff made it real difficult to get stuff in. And then I think post that they were like, we need a new distributor. So they're starting to build it up at our store. I mean, it's obviously a huge seller.
Yep. Because Titan had like a little manga corner, but now they have like a larger selection.
Mm-hmm.
They even will put some volumes of like the more popular stuff on the new shelf for the week and stuff, which I had never seen. Like, even I guess maybe pre-COVID, which is before manga really kind of blew up. Everyone just like found manga at the same time while we were stuck at home, I guess.
Well, and it's been so when I worked at Half Price, like kids went nuts over. I mean, not kids, everybody went nuts over it, and like we were constantly restocking our manga shelves at Half Price.
Yeah.
I feel like I kind of lived through that boom in the early 2000s because I worked at Borders, and just in the years I was there, I saw the comic section just, like what it would be like this much like American, European comics, this much manga, and then that just flipped by the time I left. It was, just like one column of the stuff that I read, and everything else was manga. So
I can remember it is fun, like growing up in the expansion of the nerd. Because I can remember like when I first got into comics, I can remember going into I think it was like a B. Dalton bookseller or something like that.
I miss B. Dalton so much.
B. Dalton and Walden Books.
Yeah.
I remember buying The Dark Knight Returns, the graphic novel. And the graphic novel shelf was a shelf. That was it. That's all.
That was all they had. I was going to talk about
crazy.
Yeah, no,
right.
That was it. Just a single shelf with like a little. They said graphic novels. And that was it.
Well, cool. Well, you know what? I want to work at a comic shop. I'm going to tell Sean over at Sanctuary to let me work like a half day on the weekend.
Oh, if I can get back to working, I would love to work at Urban Legends. I just don't know gaming and manga as well as I need to.
Hey, you got nothing but time.
That's true. That's
what
true.
do you want to know?
Deep dive,
We'll use it to make content and then also to increase your knowledge at the same time.
Danny will do manga. We can all do games. So yeah, you're good.
Right.
All right.
Yeah,
It's
we
more
I
can
do-
training than on the job training.
Yeah, true. I do distinctly remember Wednesday mornings were always all hands on deck at Collector's Time, because that was, new
trying to
comic.
hold the door.
Well, no, it was actually, so we would all get there pretty early, like at 8 or 9 when the truck arrived. And it was actually always this kind of fun, all of us in a room. It was like Christmas morning for nerds, like you pop open every box, you're pulling out all the new week's items and comics and stuff and sorting them. It was great. It was good.
So what years for this? What years were you?
This would have been, the shop opened around 91, and I probably started working there around 93, and I was there right up until I moved up to San Marcos. So probably 93 to 95.
Did you guys ever have any of the Image guys do a signing at your shop, Josh? I feel like that's when they were. That's
yeah, they were
going
touring
around to touring. Yeah.
I feel like, all right, I will ask my buddies that also work there. I feel like some of them came in, but it was probably Wills, right? And who did? Is it Shadowhawk? Not Shadowhawk.
Jim Valentino.
Jim Valentino. So I think it was like that. So it was like, no offense to them, the B-listers, like the ones you don't. But I'm pretty sure Eric Larson was in that group too.
Oh, nice.
I'll have to go back. I know for a fact we had the Vertigo tour come through. Yeah. And
now, did you guys card people for Vertigo books? Because that was one thing that changed in the 90s. Is you had underground books in the 80s that had nudity and all kinds of different stuff. And then when Vertigo came and started doing adult content, I got carded buying Preacher at Lone Star Comics, and I was in my 20s.
Yeah, no, I think we only carded if it was obviously a child, right? Hey, kid, look, you're buying a pack of Marvel superhero set 2 cards, and you're buying Black Orchid. I don't think Black Orchid's for you. So
that's why you should I like what Titan does, that anything that's very mature themed, they don't card you or anything, but at least they'll put it in a bag and board.
Yeah.
And that way, not anybody could just look into it.
Urban Legends puts them up on the top 2 shelves. So you have to either be a tall kid or an adult supplying you adult.
You have to be either a tall kid or a bunch of little kids
stacked together wearing a trench coat. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Right.
But then why are kids buying this porn at the comic book store? It's all free online.
Oh, holding physical media is so important,
There's just something about holding a jungle fantasy in your hand.
How are they going to leave it in the forest for other kids to find? I mean, that's how we learned about this stuff in the 80s and 90s.
There's just something about holding a Frank Cho's Girls book in your hand.
Which, to be clear, is different than holding Frank Cho's Girls. So it's 2 very different things.
All right. Well,
what's the weirdest stuff y'all sold out of your comic shop?
Oh, so Boomerang has some pretty rad like Pokemon related stuff. They had some pretty nice stuff, and you guys also now have a really cool shelf of rare to find comics, the stuff that's behind the register, and you guys have some pretty rad things now that I guess with the new management, whenever that happened and all that, there's some cool really, really cool stuff there. There was also cool stuff.
They have that X-Men #1 there, so that's
the
coolest thing there.
Damn, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's why I love going to Titan, because sometimes I'll ask Jeremy you got anything cool to show me that I won't be able to afford? And he's like, yeah, we can look at it. And then we got the glass case. And then Sean does the same thing. Sean at Sanctuary in Irving, he showed me when he got his Avengers #1, and then a giant size X-Men #1. They were pretty high value. They were going, I think maybe $5,000 and $10,000, but he had just received them from CGC or CBCS or whatever. And he showed me, he's like, you want to see something cool? And then I was like, always. Yeah.
He's like, come into my back office.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, I guess my shop sold this, but it was only because I ordered it through previews. And again, this is dating me, but there was, I still have it digitally. There was a limited edition 6-song CD put out by a guy named Victor Banana. And it was all songs inspired by Dan Klaus's Like a Velvet Glove Cast in Iron. And I'm like, I have to. Here, I have it on my Plex. I'll share it with you guys.
You might have to add me back because it's not letting me see your server at all.
Oh shit! Yeah, I had to switch servers. That's why I'll re-add you. But anyway. I'll just share the files on Drive. But it's a fun little album. Weird as hell. I've never seen anything else this guy made. But it's just Victor Banana's Like a Velvet Glove Cast in Iron, the album. So.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Interesting. All right. Well, I think this might be worth revisiting, or maybe another facet of this. Before we let you guys go, on to the main part of the show, which everyone has been anticipating on. We are going to fix the MCU.
We're going to fix the billion dollar corporation.
Oh my God.
Well, I don't know that we can fix all of Disney. that might take 2 episodes. But no, this week Variety had an article, and I should have had it pulled up already, but there's only so many things I can produce at once.
I was going to say, I've got it up if you want me to share it.
Here, I got it. It's okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure to credit all the people that worked on the article first, because I think that's important.
Yes.
Protect their journalistic integrity. But it's an article from Variety. That looks pretty big. Okay.
With great art by Franco.
There's 2 artists. Rafa, I think. Yeah.
Are there 2 of them? I thought it was all.
There are multiple artists actually, which is really fun. So it's called Crisis at Marvel by Tatiana Siegel over at Variety. And then it just really talks about. We'll get into all the details, but it really talks about, as the headline says, backup plans for Jonathan Majors, because of course there's some legal implications there. We won't dive too much into that because we're not legal experts, nor are we involved in anything that's going on there.
I do have one comment though, because the story does state that Jonathan Majors' attorneys are trying to suppress some information. So I'm assuming that there's information that looks bad, makes him look bad, that they don't want to appear in court. So to me, that's almost like maybe it's not an admission of guilt, but
it's like
all signs are pointing that way.
Yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
We do have some really cool illustration by Rafa Alvarez and other stuff like Josh mentioned, some design. So this is the main cover, which I use for our video as well, by Rafa Alvarez. And then we do have some illustrations down here.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, really cool. This is the one I use for the post on YouTube. Big Francavilla art. So, Josh, I'm gonna throw it over to you. I think you can get us kicked off with this.
So it's a good article. My frustration is I feel like they're combining 2 different arguments, right? One argument is, yes, I think the MCU has been struggling because, as they talk about in the article, when COVID hit, there was a mandate that came down that they basically just had to pivot to the new Disney Plus, right? But they basically wanted it where there would be no gaps in content, right? Either something was a series on Disney Plus or something was in the theater. And I think, quite honestly, I feel like that is the main problem because, I'm the one. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with
that. The article comes off as an unnecessary hit piece.
Yeah, because I feel like the main issue is with that, right? I'm the one that always says I don't have enough time to watch all this shit. There's recent movies I've never seen. There are series I either am halfway through or still haven't gotten to that I was excited about. I still haven't seen Ms. Marvel. I was super hyped for that. I haven't gotten around to it.
We got about a week before the movie drops, so
yeah, exactly. I do not have enough time. And I think what the critical mistake Disney made was thinking, if we always have content, people will always be watching, rather than thinking, let's let people build up expectation for something, right? And so I think that's one argument. I really think that's the pertinent argument, because the Jonathan Majors stuff, while it is an issue, that could happen to anyone, right? If it was DC, if it was, any other entity that had an actor that found themselves in this legal trouble, are going to be going through the same thing. That's not their fault. What is their fault is choosing to glut the market with just all of this content that is impossible to keep up with. At least I find so.
Yep.
For me, it also talks about Disney's expectations. The problem is they have been consistently successful. So they have a bar that all movies have to earn $500 million.
Right.
And that's fucking high, man.
Yeah.
That's a high bar to say everything should earn that. And then you're like just cranking them out left and right. Like Ant-Man has been a series that's always kind of been up and down because it started with Edgar Wright. And we went through different directors, and now we're on the third version, and we get Quantumania that's supposed to be the big build for Kang, and it's great. He's a great bad guy in that. I feel like we almost missed a chance with the bad guy in Thor. Like we had Christian Bale as a bad guy that was a god killer, and he's just kind of killed off in that movie. And I feel like he could have been on par with what Kang is.
Yeah.
For me, Kang is easily replaceable because you have all the different versions. So, I mean, you could even have one version of Kang that looks like the Renslayer.
Right.
And I feel like Renslayer is a great villain.
Definitely easily replaceable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even going back to
that, they did it with Rhodey. Granted, they didn't invest all this time and money into one character, but Rhodey was replaced.
And even to that, like going back to the comics, Kang was retcon of all these time-related characters. Got retcon into, these are all time-related. Let's just combine them all into this one character from the future, right? Like Victor Timely wasn't originally a Kang variant from in the comics and stuff, right? The Iron Lad, I don't think he was originally supposed to grow up to be, or maybe he was by that time, but yeah, like Kang was not originally that. So to your point, we've seen now that there are variants that can look like other people, right? John Krasinski's probably not going to come back to reprise his role as Reed Richards, so that means he could look differently. I think that's okay. We can have Adam Driver instead.
Hey, I've always said Krasinski should be every variant from all the different universes. So if he shows up as Reed Richards in this one, maybe he's Professor X in another one.
I will also, like in that article, they also talk about how at that retreat that Leonard Kim referred to in chat.
Sorry, that's really good.
Yeah.
Company holds internal.
It's like a good company you do. At that retreat, they discussed replacing Kang with Dr. Doom. Now, I will say, if the Fantastic Four comes out and introduces Dr. Doom, can you imagine the pivot that would be where Dr. Doom meets Kang and then just there's this big buildup and he just casually kills him? And then immediately oh, fuck, Dr. Doom is like, holy shit, we can't fuck with this guy. That would be a good turn. But here again, I think the thing that really bothers me is when the Disney Plus stuff rolled out, it became, I feel like, hugely experimental. WandaVision is still one of the most amazing things ever produced, right? Yeah. Loki season 1 is incredible. She-Hulk, I'll go to bat for. I thought it was amazing. I loved it. It was funny. It was acerbic. It factored in the MCU as a thing. Like, they were doing all this amazing stuff, and I feel like there's a world where the MCU could have only pivoted to Disney Plus and been totally fine. Like, just take the theatrical releases out of it, right? And it would have given them the space and the breadth to really play it with this massive universe that they've been very successful with, without having what Clay said, the need to release a theatrical movie that earns $500 million.
One of the big problems with Marvel is they don't want to do physical media for their TV shows. They just now are, because that was the angle HBO always had, was like, you know, they can do $1 million an episode Game of Thrones, or $25 million episode of Game of Thrones,
right,
and still get subscriber money, but also sell physical copies to make money from. Like, Marvel won't release any of their shit. They just now released WandaVision and Loki season 1 in steelbooks, but you can't get She-Hulk. You can't get well, I think Daredevil from Netflix back in the day did some steelbooks, because I know Joe Quesada did the art on the Daredevil steelbooks.
And Netflix was good about releasing, like Marco Polo was released. You know, their early Prestige series were released on DVD and Blu-ray. So
Leonard Kim disagrees with your point, Josh, of moving everything. It would have been and you know, I think to that point is because streamers are also like something that, how reliable they really are now, like nobody knows, right? Especially with all this stuff, the studios need to, first of all, pay the actors so we can get back to business, but also just like streamers, like any of these other tech ventures, are just it's almost like really a scam, where you pump all this money up front, and that's why you have so much leeway to do stuff. But like, if it doesn't become profitable, like, you're not, you know. So I don't know. I did want to go back to really quickly. I pulled up a list of everything. So so just so you can see the saturation of the market. In 2008, we only had 2 properties, Iron Man and Incredible Hulk. 2010, there was only 1 project, which is Iron Man 2. 2011, 2 projects, Thor and Captain America. And then, what the?
Interesting.
No, it's because it's the Mac that's doing it. Okay, I was like, what the hell's going on? Yeah, if I do this, it'll do balloons and the thumbs up.
Wait, what?
No, it only does it for me because Apple recognizes those things. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so glad I have a PC. That is bizarre.
That was weird. I'm gonna click that out. Send it to Tim Cook. We do have Leonard Kim in the chat. I do agree with Josh. That's not a sentence we say here much.
Yeah, no, that never happens.
That Disney Plus allowed. Let me clip that so we have this forever. That Disney Plus allowed the MCU to open up. Yeah, people do. I mean, that is definitely a good point. But 2013, 2 projects. 2014, 2 projects. 2015, 2 projects. Right. This is all kind of building off Phase 2. We really had 2 projects until 2017, where we had the first year with 3 things: Guardians 2, Spider-Man, and Thor Ragnarok. And then from there, it was 3 every year. But then really we break out. The pandemic hits, people are stuck at home. Disney Plus launches, right? So we have, in 2021, we have Black Widow, Shang-Chi, The Eternals, Spider-Man No Way Home. That's just the movies. This isn't even including all the shows. So yeah, it just kind of exploded there into like, oh shit, got more stuff than we can handle now. And like Josh said, not everyone has the time to just catch everything.
I mean, the kid version of me wants a Marvel movie every month. It wants new series every month. But realistically, I think if Marvel focused on a summer release, a December release, increased more physical media, and I don't know, like there's some series that they're going to movies. Some movies seem to be like Armor Wars was a series that now that they've compiled into a movie that's going to be a feature. But I don't know who wants to see a War Machine movie. I mean, I kind of do, but there's no real. I mean, what's the best War Machine story ever told?
Yeah,
Armor
Wars. But then again, Armor Wars. Yeah, I mean, but then again, I mean, honestly, there was a Chuck Austin run of War Machine that was pretty good back in the day. And it was just about him with an entire team of people who had the same fucking armor and could just, like a team of 6, go in and disrupt a war. Like, that's kind of exciting and something I'd want to see. But again, we're getting political. And if you look at some of the numbers, like Captain America Winter Soldier or Falcon Winter Soldier was one of the most political shows and one of the least rewatched shows. I think people want to get into this for escapism and not necessarily see some real world stuff. But Marvel does a good job of kind of tying that in.
So
doesn't Rhodey always catch a stray? That's his thing, right?
So I would tell you, even before I read this article, the moment to me where I realized, obviously Disney and Marvel are in some sort of disarray, is looking at Halloween a year ago. We got Werewolf by Night.
Yeah.
Which I was trying to look up how much that cost to make. I can't imagine it was that expensive beyond the CGI for Man-Thing, right?
And that wasn't even, I mean, yeah, it's just additional CGI because a lot of that stuff was done practical.
Right, now, exactly. So it's
sorry to interrupt. Have you watched the colorized version of this?
See, here's the thing. I have not, and I'm really against it because I feel like that was made to be in black and white. Mm-hmm. And we come around to this year, and I'm thinking, okay, what is our Halloween special going to be this year, right? Clearly they're setting, because that was such a big hit, I felt like. Mm-hmm. And what we get is a color version of Werewolf by Night. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, I just, again, it feels like a missed opportunity, you know?
Yeah. Now, it is something that Giacchino was involved, so I'm okay with like them colorizing the version. I think I've seen highlights of it.
Yeah,
I think it's a good way to not only revisit the property, but also maybe get some people that wouldn't want to watch. Like, I'm sure a lot of people were like, "This is black and white. I don't want to watch black and white."
That's the whole point. It's like a Universal monster movie. It just, I mean, again, it feels like when you watch classic black and white movies, those movies are lit and designed to be appreciated in black and white. No.
I thought you meant like the kids say those movies are lit.
yeah, that too. But I just like I bounced out the minute they announced the color version because I'm like, I don't want to see that, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, give me more of these special.
These special presentations. I think it's where they really kind of because they could be disconnected from everything.
Yeah.
They can be their own thing. Like the little Groot season 2, those are just fun stories that even though that Guardians is kind of done. I did also want to check in with Heartbeat City. Not
there you go. I like that. I like that a lot.
This is a good comment, but I meant to bring this one up. They also just announced that some of the new street level characters called Marvel Spotlight, which they really missed. It's like it's all there for them to grab onto, and they just sometimes they're like they don't. I don't know. Marvel sometimes, whoever these execs are, they're just like, you have stuff that already works in the comics. It's almost as if I don't want to reduce the comics down to this, but on their view, it's like you already have stuff that you've already tried out, and you know what works, you know what doesn't. You know what people are kind of nostalgic for as well, right? Marvel Knights is about 20 years ago now, like which is why Marvel did a 20 anniversary thing of the comics. They re-released some, so like if you brought something called Marvel Knights, people would probably be excited for it. I want to go over some of the other points from the article, but I don't want to get anything too weird. I do think that they could pivot to Doctor Doom at any point. That's something that the article kind of brings up that they talked about, which is cool. But I also feel like Doctor Doom, I'm not saying it should be earned, but I think it should be built up correctly. I think Doctor Doom is such a good character that it needs a good leeway onto that.
And we've had no good film version of Doctor Doom ever. And that includes the Corman, which is probably the best.
Yeah.
So
although I like the casting for the Fox films, the original films. I think the actor was good. I just think what we were given overall, it's more of a failure on the movies. But I thought he was good, especially in the first one. I think the second one he gets kind of put aside by the surfer. Although I mean it's also been a while since I've seen this. One thing I want to talk about, the article talks about like the Marvel's going through 4 weeks of reshoots and some director trouble, like that reshoots happen all the time. I don't think that's not like something that's gonna derail the.
No, but the concerning point there is that the director left to go work on another film in London.
Because they were done with the movie.
Well, not if they have to do. I mean, I know you've got like ADs.
For the reshoots come from the studio, man. They probably right. So like,
true, yeah.
Like, can you imagine if you were working on a project and then, or you had to put a lecture together and you're done with it, you give the lecture, and then weeks later you moved on to your next thing, and then the school's like, "Hey, we need you to do some. We need you to redo like the last chapter of your lecture." Like that's not on you.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Now the article also mentions that Marvel rushed Ant-Man and the Wasp, and I think you can kind of tell that there were some issues there. Also, that was really a Fantastic Four movie, so I don't know why Ant-Man had to be in it. Let's see. And I'm just kind of going through some of the interesting ones. Like, I don't really care about. There's a lot of stuff about special effects and things like that where I'm like, if you pay the special effects people right, then maybe you wouldn't have these issues.
Well, there is that, but also like, so did they talk about the screening of Quantumania?
Mm.
Did they, because I don't remember any of that in Quantumania. It looked fine to me. I thought She-Hulk was okay. I know there were some gripes about the FX there, but yeah, I know. But I still feel like you're going to have to make some concessions at some point, right? Again, they're making so much content that. Sorry, that. Go ahead.
But you had an instance that's in the article that both Victoria Alonso and Nia DaCosta were working on other projects while they were supposed to be working on Marvel films, which is weird because how do you actually divide up that time? If you're really not on set and you're a director, that's really wrong. But
well, I was telling Josh, so we were talking about that just right before that, and I'm like, if you finish the film and you like reshoots come from the studio, we were just talking about that. Like, if I'm Nina DaCosta and I'm done with my film, if you want to do reshoots, that's on you, studio. Like, I'm done with the film, right? It's not on me to put this other project on hold for you to do the reshoots that you want. Like, maybe it's part of the contract, whatever. Maybe that's another thing that it's hard to side with the studios when it comes to that stuff too. Like, but yeah, like Leonard Kim says, the Nia DaCosta portion felt like, yeah, I mean, I can see that it feels like some stuff in there was just to kind of like try to build up the case. I think a lot of the stuff, the issues with the TV side of it, like they mentioned She-Hulk, and then some stuff with WandaVision. I think with the changes that they're making to their TV division, where they're gonna run it as an actual TV production, where like you'll have a room for like you'll have a writer's room, and you'll go through like a pilot and all the things that are tried and proven of like how TV shows are made and how successful TV shows happen. Maybe that'll take care of a lot of those issues. So yeah, I don't know. I agree with a lot of the article is a lot of conjecture or like trying to piece a lot of things that maybe we kind of heard. Like the whole thing about Blade not being part of his own film.
Yeah.
Like, one of the writers has come out and said, like, this in any of the scripts I worked on, that was never the case. So who knows at what point that came on to, right?
Yeah. I feel like Blade's going to be a hot mess because it has just been disruptive since the jump. Like it's, I haven't heard any great things. I mean, really, the casting is pretty much the best stuff we've heard. But the fact that they've had new writers, Marshala Ali has come out and had, you know, made demands about the story and the changes. I mean, it's not Wesley Snipes level stuff from Trinity, but it's still like enough to be disruptive.
Some motherfuckers just want to skate uphill, all right?
I skate uphill.
I skate. That's right. I think I have that gift still. Maybe not. Maybe just this one. Ew. Also, if we don't get Wesley Snipes in Blade, like, what the fuck are you even doing?
Yeah.
How is he not a variant? I mean, he should show up in Loki as a Blade variant. Come on.
That's right.
That would be awesome.
And also, Wesley Snipes should show up as a Black Panther variant, because he originally approached Marvel and set up a production company to make Black Panther. He wanted to do Black Panther first, but he ended up in Blade. Perfectly timed.
Another thing the article talks about is like there have been talks to bring the original Avengers back. Like, isn't that what Secret Wars was going to be all along? Like, that's when I was like, as a comic reader, that's where you would bring, even if they're all variants of their characters, like that's where you get RDJ back, and that's where you get Chris Evans back. Like, you don't even bring back the original version that's already died, like because then you're kind of undercutting your own story. But by bringing in a variant from a separate universe or whatever, you've already told us like that's a thing that could happen. Or you could even cast someone else, which I don't know that they would, but like, yes, sir.
I would love to see Krasinski show up as a Captain America variant.
Oh, he auditioned for that
I would
too.
love to see Tom Cruise show up as an Iron Man variant.
That's what people were. For Doctor
those-
Strange,
those
Multiverse of Madness, like people were saying they would be part of it. I remember all that.
No, I do too.
I kind of would love to see like the initial iteration of the Ultimate Avengers that Mark Miller wrote about. That version show up in Secret Wars and die. Like, I just have this hype for this crew of stars to show up as like the new Avengers and then just fucking wipe them out.
Yeah, Marvel is lucky that Mahershala Ali, Oscar-winning Mahershala Ali, is still on board.
Yeah, exactly.
But if they do recast, it should be John David Washington. Look, listen, I'm not mad at that T'Challa recast.
Wow, yeah.
I do want to watch the.
It's hard to recast that role, man. You just you're under a lot of scrutiny for the story, the acting, the role.
Yeah, and I'm with
Patrick
Bell here that I don't want to see them come back, honestly, even as variants, like, because I feel like that is dismissive to this new generation of heroes they're trying to build up in the movies and the TV shows.
Yeah. Now, what if it's like Loki? Like, you remember that scene where Loki turns into Captain America, where Thor's walking him down the hall?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing is that Marvel has started speaking to X-Men writers. I would hope so. I mean, like, come on, you gotta. So a lot of the articles.
There's even a joke in She-Hulk about it. So
Right. So yeah, a big part of the article definitely felt like we're gonna tell you stuff you probably already know, but I know not everyone's as deep into all this stuff like we are. But even as somebody that just kind of watches the films, like they're probably wondering like, where are the X-Men and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. Although, God, that is going to be such a, like, if they can pull off Fantastic Four, right, then I think the next big thing they have to tackle is X-Men. And there's such a legacy there of film and TV that they're going to have to very carefully navigate. So
I agree.
I mean, I feel like that any introduction of X-Men is going to be through Secret Wars. Because then once Secret Wars is over, they can like bring everything back. My curiosity is like, is there going to be a TV show that's going to be going along with this that suddenly has to change? Because the fun part of Secret Wars was, the first Secret Wars was you had an issue that led into Secret Wars. The next month, it just continued and Secret Wars had happened. So like you had Spider-Man showing up in the Venom suit in the very next issue, and you're like, what the fuck? Where did this happen? And then you had to complete Secret Wars to get there. And that was kind of the cool part. It wasn't a tie-in. Secret Wars, the original 12-issue run, was just a bit to sell toys. And it just threw everyone into the same universe. All the series were disrupted for a moment and then came back, but just a month. And no tie-ins at all. Fucking great. Best event because no tie-ins. And it had, real consequences that came out of it. I mean, we get to they introduced Venom from that. And that was really a great run at the beginning before he became bigger than life.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's wow. There was a lot to unpack, and they introduced Venom in that. So
Yeah,
they
I would
introduced
say
the
that.
symbiote in that, and then years later, I'm just being
Yeah, I
a
know.
nerd.
And then years later, we're watching Tom Hardy in a cut scene or in a credit scene where a little bit of the symbiote stays when he ends up going back to his universe.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. We got a couple things from the chat. I think Patrick Bell commenting writing is an issue. I think you're right for sure. But I think this new deal with the writers will help because a lot of that stuff is like we were in uncharted water, especially with the streamers. Like when it comes to writing, it was kind of the Wild West where studios did whatever they wanted. Now with this new deal, hopefully we'll have like you'll have actual writers' rooms and you'll have like a showrunner and you'll have like all these things that, well, like as I mentioned, they're tried and proven and things that we know that this is how you make a successful or at least a cohesive TV show. Also,
but
question
I do want to add, like, oh,
go ahead, add it because then we'll go to this.
Yeah, what I did want to add is like if any company wanted to do an AI written movie, I mean, Disney's the one to do it. They already own the stuff they're creating from, so they could easily go and have AI write a Secret Wars movie based on the comic and then just edit it to make it fit into the movie format. Like they have so much of the entertainment industry that they could make that gamble. But the problem is they've set the earnings so high that it has to make $500 million. So they're going to get there. It's just like I said with like with AI, with characters coming back from the dead, actors selling their digital rights. Like Ghostbusters has done it with Harold Ramis. Somebody's going to do it next with a full CGI character for someone who's dead. I feel like it's going to be in the next Fast and Furious film.
I mean, Star Wars
they're going to
did
bring
it.
Paul. Star Wars has done it.
Rogue One
but
did it,
like
right?
I feel like Paul Walker will be star of a film, and he's passed away years ago, which is weird. Like it's putting a character into that place, and as more studios do it, it just gives more studios the chance to go a little bit further. They already have a lot of the content that they're pulling from, so why not just have an AI look at the content, write it for the movies, and go from there? You're already saving writer money right there. It's just
well, I think that's what's in the deal that they can't do. I think
but they need that because Disney's the one that could easily do it because they already have a history of stuff that they could pull from.
Let me see. Leading on to that, what doesn't Kevin Feige hire writers from the 90s cartoon series to write X-Men? I think that would be huge. I will say some of the stories from the 90s cartoon, as much fun as I remember them, they were also very convoluted and
but I will say the 90s X-Men cartoon did the best Dark Phoenix better than the movies.
Yeah. But the issue
Twice.
Twice.
Yeah. The advantage there was that they had time, right? They spread it out through like pretty much half a season, if I remember correctly, or maybe even the full season, where they sprinkled it in. Because in the comics, that thing took like almost 2 years to get from the beginning all the way to the end. So we're gonna start wrapping up. If there's any last minute questions on the chat, please drop them in there. It is weird that none of those writers are involved in the new.
That is weird.
97 re thing that's coming out. So while we wait for any more questions, I did want to touch on this real quick. DC has announced that they are going to be dropping compact comics and 9.99 graphic novels to read.
Wild.
And they announced the first slate, which includes Far Sector, All-Star Superman. So they're kind of grabbing some of their big things. Of course, they're going to reprint Watchmen just to screw with Alan Moore.
Yeah, and why just the Rorschach cover? Like why does
that's kind of? I mean, he is kind of the most recognizable character.
I was gonna say he's the most iconic.
Batman team book for me.
We'll get Batman Hush. So we have a full list here. Joker, Harley Quinn, and the Gotham Sirens, which that's
Wonder Woman Earth 1. That's
yeah,
gonna be good.
that's an interesting choice because that's not even a Wonder Woman story in continuity. I mean,
Yeah.
Grant Morrison and Janet Paquette did a fantastic job with that, but I like their lineup. It seems pretty varied. I wish they had something that was like fully Justice League related. Maybe even something a little weird like a Doom Patrol that they would reprint like that. Maybe even some of the Grant Morrison stuff. Or
Grant
some of
Morrison
the
seems
Young
like an
Animal.
easy one.
I feel like they're picking stuff though that, like, as comics fans, if somebody came to us and said, I really enjoyed X, Y, and Z, what would you recommend? These are like the standalone stories you would, like what is the best Superman story?
Yeah.
All-Star Superman. Here's a $10 version of it, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like these are perfectly set as just the introductory kind of gifts you can get people to be, just for fuck's sake, go read All-Star Superman, right? Or go read Watchmen, or go read,
these are some of the titles that if you say you haven't read, people will be like, what?
Yeah.
Right.
Give me that look. You know what's really funny when I saw this announcement, I was like, oh, so DC has discovered that manga takoban sell really well, so now they're gonna print their stories like, because
that's what I was thinking.
I mean, they're like 4x5. They're really small.
Yeah, manga volumes are like
Really
they're small. Like you could probably fit it in your jeans pocket in the bag.
Yeah.
Like,
which I feel is an injustice to the art.
Yeah. I had that thought too. I feel like Watchmen is not going to look good in that format.
They're usually 10, but if you could carry it anywhere.
That's what
I feel like I'm gonna end up buying.
That's what ebooks are for.
Yeah.
I promise I've done this before. All right, before we get started, we got a very special show today, not only because there's so many cool things to talk about, but also because Josh and Kyle aren't here. So I've put up the bat signal. I've sent out for some help, so I'm gonna bring in my buddy. He is a writer for But Why Though Podcast, Collider, IGN, Adventures in Poor Taste, Rotten Tomatoes, and he's also a member of the Seattle Critics Film Association. Welcome, Mr. CJ. Hey, CJ, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Just enjoying my Saturday. Thank you guys for having me. Long-time listener, first-time guest.
Yeah, I've been trying to get you on the show for a little while now, and I figured this was the perfect timing, because once I know you love comics, and also you also love movies. Since you're a film critic, you watch a lot of them, so I figured this was a perfect combination. So welcome.
Thank you. You figured correctly. So yeah.
So as you may be able to tell from all the stuff in the background and the intro, even though I messed that up a little bit, playing the outro right away. We're going to talk about all the announcements from James Gunn and DC Studios, which is, it looks like, even though this is going to be a tag team by Gunn and Safran, like it looks like Gunn is pretty much the on the public facing person for DC, which makes sense. He's the director. I feel like he's more used to dealing with the public, where producers usually hang out behind the scenes. Not all of them. Sometimes the producers get a little FaceTime, like Mr. Feige. But yeah, I'm very excited because there's so much to talk about. So we're gonna start with that up at the at the beginning of the show. So the first thing in the announcements is James Gunn addressed the 4 movies that are still upcoming, which we've gotten. We talked about Shazam's trailer last stream. We just got a one latest trailer, and then Zachary Levi started talking and opening his mouth. Oh, what a shit show! So do with that what you will. So, but which one of the 4 movies are you guys most excited about for the upcoming year? Or I think the next year should be coming out. CJ, which one are you most excited for?
2 words: Blue Beetle. Like, Jaime Reyes deserves the world. I watched Cobra Kai, and Zolo Madureira is such a great actor, so I think he's going to do great as Jaime. Plus, this is DC's answer to Spider-Man. Like, everybody loves Spider-Man, and here's a Hispanic kid who gets an alien scarab and becomes basically a super powered the Toku aesthetic. Like I love Tokusatsu, and that kind of fits this aesthetic with Jaime's costume. So yes, everything about Blue Beetle has me hyped, and I cannot wait for that trailer to drop. I'm so excited for that one.
I am very excited. I'm really hyped about the latest Blue Beetle series, Graduation Day. That you can also buy in Spanish, which is I think really cool. Like you can buy it in Spanish in the US because these comics do get printed in other languages. But yeah, I'm very excited for that one too. I think if I had to rank them, Blue Beetle is definitely at the top of my list as well. Because it's the one that feels the most fresh, most different out of what's coming up. But Clay, what about you? Which one are you most hyped for?
Well, actually, just commenting off of that, with Booster Gold being one of the properties coming too, it would be interesting if we had a Booster Beetle team up, but wasn't Ted Cord. But does that mean we have to have Ted Cord? He just may not be the current Blue Beetle.
Interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
They definitely could introduce, because I do like the dynamic of Blue Beetle mentoring Blue Beetle. There's a lot to dig there.
Yeah.
Ted Cord's been through some shit. Jaime's also been through some shit, obviously, with with Scarab and dealing with all that stuff. So I think they can definitely help each other out. So that'd be real cool. So let's touch a little bit on the other. Oh, sorry, Clay, go ahead.
I do want to say Shazam. Zachary Levi is like perfect Shazam. Like his, I mean, I know I want to call him Captain Marvel, but like his Shazam is so fun. And then, like in the trailer, we see Helen Mirren kick his ass. Like, who doesn't want to see Helen Mirren become like a permanent fixture in the DC universe as this evil?
Also, Lucy Liu, also dragons.
Yes.
Oh man, like I'm so excited to see those fights because what they tease look great, and hopefully that's not just the best shot of the film.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm super excited about Fury of the Gods.
Now, CJ, I posted this last week, and maybe I want to get your thoughts on it. A lot of people felt like that trailer gave away a lot. I have a theory that they're only showing us like the first part, like the first arc, like all that stuff happens in the first part, and then the real movie is about Billy having to get his family back, because it looks like the sisters kind of take him away. There's also another sister that they haven't touched on. Like we only see one shot of I think it's Rachel Ziegler.
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think about that trailer?
Yeah, I think. Listen, every good story, a villain should parallel a hero. And I feel like there's going to be a parallel between Billy and his family and the Daughters of Atlas. Like, whoever Zegler is playing, I don't think she's on board with her sister's whole let's kill kids thing. And, So, yeah, there's that. And I've also heard rumors that her character and Billy's might have, like, a thing. Because, again, Billy's a teenager, so hormones and stuff. So that will be interesting to see. So, yeah, I feel like there probably is stuff we aren't seeing. Even with trailer, we've seen half of the movie.
I'm also interested to see if the movies changed a little bit. I feel like the first trailer relied a lot on like little Easter eggs from the old DC extended universe, right? We saw a lot of like figures and comic. Even in the first movie, we saw like Batman toys and stuff. So like, we know at least for now that these heroes kind of exist in that universe. So who knows what's going to happen. I do want to touch on and we will get past the Ezra Miller of it all, but I mean the Flash feels like DC's reset button. Like this is like that's what they're going to use to kind of bring in all the other. So it looks like after the Flash we have two more movies. So like that makes me wonder how those two movies, Aquaman and Blue Beetle, will fit into the future of DCU, or if they'll just be like Elseworld stories. But do you guys have thoughts on the Flash other than the obvious?
I mean, if anyone's going to break the universe, it'll be Ezra Miller.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of feel iffy on the Flash. I mean, look, I am looking forward to Sasha Callis' Supergirl, and the idea of Michael Keaton coming back as Batman is awesome. But I'm just like, it kind of feels like the Flash is the least interesting thing about the Flash. And again, say whatever you will about like, again, I don't want to be the guy who constantly compares Marvel and DC, but in both Spider-Verse and No Way Home, both of the central Spideys were the focus, and even with all, the universe breaking apart. And I just hope that doesn't get lost because the Flash is a character with such a rich count and stuff like that. So again, we'll see, but that's my 2 cents on it. As for what happens after that, Gunn has confirmed that Blue Beetle will be a part of the new canon. So,
Okay.
and anything else is Elseworlds. So I'm going to think that Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is basically Elseworlds, like the Batman is. So yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a good segue to talk about Aquaman now. I'm pretty hyped for that movie. I like Jason Momoa as Aquaman. Like, I think all his performance has been great. There, once again, DC movies can't be without their one thing that you have to talk about. There's the whole, what's her name?
Amber Heard.
Of it all.
Amber Heard.
Yeah, I've heard of it all. That I believe she's been removed from most of the movie. Which, man, DC just can't catch a fucking break with their. They need to do better background checks on these people. But I'm still excited, and I hope I know there's talks about Jason Momoa sticking around in some other, maybe another role. But I like his version of Aquaman. I mean, like, I think Aquaman gets a bad rep from. I don't know. I don't even know where the bad rep comes from. I think it just maybe from.
It was the
Weird
Super
Outfit.
Friends cartoon.
Yeah.
The whole talking the fish thing. But for me, my introduction to Aquaman was during the Peter David run and then Grant Morrison's JLA, and that bearded, hook-handed Batman. And that I was like, Aquaman is a badass.
Yeah, which is that's what they adapted into the animated series too. Like, you meet Aquaman and he's like this curmudgeon, like he'll kick your ass. And I like that they really explain, like, he's really more powerful than people think. Like, he doesn't just talk to fish. His skin is nearly invulnerable just because of he has to be because of the pressure in the sea and all that stuff. And then having a hook hand, like, it just looks cool. Like, you get the right artist on that, it's gonna look real cool, right, in the comics.
Yeah,
so.
I love animated Flashpoint because it has the best portrayal of Aquaman as a badass, because he basically has to go toe to toe with Wonder Woman, and like, they're the two bigs at the end fighting.
Yeah, I think after Aquaman, like I said, there's a lot of good stuff. Like, I really enjoyed the first movie, other than the rendition of Africa by Pitbull. But other than that, like, I really like that movie. I was very excited about the Trench, that movie that seemed to be coming a little bit. So,
well, if Jason Momoa comes over and doesn't play Aquaman, I know the rumor is playing Lobo, which I think would be great, because I mean, just to pivot to how fun Lobo is and just being evil.
Yeah. I loved Lobo in Superman the Animated Series and Superman Man of Tomorrow. That dude is just absolutely chaotic, and it would be fun. Plus, Momoa looks like a dead ringer for him, so it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, Gunn should tell him, just get a little bigger, work out a little more. But
sure.
Yeah, we haven't really seen we've seen one live action Lobo, and it was on Krypton, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I never got that far in Krypton. I wanted to. I enjoyed the first, I thought it was an interesting premise of the show, and especially because it was supposed to be connected to all the Zack Snyder stuff. But CJ, it sounds like you've seen it. How did you like that? All that.
I actually really loved it. It's more or less taking the Superman mythos and Game of Thrones and slamming them together, and it was beautiful. And the second season got really crazy because it introduced Brainiac and Lobo, and they gave Doomsday a tragic story. Yes, folks, they gave the monster who was literally created to punch Superman to death a tragic backstory, and it worked. But sadly, it was canceled because sci-fi doesn't like nice things. So
it's too much to have a writer on a show. Let's just do reality.
Yeah. I really figured that would be a show that HBO Max would have picked up back then, since they needed or I guess maybe it was even still DC Universe, whatever. So
I don't think HBO Max is in a position to pick up shows anymore. That's what's really sad, is like, if we have a show that goes to the wayside from a streaming service, I don't think a lot of streaming services are looking to pick up more shows like that unless they're struggling.
Yeah, because you see in the news, Max and Netflix and Paramount are outright cutting stuff or trimming their catalogs, and it's just like, if you are trying to pitch a show, you're just like, who the hell do I pitch to? Because everything's getting taken away.
Yeah. It's just
All right. Let's get into the meat of the episode. So I think for the most part we're very excited about the upcoming movies. I think part of it because we kind of have to be. there's nothing else DC happening as far as like movies until after that. But and I'm just gonna go in the same order that James Gunn.
James Wan.
I still want James Gunn back. I mean, I loved Megan, so like I need he needs to give him the Metal Man or something.
No, Haunted Tank.
Oh yeah.
Or
all right.
Sentinels of Magic, because
Yeah.
House of Secrets.
Let's talk about the Creature Commandos, and I do want to pivot out. Like CJ wrote an article for Collider about the Creature Commandos, so I'm gonna let you take it away, CJ, because it seems like you have a lot. Like I googled it afterwards, and I'm like, oh, cool, there was a comic called Creature Commandos, but I'm gonna let you take it away. What do you think about that TV? First of all, yeah, let me know what you think about the TV series, and then about the fact that it's going to be animated.
I love animation. Look, I'll be real with you folks. I am a little bit more of a Marvel fan because Spider-Man will always be my guy. But I have always said that the one area DC has trounced Marvel in is animation. So for them to come out the gate with an animated series is just dope. And Gunn is apparently writing the entire series, and it makes sense because the Creature Commandos, for those not in the know, is essentially a unit formed in World War II to fight supernatural threats. So it's basically the Monster Squad, but they're the good guys, and that's right up Gunn's alley.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it really looks fun, and it has some ties to Suicide Squad because Rick Flag Sr. and the Weasel will be on the team. And I'm just like,
you know, my initial thought was like, just get Kinnaman to play his own dad.
Yes.
yes. Like just, rough him up a little. Like, I mean, also he will be, by the time this is being made, he'll be older than he was when the Suicide Squad movie, or when both of the Suicide Squad movies came out. But if it's gonna be animated, like, yeah, just have him voice his own dad. Like, who better? But I'm excited. I think from what I think that was original art just made for the presentation. Unless you found that in a different comic, because for the most part, James Gunn and they put out a video on the DC channel. James Gunn, there was a lot of different art from comic books, and we'll talk about those comics in a little bit. But I think the Creature Commandos look pretty contemporary. It looked like it was something that they've already been working on that show actually. So it looked like that animation or that art was actually just something they had prepared for the presentation. So I think that maybe like concept art. So I think it looks great. It's got some really interesting characters too. So, all right. Let me get Clay. Clay looks like he's coming back, so we can get his 2 cents on the Creature Commandos.
Sorry, it's fixing an audio problem. Yeah, I love that Gunn will do like weird stuff, and so like I hope Creature Commandos like goes on to be a regular thing. Like I know he's just part of the creative side, but I wonder when he has like animated movies. I mean, this is just going to go to streaming. Like, how do we know if it's successful or not? Like, especially with the way HBO Max is now with shows. Like, how can we get excited about shows when they cancel them? After like left and right, and they're just putting reality stuff on.
Yeah, that is a worry for me.
Mm-hmm. And so it's like hard to get invested in stuff when you just don't know if it's going to be around past a season. Like everyone's doing that Netflix model, but they just hacked and slashed so much stuff. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just having a brain fart because I'm hearing echo.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that may be. I'm gonna see if I'm gonna put on my headphones to see if that's what it is. But okay. Yeah, I think I'm very excited for that one. Like I love animation too. It's like one of my favorite modes of like just media. Like I'm a big anime fan, just into. I grew up watching all those cartoons, like just big animated, really top tier stuff for me. So, all right, let's talk about the next thing here. we have Waller, a live-action TV series, which looks like will cause delays for Peacemaker season 2, but some of those Peacemaker characters will probably be in this Waller. What do you guys think on that? Where are we at on Waller? And tell me why this should be a checkmate.
I mean, Waller wants to control everything, so like her power grab is going to be interesting, and that's probably what this show's going to be about, based on some things I've read and the way I think DC is going to go.
Yeah, if people who watched Peacemaker the first season remember that it ended with the revelation of Task Force X. So I think Waller's going to have to deal with, the government thing. You sent supervillains on Black Ops missions and stuff like that. But there's another comic that may influence that. In the comics, Waller was part of a secret organization called Checkmate, which used dubious means to keep the peace. And other characters have joined, including Mr. Terrific and Mr. Bones from the DEO, who is just a walking skeleton. So it would be a nice way to do a political thriller set in the DC universe and introduce more characters. So I'm definitely down. Plus, Viola Davis is a phenomenal actress. So
shit, yeah. I mean, she like is the key person to really keep, because like if you want to have someone who's power hungry, she's great. Like even in the first Suicide Squad movie, she's like the best thing in it.
Totally agree.
Yeah, well, same. I'm very excited for that.
I think there's going to be some people wanting to grab power in the way the DC is going to be structured, based on some of the stuff I read in the Authority, because the Stormwatch was the group that Authority comes out of. And the Weatherman basically is a guy who can control who they're going to help and who they aren't.
Oh, it's just
very much like Waller. Mm-hmm. And there are some people who are going to be pivoting for power, and I think it'll be cool to see on the DC level do a Game of Thrones or a political type story, and having her as a key component will be great. If we get a Weatherman from Stormwatch, it's got to be someone who can hold their own with her in a scene.
Yes. Who I would love to see as Bendix, Corey Stoll, because he was really great in House of Cards. And I'm just going to say, in the first Ant-Man, he was basically playing a cross between Lex Luthor and Henry Bendix. So he would be great as that.
And Bendix was just a big part of the recent Superman run.
I feel like we're going to see Corey Stoll pretty soon.
Yeah.
Or at least his face, deep faked on to somebody else's thing. So.
Yeah, that one did look pretty great.
That was pretty cursed, I think.
But he is a great actor, man. That first season of House of Cards is so good because of him. And then when you see him as Yellow Jacket, he's so underused. You're like, you could have done so much more. Like it could. I mean, I don't want to bash Ant-Man because I do love it and watch it over and over again. I just feel like he is so underutilized when you see how great he is in House of Cards.
Yep. Cool. Let's talk about. Since I'm going in order, we're gonna have to talk about the big one, the blue boy, Superman, which feels like Superman Legacy. This is a movie set out to come out on. They already have a release date of July 11, 2025. Wow. Which I didn't realize that was. Everything feels like it's so long, but it all goes by very fast. So this is something that James Gunn is personally writing as well. From what we've seen in his tweets, this is going to be not based on, because I think he talked about, he doesn't want to he's not really bringing any specific stories, but just he wants to bring the feel of some certain comics, and looks like Superman All-Star is what he wants this one to feel like. So how do you guys feel about that?
Love it.
I am so excited because the first page of All-Star Superman is the best because it sums up Superman's origin in a single page. And if Legacy opens up with that, I am gold.
Yeah. I think we're at a point where, like, do we need any more, like, we don't need origin stories for a lot of these people, right? We just give me like a quick.
My mother's never read a comic book in her life, but she can tell you Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man's origins. Those guys are good.
Yeah, and that's that's the great thing about All Star Superman is it takes the love you have for the character and just assumes that you know these things. And even if you don't, like some Silver Age knowledge is necessary to read that, you go dig it up because you love the way he uses those pieces in there.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
like the way he has the key to the Fortress of Solitude is like from a Silver Age story, but Morrison just drops it on the way he gets into the Fortress of Solitude. Um, it's
Yeah,
just
they do a really good job just encapsulating like the like taking 50 years of a character and just kind of distilling down their essence into it. So yeah, Morrison.
but that is like the end. That's Superman looking at his end of life. That's a very interesting thing because it assumes you know everything and this is going to be the end. So how is he going to have a young Superman who's going to do this story unless he's? I'm curious if he's seen by like maybe a alternate dimension Superman as like
Henry Cavill's watching the movie.
Well, I was going to say like Brandon Routh does the best Kingdom Come Superman. I mean, he's the only one who's done it, and that bit of sadness is interesting to see in a character who's built on hope.
Yeah. Yeah. So I did pull up that page that CJ just mentioned because having the DC Infinite app, I could just go in and look at all these books. And I mean, well, first of all, Frank Quietly, oh my goodness. But
So
I
good.
love it. I love it. And then from there, like after these 4 panels, boom. Like this is definitely, if you're trying to capture this feeling into a Superman movie, that makes me very excited.
Yeah.
Because I do love that. So
that would be so amazing to see on screen.
I'm excited to get back into some Frank Quietly stuff, and that people will start to know him. Maybe he'll do more work because I haven't seen any one of his books in a while. But All Star.
Yeah,
Superman,
he's done. I know he's done covers and stuff. I picked up his Nemesis Reloaded cover.
Yeah.
Which I forget how good he is also like at violence because of his stuff. Like I usually don't associate it with that, but like he's just
when
really
we get
good
into
at
the
stuff.
Authority, we'll definitely see some violence. He does it so well.
Cool. Next up, something that's very near and dear to my heart: the Lanterns live action TV series. They've been teasing us with a Lantern show for years now. Like I think J.J. Abrams was gonna do something, and then like something like HBO Max is supposed to be having a. They've been working on a Lantern show for a long time, and I
The
do
last
think
animated one was pretty good.
the Jon Stewart, I love that. I love that stuff, and it is unfair that we don't give DC the like. Whenever they do a good animated stuff, like that's never brought up in the conversation of like, look how good things they can do good things.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But it gets handled so badly, it got canceled after 3 seasons.
Yeah. I do like that they're gonna focus on 2 lanterns, although I wish Kyle was part of that because Kyle's my boy. But we're gonna get Hal Jordan, we're gonna get Jon Stewart. I also really interesting that they picked art from the Earth One series, which is a really different take on the whole Green Lantern mythos. But I'm excited for this one very much so because I do love Green Lantern. I think that movie just did so much damage to the property in live action that although if you have listened to our past few episodes, Kyle doesn't think that movie's as bad as it is. So
I can't figure out why. Like, what does he see in any scene of that film that is redeeming?
So, CJ, quick question for you: Green Lantern or Black Adam?
Green Lantern.
Which
Black
one do you
Adam.
like more? Okay,
okay.
That's the correct answer. That's not the answer that Kyle has been giving us. So, he really did not enjoy that Black Adam movie.
He says, that just kind of blows me away because even at the end, like you're getting to see the JSA, you're getting to see some cool stuff,
Yeah. Anyway,
I just can't even imagine rewatching that film and it getting any enjoyment from it.
But in the next few months, we're gonna put out a Patreon list for if you're a patron of a certain tier, you can make us watch one of those movies on the list, and Green Lantern is gonna be part of that list. So there's gonna be movies that we don't necessarily enjoy, or that we actually dislike, but we want to revisit some stuff, because I think there's some stuff that maybe we've unfairly not revisited, but there's some stuff that deserves us to not revisit it. So keep an eye out for that on our Patreon. All the links will be on our
CJ,
YouTube
do you
and
have
stuff.
like a bottom tier of films that it would take money for you to watch again?
Yeah, you'd have to pay me an obscene amount of money to watch Fantastic again. I can't do it.
What about if I only make you watch the first 40 minutes of the movie? Is that cheaper?
Still gonna have to pay me, man.
Do I get a discount? Because I think the first 40 minutes of that movie are not that bad. It's when you get to the time jump.
Yeah,
that
and
shit goes off
everything
the
is
rails.
just the story is so whack.
It's a pretty cool sci-fi.
That it had so much potential. Like, you know, like even when movies fail and they try to set up stuff, like you're setting up some cool things, so you have the idea that this could be neat. But
anyways, back to the New Hope and Green Lanterns in the future.
Yeah.
CJ, what do you think? What are you excited for? What do you want to see in this TV show?
I am really excited that we will finally be getting Jon Stewart, because Jon Stewart is the guy that most people think of when they think of Green Lantern. So that will be fun. I also look forward to the dynamic that Stewart and Jordan have, and how this might think, because Gunn has said that Lanterns is going to be a key piece of the story going forward, and that Jordan and Stewart are investigating ancient horror, and that sounds to me like Blackest Night down the line.
Yes.
Like, notice how he said lanterns, and how Denny has pointed out that they're using concepts from Green Lantern Earth 1, and in that series, Jon Stewart was a yellow lantern. Maybe maybe we might see them. Maybe the reason there's no green in there is because they may not be Green Lanterns all the time, because there's different emotional spectrum, and if we do get Blackest Night, that's an easy sell. Superhero zombies. That's a license to print money. So the potential is endless, and I really look forward to seeing it. And I hope it's cast well and they get the creative, because it sounds promising as hell.
Oh wow! As the first big DC event, having Blackest Night would be incredible.
Because how else? Because how superhero zombies? That is a big event.
Yeah,
waiting to happen.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they had not tried that. Like they didn't try that to capitalize, like when The Walking Dead was like at its peak. That they never thought like, or even Marvel, like they never thought like, oh, let's finally do Marvel Zombies. They gave us like 30 minutes of Marvel Zombies, when they could have built a whole TV show around it.
Ironically, there is a Marvel Zombie spinoff coming soon. So,
okay, well, good. I mean, I do hope they lean more into the comic. I enjoyed the first. I enjoyed all the comics, even though they got real weird after the series 4 or 5. They really went off the rails, but I do like how there's a loop bringing everything kind of back to the original, like plot wise. So, anyways, go read those comics. Go read the Earth 1 comics. I think there's 2 Green Lantern ones.
There's 2 volumes.
Yeah, Gabriel Hardman's art is magnificent. Like, if anything, I like that some of these artists were probably not even. Well, I don't like that they weren't told, but I like seeing their surprise that like, oh, my art is being used to promote all these things. Gabriel Hardman was one of those people that he retweeted like, yeah, I did these. Go read my books. They're really good. Cool. All right, I think we're at the mature part of the list, and I'm gonna let you guys take this one because I have not read much of The Authority. So, The Authority live action movie. Clay, I'm gonna let you go first, just because you have all these giant books with you.
Yeah, and my other camera is not working now, so I can't show off everything. But The Authority comes out of Stormwatch, and Stormwatch was a Wildstorm series back when Jim Lee was part of Image. And so since he joined DC and he sold everything to them, they're trying to incorporate it. I've seen Grifter was in Flashpoint, the animated movie. I've just seen a few characters integrated a little bit, so it's kind of interesting to see. But Stormwatch was essentially like the Justice League. They were a world response team to problems, and they had a guy run it like Amanda Waller called the Weatherman. And each story kind of like Warren Ellis was the writer during the end of its run before it becomes The Authority. So it's Warren Ellis and Tom Rainey on art. And I'm not really going to talk a lot about Warren Ellis because he has a complicated background. I hate that I don't have the site ready. What's this?
Yeah, we'll have that in the description of the video afterwards, so you guys can go get informed. But you know, we just want to throw that out there. There's definitely some stuff that it's not ideal for the author. But hey, listen, we want to talk about the actual books and the content of it. There's a lot more people that worked on these series too, and we're going to be seeing it in the future. So it's definitely something we want to make you aware of. So make sure to go check that out in the description. It'll be on there after the live stream ends. So go ahead, Clay, and I'll pull up some. I know you were talking about like they're kind of like Justice League, and if you don't believe me, just look at this kind of homage to the Justice League International.
Oh yeah,
from the Morrison run. Like yeah, it is very exciting. So go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, the first one is Stormwatch, Force of Nature. It kind of gives you some of the team and how they operate. Warren Ellis starts cleaning house pretty early and starts getting rid of characters, killing characters. It's kind of fun to have the ability to just kind of wipe out a team and start adding people to it. So you start to see the building of the authority in this. The second one is Lightning Strikes, where we get more of Jenny Sparks, who is the ghost of the 20th century. She was born 1900 and she will live to the year 2000. Because these were all happening in the 90s. And the new child that would be born of the 21st century is Jenny Quantum. So I'm curious, we'll focus on Jenny Quantum in the Authority films because she is pretty much the spirit of the next 100 years. Let's see here. What is this? A Finer World. This is where we get introduced to Apollo and Midnighter, the Superman and Batman of Stormwatch. And if I have any request, we talked on this before the show, if we get an Authority team, please have Henry Cavill play Apollo, and please have Ben Affleck play Midnighter. That's the only thing I'm asking of James Gunn. Once you get into this, you get to see a lot more violence. Midnighter is a Batman unfiltered. He just creates violence and is just so awesome. When he gets into the Authority, he starts to mentally break down his opponents, and we can talk about that one when we get there. Change or Die is when Superman, essentially a Superman-like character, comes to Stormwatch or is battling Stormwatch because he offers a utopia to people. He creates a Garden of Eden that will supply you with whatever you want because he's part of a super team that has kind of just said, like, look, I'm going to dictate the way things are going to be. And this is really the where that we start talking about the power that the Weatherman has in who we're going to help and who we're not going to help. And it's interesting because the superheroes are like, we're just going to give people anything they want and then they can just figure it out. So they've almost reached this level of godlike that we've always knew the DC characters were. You know, they're above Marvel in the sense they're more than human, and they could. Superman and Wonder Woman are gods. It's great to see Warren Ellis's commentary on this, and then the final one is it's just a collection of some additional stories, but it's Stormwatch Final Orbit. It kind of ends the Stormwatch run before we get into the Authority. We start to get some of the team together in Stormwatch. We get to meet Hawksmoor, who is a man of cities. The origins on these are really strange, so I'm kind of curious how we're going to get to some of them. But Hawksmoor is a man who can travel between cities. He eats pollution and cleans it, but he also thrives on the good and bad of cities. So if there's crime, he stops it because it's such a cancer on the cities, and that's kind of his superhero part. We get to meet essentially what is Hawkgirl, called Swift. In her origin is kind of weird because when she meets Jenny Sparks, Jenny can actually cause some people to evolve with a charge. And so, yeah, there she is in the background, Swift. And at some point early in Stormwatch, Jenny just changes and causes her to alter more, so she becomes more bird-like through the series, which is really odd. But when it's drawn by Frank Quietly, it looks awesome. But during the Ellis run is 12 issues with Brian Hitch. Brian Hitch does some incredible art. We start talking about widescreen action when he starts doing this and starts this specific run. And it's incredible to see the layout, the scope. He makes you feel like you're watching a movie with every panel.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. Hitch is also known for designing the TARDIS. And so I'm curious if they would bring Brian back to help design. I mean, granted, we have the whole layout of the ship in here. We have what they call the bleed, which is where the Authority rides, which is between dimensions. So they're not quite here, but they're also fighting other enemies through another dimension, which we get in the story. A godlike being has taken over Great Britain, and they're in an alternate universe that is going to invade ours, and we have to have the Authority save us. The last story in here is freaking fantastic, and I love it because it is essentially like kind of, I want to say Lovecraftian type horror, but these worms from space come to Earth to start destroying or start reverting it back to like a methane air or something. It's just really fucking weird. But they essentially learned that these were like the gods of some level, and the Authority has to kill them or they're going to destroy Earth. A lot of fun. It's going to get really weird. What did you think of the Brian Hitch run, CJ?
It blew my mind when I first read it. I was like, this is crazy. It's superheroes, but it's also high concept sci-fi and
Political commentary.
Like, yeah, all the good stuff. And Hitch, like you mentioned, popularized the widescreen stuff and took it over to Marvel and did the Ultimates, which was a large inspiration on the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, yeah, he is like one of the most skilled artists ever, and yeah, dude is a phenomenon. And if we get like a fraction of that on screen, I'm just gonna be like, oh my god.
Yeah, because the Carrier is a ship that runs on a tiny galaxy. It's a sentient being that they somehow are able to. It takes them in and out of the bleed and takes them where they need to be, essentially.
That sounds a lot like, and it makes, I don't know if Morrison came up with that, if it was Ellis or whoever, but it sounds a lot like
Ellis.
Phantom X, who is a Morrison character, like his ship, the whatever it's called,
Eva.
The world. Oh yeah, Eva. Yeah, the world is the part that lives in. It's very complicated. Go Google Phantom X. As Clay was talking, I was checking. So DC Infinite has a lot of this stuff. And I kind of there's one thing I found that I kind of want. This logo in the Authority. How the hell?
Oh my god! I forgot.
I'm gonna read this. It's by Keith Giffen, Alan Grant, and Simon Bisley. So I know it's gonna be a banger, and probably very crude. I've seen Simon Bisley in person. I've met him before. I've been to one of his panels where he was drawing off against another artist, and boy, things got real wild there. But yeah, CJ, what else are you excited for about the Authority? I know. I know Clay kind of gave us a little rundown of everything, but what do you think?
I'm really excited to see. Like I like the whole team, but Jenny Sparks should be fun. You know, the whole power set and the whole acerbic British nature, and also. Gunn and Safran has said that the Authority is their springboard to bring in other Wildstorm characters, and Wildstorm has always been a part of the DC universe I would like to see utilized more. So, if we get that, I'd like to see more Stormwatch, Wildcats.
What's your favorite Wildcats run?
My favorite Wildcats run, I think, is the Chris Claremont brief run he did.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know he wrote
Wildcats. I will always go with the Joe Casey, Dustin Wynn, when they became like
a great
good corporate company that was just going to make everlasting batteries and just fix problems. That one's fun.
I am a big fan of. I mean, I know he's just talking Wildstorm characters like Grifter. Like, man, Jim Lee in the '90s was designing some bomb ass characters, and that one's one that I feel has like it's such a simple design of just the bandana around like in his face. Yeah, Grifter, I really like the design. Like, it's just such a cool. And I'm sure if we ever get him live, there'll be like thousands of Grifter cosplay at the conventions because it's such an accessible costume to put together. So I'm very excited for that.
Actually,
Yeah, but
Clay, you'll like this. On last year's Emerald City Comic Con, I met somebody who was actually dressed up as Zealot from Wildcats, like the whole swords and everything.
Oh, that's
Whoa.
good. Because that's not an easy cosplay to pull off.
Yeah, she pulled it off, and I was like, wow. And she loved that I knew who Zealot was. So yeah,
That's when it pays off when you pick an obscure character to cosplay and then one person recognizes it. It almost makes it worthwhile, right? Because there's at least two of you that know who that character is. So
Yeah.
cool. Let's talk about Paradise Lost, which to me
I have
felt
one
like
more volume of Authority to go through. the cool part that you mentioned, CJ, about how Brian Hitch's run on the Ultimates was kind of the springboard for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the guy who wrote it, Mark Miller, he has a 12-issue run with art by Frank Quietly, which is just beautiful. Like, I absolutely love the cover on this. I mean, just a team lineup.
Damn it. I promise I've done this before.
Yeah. So, we get, the happy couple, Midnighter and Apollo, Jack Hawksmoor, Swift, the Doctor, and the Engineer. Yeah. Now, the Doctor is probably my favorite character of the Authority because he is supposed to. They say he is a shaman of Earth. There's every generation there is a shaman of Earth, and the Doctor is this generation's. But he also has a really bad drug problem. He likes to party. These are not your heroes that you look up to. The Authority that was kind of the thing in the '90s was everything was going to be dark and black and creepy. And they made just dark superheroes. Yeah. And but it's great. It's fun. It's real disturbing. There is a version of the Avengers that gets put together to deal with the Authority. And I will say trigger warning for some of the things that happen to them because it is really messed up. But then that was the '90s. They would just write anything and you could get really messed up stuff. Like, that's how we got Garth Ennis and Preacher.
Mm-hmm. But to your point, to that point, Clay, and we were talking about this a little bit before the show. I think they have found very interesting ways to adapt some of that material from the '90s. I'm specifically talking about The Boys. The comics are edgy and weird, and I haven't read all of it, but I don't think like the show has just done so many smart choices about what to keep from this and then what to update. So I think if DC can do something very similar to distill the essence of what the Authority is in those characters and update them for the times that we are now, or even make commentary maybe about their origins from the '90s, I think they'll be very successful. And I think we could even end up with TV shows about the Authority or Wildstorm. Like maybe Wildstorm could be the spin-off TV show that comes out of the Authority. We were talking about bringing in the Elite, which are, I mean, they're really cool characters. If you haven't seen the Superman of the Elite, read the comic, but also there's an animated movie, or even Morrison's latest run with Clayman, I believe, Superman and the Authority. Like they're really interesting characters. These are all really interesting characters that I'm very much looking forward to seeing.
Action Comics 775 by Joe Kelly. What's so good about Truth, Justice, and the American Way, which was his like one issue commentary about what is Superman. And it was, and it's fantastic. It's an incredible issue. And so he created a response to the Authority called the Elite. And Manchester Black is essentially like the Jenny Sparks of the team. And, but just really oozing with evil and bad. Like Manchester Black is like, we'll save you at any cost. We don't care about anything. You know, they're on another level that the DC heroes. This kind of shows the kind of power that they have, because the Authority kind of doesn't care about people at one point. Like they want to help certain people, but they're actually warned by the president at the time. So Clinton appears in that run to tell them to kind of back down. God, there's like so much I want to get into.
We will probably do a follow-up Authority stuff later on, like closer to that. We'll definitely reach back out to CJ for that one, because I think you guys just really seem into it, and it'll give me more time to read some Authority stuff, because as much as I want to, sometimes I look at those 90s covers and I'm like, maybe later.
Oh, but you know what? The Frank Quietly covers from the Authority are fucking on point. They're so goddamn good. But you know, Swift's character is from Tibet, and there's some commentary on China and what's happened to, you know, her history. The Engineer is a character that just kind of shows up in the first issue as like a second engineer, because the Authority came together after Stormwatch, with people from Stormwatch joining some of the team that were working with, I forget the character's name. I want to say the United, who's like their Superman, essentially. And it's weird because Stormwatch gets canceled just because of budgetary reasons. Like the UN just says, "Oh, we can't afford you anymore," so they get shut down. And the Authority is essentially made up with the superheroes who kind of want to make a difference. Like they don't want to just fight street fights. They want to bring down, you know, dictatorships, fascism, and like there's an opening where the Authority goes to a third world country, finds the leader, kills everyone else, throws the leader to the people, and essentially gives them. I think it's the Doctor tells them ways they can kill this man. Like, these are not really great heroes. These are really dark people, and the darker it gets is really in the second run. Who is it? By Miller. Like, he makes shit really kind of dark in here, but it's great and beautiful to see it through Quietly's art.
Oh, Mark Miller.
Mark Miller, yeah.
Okay, I was like, Frank Miller wrote the Authority too? I was like, oh shit.
Ruby Rapidelli.
Yeah, but when you see like the stuff from the Doctor, the way the Doctor sees the world and how he sees all the past Doctors and they advise him on things, I mean, God, if that's on screen, that'll be beautiful. I mean, there's just some amazing pages in the Authority that I hope we get to see live action. Cool. It is a darker book, but it's dealing with a lot of political stuff, and so there's like people are out to kill people. Like there is a scene where their giant man is blown up below the kneecap and is just laying in a city with two stub legs in pain, and you just get to see the Authority and this Avengers team fight and tear each other apart.
After watching episode I think 1 of season 3 of The Boys, nothing surprises me anymore about how you can kill a person in these comics. So if you've seen that, I think it was that first one where that guy goes into that other guy. Anyways, if you've seen it, you've seen it.
But by putting the Authority in this world, they have a counter to the Justice League. And I'm assuming there will be a Justice League, or does the Justice League come from the Authority existing because the Authority is manipulative and political, and the Justice League can be a counter to that?
Like, they're the reason that we need a Justice League. I mean,
yeah, people who are trying to help people, not just solve a problem.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, we'll revisit the Authority in the future. I think there's a lot there. I do want to talk about what I thought was the most like this is marketing announcement. The Paradise Lost action TV show. This was announced as like a Game of Thrones, but at Themyscira before Diana was born. So obviously HBO, even though they currently have a Game of Thrones type of show, they want another one for the future, which makes perfect sense. But either way, I am very excited because part of the things that I enjoyed the most about the past two Wonder Woman movies was the time we spent in Themyscira. And I read, we read comics of before, like back in the day when they had to kind of fight either the Greek gods or or just other deities and stuff like that. Or even if they just kind of go based on the feel of the latest run, the Wonder Woman Historia. Like
That's
if
what
they
I was
just kind
gonna
of
say.
bring some of that stuff, I think so. I think that would be really interesting. But CJ, what do you think about this Paradise Lost show?
It makes sense because Themyscira has a really big place, and there are plenty of Amazons you could explore, like Artemis. You could do Flora Yar potentially.
Yeah,
Or you could also do Nubia.
Nubia has such a rich history, like of like being like even from before. So yeah, you're right.
Yep. And I know one of my friends, Stephanie Williams, has written a series of Nubia comics that are amazing and could be the blueprint to great lead. And as you mentioned, Danny,
This is your friend wrote this book.
Yeah, the Nubia and Bumblebee story.
Yeah, she wrote in this book. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes, and yeah, and like you mentioned, the Historia could be great because again, showing the creation of the Amazon. So yeah, there's a rich thing that's happened to there, and I definitely feel that's a great way to build upon the Wonder Woman mythos and show, okay, what's special about this island full of warrior women.
Yep.
Yeah. What I'd love to see too is like we now know that shows can be done to the level of Sandman, like that. So when I look at a book like Historia and go, we have to portray gods, like that version of Zeus that's in the book is so cool looking, and like I want to see that come alive. Like I want to see some of the paintings and the work, like especially in the last book by Nicholas Scott. That artwork is fucking fantastic. But yeah, if this is going to be anything from the comics, I hope it's Historia.
Yeah. Cool. Now, we're going on to probably personally just my favorite announcement because I am who I am. This is the Brave and the Bold. This is gonna be the Batman Robin type of thing. There's so many things on here that I love about this announcement. First of all, the fact that we're gonna have 2 live action Batman, right? Because Gunn addressed like the Matt Reeves stuff still ongoing. It'll be part of this Elseworlds, which we'll talk about in a minute. Then the fact that they're bringing in Damian, who's such a brat. He's not my favorite Robin, but I do love Damian. Also, the fact that it looks like Gunn wants to pull a lot from the Morrison run, which is so expansive. There's so much there. Like I said, Morrison managed to distill the essence of Batman from all the Silver Age and the Golden Age, like, and just bring all that stuff and put it into a bit of contemporary time from when it was coming out. It was just such a fantastic run. So I am super hyped about this. I also really like the idea that we could have Dick Grayson be Batman for a while, because that's a big part of this Batman and the Batman and Robin run from Morrison. So,
well, would we see Disco Nightwing?
Now you're asking the real questions.
I think that would be. I mean, even if we just get it in a flashback, I think that
would be amazing.
That's the least we could do for George Perez, who gave us so much, to put Disco Wing in the live action somewhere.
Oh, I would love to see it. Now, his Gunn's recommendation was Batman Incorporated, right?
It was just the Morrison run. Yeah, overall.
Oh, okay. Well, I started Batman Incorporated.
Fall under that eventually.
Yeah, but that is part of it. Yep. A quick plug, RCB podcast, which I'm a part of. They have on one of their Patreon series. They just go through the whole run, like all of Morrison's run, which is fantastic. But CJ, how do you feel about this Brave and the Bold announcement?
It sounds awesome. Listen, I think one of the best things about Batman is his allies. Like the Bat family is so good and has so many great characters. So for Gunn to be touching on that is both separating it from Reeves, since Reeves has a Batman that's just starting out, and Gunn's will have a Batman that's a little bit more experienced, and taps into his. I believe that Bruce Wayne created Batman to be the person he needed all those years in Crime Alley. And the Robins, Batgirl, Red Hood, Nightwing, etc., all that follows. So for them to touch on that, on him building a family after he lost one, is just great. And as you mentioned before, this is Dick this will be a time when Dick Grayson is in there, so that would be fun. So how does Dick operate differently from Batman than Bruce did Batman? Because Bruce was all, I am vengeance, I am the night, and Dick is more of a wisecracker who everybody likes. So that'll be
fun.
I'm always curious because Batman trusts Alfred the most. Who's next? Who's his next three that he trusts the most?
I would say Alfred, Jim Gordon, and Dick Grayson are the three people in his corner, or at the very least, we're willing to be honest with them. So those three.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say maybe Tim Drake as well. Like maybe like he would be a good
Tim Drake
fourth.
Definitely, because Tim really helped Batman out during a rough spot. He was going through Jason Todd's death. So there's.
I will say I know there's people I've seen on some takes on the internet where are like, well, if you bring in Batman's Bruce's Wayne like actual son, like that lessens the other ones, and I'm like, I don't think you read the run. I don't think you understand how this family dynamic works. If anything, Damian probably struggled the most to join the family because Batman already had all these kids, kind of, right?
Yeah.
And he just, his approach was so different. He was raised very different. Like the whole, like you just really have to read the Morrison run. I think if you're new to Batman, it's going to be a bit of a tall order to kind of get into, but once you get going, I think you'll really enjoy it.
Yeah, I think the best use of the sidekick in films has, with a kid's sidekick is Logan. I mean, the way that you have that portrayed is like so perfect. Their relationship, with this man who's been alive for however long, and this kid who has a connection to, how. I want to see those relationships. I would love to see the different relationships between Bruce, Dick, Damian, Tim, all of them. Like what's the difference between them?
Yeah. All right, let's we could probably talk about Batman all day, just like the Authority. I'm sure you know what, we'll probably do a Morrison run.
I mean, I want to see Midnighter meet Bruce Wayne. I want to see Midnighter Batman team up.
They're just gonna grunt at each other like.
I want to see Batman have to pull Midnighter off of someone that he's beating to death.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I want to see Superman and Apollo team up. Like I want to see so much from the Authority.
There's so much. Excited. Yeah. All right, next one. We're getting a Booster Gold TV show. First of all, I think if you've been watching the Next Issue podcast, we've been asking for this for a long time.
Yes.
So thank you, James Gunn. We feel seen, we feel heard. So I'm gonna throw it at CJ first, since I think Clay and I have talked a lot about this already. CJ, how do you feel about this announcement for Booster Gold?
Oh, Booster Gold is right up Gunn's alley, especially with Peacemaker, because again, Peacemaker was dealing with the whole his messed up family and the fact that he's trying to be a better person, and Booster Gold kind of falls into that same role because he comes from the future and fakes being a hero, but then has to be a hero for real. So that is going to be great, and I hope that whoever's cast as Booster has the comedic chops as well as the emotional stuff.
Did you get to look at any of Donald Faison and Legends as Booster Gold? I mean, I don't think they ever actually called him Booster Gold. I don't remember.
They confirmed his identity as John Michael Carter, but sadly the show was canceled, and season 8 would have been Booster Gold. So
I also want to just touch on real quick. Dan Jurgens, creator or co-creator of Booster Gold, has a little thread on Twitter. I think you guys should go check it out. One of my favorite things about all these announcements too was seeing creators react, because unfortunately it feels like the comics are super disconnected from anything that's going on.
Yeah,
and I mean that
Brian
as far
Hitch,
as the creator.
Brian Hitch didn't know, but I mean he drew the Authority in '99, so it's old work for him.
Yeah, so go check this out, just because it really he starts with just really appreciating the reaction to Booster Gold, which as a creator I think that's probably one of the most satisfactory feelings. Like obviously getting paid for it would be even better, but at least people appreciating your artwork. I think would be cool. So yeah, go check that out. But Clay, any thoughts on Booster Gold? And then I'm gonna come back to you, CJ, about like what you would like to see, like what other characters Booster Gold should interact, all that stuff.
Obviously, I want to see him with Ted Cord. I want to see. I know they wouldn't put Nathan Fillion in the role, but I still think a Nathan Fillion Booster Gold would be so fun to see with an Alan Tudyk, Ted Cord. I know they're older guys that I'm just like, they would be fun to just see team up together. But that's kind of my wish. We don't really know what the story is going to be for Booster Gold. It'd be interesting if Booster Gold returned or is from the future and he comes back. Shit, I'm just having a brain fart on it. Like, we see it through his eyes. We see the DC films created through Booster Gold's eyes or the universe. So I would say cameos in every episode. I want to see like cool fucking heroes and villains in everything.
Yeah. CJ, what about you?
I would love to see more time travel stuff. Skeets has to be part of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's that. And as far as villains, there are plenty of villains you can face off, like Vandal Savage, Immortal Caveman, Perdegaton, Time Traveling Tyrants. There are just a few villains that he could definitely do. Oh, Kronos. That's a big villain. Yeah. There are plenty of villains that he could face off against, or heck, maybe show how his travels in the past are good or worse.
Yeah,
I think it would be great to lead into I can't believe this is the Justice League type show. At the end of the run, Booster gets to meet the Justice League team that we remember from the Giffen run, and see him meet Batman, Guy Gardner, Ted Cord. That would just be so much fun.
I think also a Quantum Leap type of show where Booster Gold, like, obviously he doesn't take over the body, but like he has to go and try to fix some stuff, or like where, like, I don't know, it could get really complicated. It could just really involve a lot of Elseworld things or like alternate timelines in the future. I also, for as bad as a lot of people didn't enjoy Heroes in Crisis, I just want one episode based on this page.
Yeah.
Where if you read Heroes in Crisis, these are kind of like the sessions, the confessional type of sessions that these heroes have about their issues. And I love that there's so much going on in like Booster Gold overall seems like a pretty happy-go-lucky person, but I think there's a lot more that sometimes he doesn't let on. Now this one kind of went a little too far because it spun into that whole the Gift story, which was really weird in the Batman series.
Yeah.
But I think like just the feeling of like a series like this, which we saw with Peacemaker a little bit, right? Like he's a troubled individual. He's got a lot of issues and he's had to deal with a lot of family stuff and just his upbringing. I think Booster Gold is also kind of a tragic hero because in the future he's kind of a loser. He just happened to come into this, he got this technology and he's able to come into the past and rebuild himself in a different image. But I think reckoning with his actual timeline could also be, and then there's also like the whole thing with his kid eventually becoming what's his name from Legends,
Rip Hunter.
Yeah, Rip Hunter. There's so much for Booster Gold to do, and obviously overall this will probably be a comedic take, but I think comedy it's embellished when when you have like some dramatic moments to offset a lot of that stuff. So yes. Cool. All right. Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow live action movie, which was pretty much told like this. So I know Gunn said a lot of these are not going to be adaptations of the comics.
But Tom King's part of his crew.
This one feels like he really just wants to do an adaptation of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. Now, CJ, have you read this book?
I have, and it's spacefaring Supergirl, and it was really, really fun. She has a sword. She's traveling with Crypto.
Yeah. It's definitely more of a fantasy take. I do want to say this is Tom King and Bilquis Evely, because Evely probably does not get as much credit as she should for this series. Yeah. The art in this series is out of this world, no pun intended. So make sure to go check this out. Clay, have you read this one?
No, but Shelby ordered it, so it should be coming in.
Okay, so yeah, that's another side effect, I guess we'll call it, from these announcements that I don't think Marvel's been fully able to capitalize on. That all these books that are kind of like that we're talking about, and that James Gunn and some of the creators have kind of brought to the forefront, they are being like they're number one sellers right now on like different bookstores and Amazon and stuff. Like, I feel like that's the one thing that Marvel still needs to finish off that bridge to get people back into the comics, because that's what we like to do in the show. Like, we always try to tie back into the comics. CJ, I know you're always also like, if you follow CJ on Twitter, which you should, great follow. Like, always talking about like, yeah, these are the comics. This is the source material. Like this, if you want more of this and you don't want to wait till 2025, you can go read this now.
Yes, definitely. I definitely agree. Like, at the end of the Shazam trailer, there was like, if you like what you see, here's some. So that would be stretch. Like, say, if you like Kang the Conqueror, here are books to read after you watch Quantumania. Like, yes, please, more of that, and also more free comics at comic book screenings. Because if you like this, give it. Take it out. Yes.
Yeah, and look, we know
Invincible
like
sold out within the series premiere. So yes, they're definitely please. More
people want people want more of the stuff. They just don't know like about it sometimes. Like, it is pretty intimidating sometimes getting. I remember when I first got into comic books back in 2012, like it was intimidating going to the shop and looking at it at the wall and everything. Like, even now as a veteran, like, you still go in and you're like, oh my god, there's so much. Cool.
Yeah, I couldn't get back into the X-Men if I tried, because I'd have to like spend at least $20 a week just to try to catch up.
Yeah.
Just get that Marvel Unlimited subscription.
No.
All right. We have one more thing to talk about as far as these announcements. So, and it's because we are children in this podcast. If you have heard the past few episodes, we've been talking about things. And yeah,
now we're going to talk about our Swamp Thing.
That's right.
And not our Man Thing.
Yeah, so go ahead,
The best thing that anyone's going to get out of researching Swamp Thing is going to be Bernie Wrightson art. It is just the most beautiful stuff to see. Him having a creature rise out of the muck and all the details he puts in it, the inking, the darkness, it's just so goddamn good. In the beginning, it was Lin Wein, creator of Wolverine, created Swamp Thing, and I believe Swamp Thing and Man Thing were created like within a month of each other for Marvel and DC.
I believe the art, like the creators were roommates at some point, I believe, and like they both had. There's a whole story that you probably know better than I do. Like there was a plant in the room, and they both kind of got a similar idea. It's very, very interesting anecdote.
But, it would be great to see Man Thing and Swamp Thing in live action stories, because, like, just Werewolf by Night, I was just so happy to see Ted show up. That just made my day. And I would say, like, if you're checking out Swamp Thing, everyone's going to recommend the Alan Moore run. Do you guys have other runs you recommend?
Scott Snyder's run is great. Yes. I know they know Snyder is the Batman guy, but he wrote a phenomenal Swamp Thing series that y'all should check out.
Yeah, Snyder is also the horror guy, and Swamp Thing really lends itself a lot to that. I will say, in the presentation, they use Fabuk's art from a one shot with Tom King, which I also really enjoyed. I'll put a link to the book as well afterwards in the description of the video. But like, if you just want to read it, I think I don't remember what the story's called, but it's just one. It's a one. Yeah, it's just like a 160-page story with Jason Fabuk art, which I love Fabuk. You guys know. So yeah, really, really exciting stuff. I'm pumped for Swamp Thing. I think I enjoyed the show that we got. I did drop off. Like, once they announced the cancellation, it's hard for me to like continue a show because I don't want to get too invested and then just not get any more. But as you can see, Clay. Oh, that's the.
I got both. I've got this. This was the series that was part of the.
Okay.
Streaming. They've got canceled because of a $40 million error, but it has the best look. Like it gets into some real gothic horror stuff, and it is fantastic. I'm a big fan of Blue Devil. You know, like the weird, obscure character from the '80s, and Blue Devil is in this, and I wanted to see more. But like as you get near the end of the series, you see that how they kind of wrap it up.
Yeah.
But I highly recommend checking this out for the visuals. Most of all, you get some incredible performances. You'll just get mad because as you watch them, you'll go, I hope there's more, and then you'll get to the end, and it bums you out. Do check out Dick Durock was the Swamp Thing in both movies and the TV show. The TV show is kind of a weird animal. I don't really know how to describe it other than kind of a Swamp Thing is the monster of the week, so he interacts with kids and goes on adventures. It was a weird series to pick up, and the two movies are very camp, but a lot of fun.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of Swamp Thing. I think the introduction of I hope they really stick to some of the more basic Swamp Thing stuff, and then later on they can evolve into like the green and the connection with it. With all that, I would love to see Animal Man eventually come into the fold once that's expanded.
Rot World would be amazing to see.
Dude, Rot World. Oh,
dude. But go into the red, like the way Animal Man. Like my favorite run was when he went to Vertigo. Like I know people will talk about Morrison, but like when he went to Vertigo, I believe Steve Pugh was doing the art, and Steve Delano. I think that's who was writing those at the time. And I just loved it because it showed a superhero who was a dad and how he had to balance being a husband, how he had to balance with his kids, and the way he saw the world now that he was connected to all the animals. And it became a very pro-vegetarian dad, and he had like one of his kids was a big meat eater, and they would graphically show in the art just how meat looked, and it was cool visuals. It was one of my favorite runs.
Nice. Okay, before we come into we want to talk about some of our own things that maybe we want to see as far as that. We did talk about a lot of reading recommendations. James Gunn had his own recommendations, kind of. So other than Supergirl, A Woman of Tomorrow, which that one was kind of the big one. Like I said, he tweeted out that he wants a lot of these to just feel like these comics. So All-Star Superman, which there's so many reprints of this. Like there's these comics because they are a little bit older. They're a lot more accessible as far as like how you can get them. Go check out your libraries. Go check out Hoopla, which is the library digital service. If you have the DC Infinite app, or just go to like used bookstores because these have been reprinted to death. Except I think Swamp Thing's kind of hard to find. Like some volumes of Swamp Thing are hard to find.
There are different volumes. Like the one I have is an Origin one. I know they've collected 5 volumes of the Alan Moore run.
There's so much authority, and I think we will definitely have to revisit this as well, just to kind of see, like maybe as we get some more news of what the authority is going to feel like and look like, we can probably put together some stuff for that. So we'll do a show on that in the future as well. I will never stop recommending Grant Morrison's run on Batman, just all of it, like Batman and Robin, Batman Inc. Like that whole thing. That Morrison writing Batman is one of the reasons that even into the New 52 didn't change that much, because obviously Scott Snyder took over the main series, but some of the other stuff like Batman and Robin continued on into Batman and Robin and Batman Inc. So
I do wish there was more Morrison Quietly stuff. I do love their team ups.
Yeah, they're just such a good team. And then Swamp Thing by Alan Moore, which Alan Moore is not the only, like we talked about, is not the only person that's wrote Swamp Thing, but I think it's definitely one of the like just longest runs. I like that they put it on their Black Label now as they reprint it.
Yeah.
So, but do you guys have any other things? Did you guys bring any other stuff to, like, reading recommendations for any of these series? I know we talked about a lot of them throughout just the conversation, but if we left anything out, we can talk about it now.
I would say,
And actually, CJ, I'm gonna open your article right now from Collider just to see. I'm sure. Did you read anything specific while you were putting that together?
Yes, I did. Frankenstein, Agents of Shade, it introduced a modern version of the Creature Commandos.
Okay.
And if you want to see more, read more, learn more about the Green Lantern mythos, Green Lantern by Jeff Johns, particularly. Yeah.
Everything up to the New 52 is pretty, like, I think even after the New 52 is like, it's still good, but I think before that it's still like Green Lantern Rebirth and all that stuff. It's super solid.
Yes. If you guys want another good Supergirl story, I also recommend Superman, Batman, Supergirl from Krypton.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I love that. That's one of the runs that I'm still hunting down a few issues of that I don't have yet.
And if you guys are interested in the Authority and want more classic superheroics, I definitely recommend Grant Morrison and Howard Porter's JLA, particularly the New World Order, because that is a phenomenal superhero comic. That's like,
yeah, it's so damn good. Like, I just remember when they said Morrison was going to be doing Justice League, and the art in it was fucking unbelievable, and every issue paid off. Like, that probably, with the Morrison recommendations, it'd be interesting to see if James Gunn adapts his Justice League. My personal favorite would be someone to adapt Joe Kelly's Justice League run, because he eventually he successfully made the Super Friends in the comic, and it's so great. Like, I just love that book because he just created, like, there weren't characters from the comic or in the show that were in the comic, so he just created them.
Yeah, so Derpy Entertainment in the chat. I forgot about, sorry guys, we got so much into this that I forgot about the chat. Thanks for watching live. Promiscuous Time Traveler visits us every once in a while. Derpy Entertainment mentioning it looks like we only have like 25% or to 50% of the slate, which James Gunn did mention this was not all of it. This was just a part of what they were looking into. I think the rest of the stuff, they're probably still trying to figure out maybe like what legacy actors they're going to keep moving forward and stuff like that. So like just logistics of all that stuff. So yeah, I think one thing I do want to address also, the name of this whole like chapter 1 or whatever James Gunn's calling it, it's Gods and Monsters, which I think, as CJ and Clay have mentioned, like a lot of these characters are very godlike. I think that's a big distinction from Marvel characters. Like a lot of the characters in DC, they are pretty much gods, and some of them are literal gods, like, you know. And then also monsters with like some of the creatures like Swamp Thing and the Creature Commandos. But what I wanted to talk about was, have you guys seen the Justice League Gods and Monsters animated movie? Because
yes.
I love that movie so much. I'm gonna revisit it now this week that it's kind of up in the, like, just because of the name. I think they took the same concept, and it's just such a fun thing. But I highly recommend that animated film. It's just really good, like a one-shot type of thing. You don't need to know anything going into it. So a lot of fun. I'm glad to use that name because also when people are Googling Gods and Monsters, hopefully the movie will come up and it'll also you can revisit. We do have a question here. Or not a question, a comment. I do think James Gunn DC on Endgame movie is going to be Kingdom Come from what he teased. That would make sense. I think even building everything up to like Magog being like ultimately one of the Endgame type of villains, like after a big chapter thing, because he's kind of both a god and a monster. If you've read some of that stuff, I really like that. So, okay, do you guys have any final thoughts or comments on the DC slate? I know I wanted to bring it up. I mean, I wanted us to talk about this first because we're already almost an hour and a half into this conversation. But do y'all have any final thoughts on this announcements?
I believe in Gunn. I mean, I'm a huge Guardians fan. The stuff he's done with superheroes has been fantastic. The holiday special, like he loves to play in that world. And I mean, like one of his first movies was the specials, so like he seems to want to have fun, and he's finding the right people. And that's the key. Like, he is head of creative. He's not going to be making all of these, but he is essentially going to help mold it. So the people he picks, I'm very excited to see who's going to manage some of these properties and where it's going to evolve to. Like, obviously, there's no Justice League listed, but we're going to get a bunch of pieces. Will there be a Justice League that's a counter to the Authority? You know, because we have a Superman, we have a Batman, we have a Hawk Girl. I would say the Doctor is more like probably like Dr. Fate in the DC world. And the Engineer, who would you compare the Engineer to in the DC world?
Honestly, I feel like with the Engineer's ability to manipulate metal and stuff, she always kind of felt like a techno version of Green Lantern.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That would be the counter to the Authority. You know, I'm just really curious to see. Like, there's a lot of cool things, you know, and rereading the Authority is a really dark place. Like that is an R-rated superhero team, and it's interesting that he's going to put it out there, and it may drive us to see a more hopeful Justice League, a more hopeful Superman.
And now, CJ, before I let you go, Clay and the comment from Derpy kind of triggered a thing that I forgot we were going to talk about because I didn't put it in the notes. James Mangold just tweeted out like a Swamp Thing image on like the day after the announcements, and I'm like, yes, please.
Yeah.
And then both the Hollywood Reporter and Deadline reported that he is in early talks to direct it. And look, Logan is a damn masterpiece. So if he does that, I will. If he does Swamp Thing, I will flip out. And you know what? I say go full circle. Bring back Hugh Jackman and have him play Alec Holland. Like, we know Jackman has the talent for it, and that would be a great thing. Yes, I know he's coming back as Wolverine, but I don't know. That would be awesome to see.
Whoa, dude,
I would like
that would make 2 Len Wein creations that Jackman plays if he does.
Yes.
I would like Sam Neill to play Swamp Thing.
Oh, that's an even better one. That would be awesome because he's done.
I think Sam Neill in his like Mouth of Madness, Omen, like the horror stuff he's done kind of adds to that element of Swamp Thing. I would just love to see that because just how the Swamp Thing deals with the green, the death of the planet, global warming. We're going to get into all these political issues. It's going to make the DC fanboys angry, but those are some of the best stories. I mean, Alan Moore really was, this pro-nature vegetarian character in Swamp Thing. And so it's so great to see. Hopefully those stories will be adapted. You said the Scott Snyder stuff was your favorite?
Yeah.
What was it? What were any of the main standout stories you remember from that run?
Rot World and the opening arc, like the struggle with identity, because again, that has always been a thing with Swamp Thing. Am I a man? Am I a monster? And that's kind of what's drawn me to characters.
Yeah.
Hellboy, the Thing, etc. I love those type of characters because it's just like, everybody thinks, oh, if you get superpowers, your life is awesome. No, sometimes it will suck, and Swamp Thing is a prime example of that. So
yeah.
All right, we got some. I definitely agree. I think where does Alec Holland stop and Swamp Thing begin? Is Swamp Thing even Alec Holland, or is it just like remnants of his memory? Derpy Entertainment has some choices for directing. If Gunn doesn't direct Superman, I'm gonna shut the first one down because
Bryan Singer's never coming back.
No, Bryan Singer, he's done. But I love Sam Raimi and I love Steven Spielberg. I think with James Gunn writing and one of these other creators, I think they could get that feeling of the All-Star Superman that we talked about. I mean, I'm sure there's so many directors that could capture that feeling, but these two definitely. Look, in Bryan Singer, he had a shot at the movie. I think Superman Returns, I think it's a fine movie. I remember there's some stuff that I didn't fully enjoy, but Brandon Routh as Superman, I think he really captured that feeling. So,
he's the best thing out of that.
Okay, now CJ, please let us know if you had any final thoughts. I know we kind of derailed with Mangold, but I did want to talk about that.
It's all good. I was going to bring up Mangold for my final thoughts, but I am genuinely excited. I love DC's characters. I think Superman is one of the greatest fictional characters ever created. I love Swamp Thing to death, so I'm happy that's Swamp Thing. And I am eager to see if the Authority. Bring it on. And I'm excited, man.
Yeah, I do want to see Superman face the Authority and the Elite.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be so much fun.
Manchester Black would be a perfect villain for a super villain.
Yeah, I want to see the Carrier. I want to see it travel through the bleed. I want to see visuals I've never seen before in the ideas that they put together in these comics, because it deals with multiverses that we are just commonplace with now. You know, I'm just excited about the Authority, and the Stormwatch reads are pretty fun just to watch. Kind of the destruction of the 90s is what I felt like. But then the books that come out of it are so 90s. You know, it's just funny to watch the evolution of comics.
I did Derby comment. See, I would let Ben Affleck direct that Batman film, though. I'm not mad at that. Look, Ben Affleck is a great director, I think. So go watch Argo if you haven't, and if you haven't, why haven't you? But go watch Argo, great film. I also really enjoy The Town. I think I don't know. If
The Town is amazing. That's another one y'all should watch.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on. So this was a lot of fun for sure. And like I said, we could probably spend 3 more hours talking about all this stuff. Hello, everyone. Daniel here from the Next Issue Podcast on a very special stream tonight. Before I introduce all my guests, this week we had a really interesting book come out called Ultimate Invasion from Marvel Comics, and I really wanted to talk about it. So I grabbed a whole bunch of people that know way more about the Ultimate Universe than I do, and we're gonna get into it. So I'll let them introduce themselves, and I'll start with CJ. You want to tell us a little bit about? Let's do our plugs up front too, because I know a lot of people sometimes drop out at the end of the stream. So tell us a little bit about yourself, because you're also meeting Mike for the first time. So
okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Collier Jennings. My friends and fans call me CJ. I am a writer for Collider, AIPT Comics, IGN, and that hashtag show. I also am a longtime avid comic reader. For 2 years, I used to host the Spire-themed podcast called Into the Spirecast. You can find me on Twitter at CJ Writes Things, and on Instagram and TikTok at CJ Writes Stuff, or I talk more comics. So, yeah.
great. Mike, could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, of course. My name is Mike. I'm the host of the I Read Comic Books podcast. We are a comic book podcast that's been running since 2015, where Danny is also a regular on the show, as well as 12, I think at this point, other people, or we rotate 2 folks every week to talk with me about different comic books from all sorts of different things. You can find me on the internet at Mike Rappin for the most part, or at To Comics. But I'm usually not on Twitter or Instagram. I'm very off social media recently, but you can find me every week on the I Read Comic Books podcast. You can listen to our show on iTunes, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts. And you can check us out at ircbpodcast.com.
Great. And for the first time on this channel, because we've had Mike and CJ in the channel before, Josh, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Name's Josh Espinoza. You can find me on most platforms at Comics and Dogs. Twitter's probably the most reliable, but as like everybody else, we'll see how long that lasts. Infrequent contributor, but long time, comics Twitter, fan, engager, community member. Love to support other folks, including Danny, CJ, and Mike at their various efforts. So excited to join the conversation for the first time, and I think like everybody else here, ages old comics fan, been reading since I was 8 years old. So excited to dig into kind of the latest iteration of one of my favorite childhood comics, getting back into the Ultimate Universe.
And that is a great segue for the first question I have for you guys. So we'll go around in reverse order. So we'll start with you, Josh, this time. Tell us a little bit about your history with the Ultimate Universe. Like, what were some of the books you read and, kind of that stuff?
Yeah, my introduction to the Ultimate Universe, I missed out on kind of that first wave of like Spider-Man, X-Men books. I wasn't really reading books at the time, but kind of caught up, probably what a lot of other folks did with that Ultimates, #1 debut. It was like 2003, 2004. Kind of the whole, like, we're finally doing the Avengers, we're finally, trying to make this as kind of hardcore as possible. The Brian Michael pitch, art was fantastic. So that was definitely what sucked me in. And then it was kind of, trying to get everything I could to, backfill the story on what's going on with, Ultimate Peter Parker, Ultimate X-Men, all those guys. And it was pretty much, just reading everything from there.
You got a particular favorite book from the Ultimate line?
Loving today's conversation. So we're going to be talking about Jonathan Hickman's work. My favorite stuff from the Ultimate line is some of the stuff towards the end when it gets weird. Those Ultimate Avengers when Hickman was on the book for a bit, still some of my favorite. And obviously, we're going to get into it a little bit later. But some of those characters, content that he was delivering at that time is, really what's coming back into focus. So I'm super excited about it.
That Ultimate Thor run was amazing. Like that little 6-issue miniseries that he did was just like blew my mind when I read it. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
Nice. Well, Mike, tell us a little bit about yourself and the Ultimate Universe.
So I'm a longtime X-Men fan. And I was always looking for, like, when I started to really get into comics, I was like 16, 17 years old. And I was looking for like some new X-Men beyond like the Grant Morrison new X-Men, because I'd read that. I loved it. And I saw this Ultimates thing, and I went to Barnes and Noble and grabbed this big compendium of the first 6 volumes of Ultimate Spider-Man. And I devoured that. Like, I was skipping math class to read comic books. Like, that's where I was in high school. I was like, just pulled out this huge tome of Ultimate Spider-Man, and I was reading it. Fell in love with that and decided, you know what? I can get in on the ground floor of all these volume ones, because I didn't really understand how comics worked back then. And I was like, I'll buy the volume 1 of everything. So I got Ultimates volume 1, Ultimate Spider-Man, Ultimate X-Men, Ultimate Fantastic Four, and I was in on all that stuff. I think I was a few years behind, maybe 2 years behind, but I was up to date. And as soon as those trades came out, I was getting them from Barnes and Noble. And so I read everything from the beginning of the Ultimate Universe, including stuff like Ultimate Daredevil, all the way through Ultimatum. And I think I picked up some stuff beyond that. Like, there was, again, that Jonathan Hickman stuff. As soon as I got that name in my head, I was like, anything with his name, I'm going to pick up. Before Warren Ellis was a bit more problematic, I was picking up everything with his name. So I was grabbing everything that he had put out in the Ultimate Universe. And then, of course, I heard about this Kirkman guy because I was reading this Walking Dead book as well. And he was doing Ultimate X-Men, for better or for worse, and so I read all of that, right? But yeah, everything basically from the beginning of the Ultimate Universe to Ultimatum I was really into, and then I kind of fell off, unfortunately, right before Miles became a character. But yeah, I was very into it. So all the early Ultimatums or Ultimate stuff I was really into, including like the Hickman or Mark Millar stuff with Ultimates and everything. So yeah, I know a lot about the early parts of the Ultimate Universe.
Interesting that it's kind of a different time than Josh. So CJ, are you gonna fill in those gaps? Or I feel like CJ might have read everything, but CJ, how are you with the Ultimate Universe?
I started really getting into comics around when I was in high school, and my library carried some, and among them were like the first 4 volumes of Ultimate Spider-Man. That plus J. Michael Straczynski's Spider-Man run was what got me into a Spider-Man fan. And I was like, "Ooh, this is so good!" And then I found the Ultimate X-Men run, and I was blown my way, because I was like, "Wait, Wolverine is working for Magneto, and what's it called?" And yeah, it just went from there. I was just like, this was way different from the Marvel universe I knew, and I kept following it. Mostly Ultimate Spider-Man, but also Ultimate X-Men on and off. When Bendis was on the title, I really followed that, and also Brian K. Vaughan, and also Ultimate Fantastic Four I liked. And then I dropped off around Ultimatum. I was not a huge fan of that, but then I picked up when I learned about Miles Morales. I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. And then, and then I read it up to, and also Hickman's stuff, like, he did, Ultimate Hawkeye, Ultimate Thor. Just, this guy was just, doing so much crazy stuff, and I followed him to Fantastic Four. And then, So I had read, it's a like, woo, woo, woo.
Yeah.
Kind of like a wavy line. Wavy line, basically. So that's my history of the Ultimate Universe.
Well, like I've said, I'm not very familiar with a lot of the stuff. I do remember reading a few things that turned out to be tie-ins to like regular Marvel stuff. So like, if any of you read the Marvel Zombies, you'll know that the Fantastic Four, the Ultimate book, actually tied in, and that there's a character there that we'll come to talk about in this book, because there's a through line for them. But yeah, so I read all those tie-ins with Marvel Zombies and the Fantastic Four, because that's kind of where things started.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also read some of the Spider-Man whenever I guess 616 Spider-Man would have to go to the Ultimate Universe and hang out with Miles. Like, I read some of that stuff.
Nice.
And then just everything kind of leading up to Secret Wars and the destruction of the 616 universe. There was a few times there too with some of the series. So that's really it. Only when I've been forced to read Ultimate Universe, I've really approached it.
Wait, so you don't care about this at all, is what I'm hearing, Danny. You don't even care about the Ultimate Universe.
Not from this side, not from the Ultimate side. I will say a lot of the X-Men designs are really cool. I find them really cool. Like I think all the character redesigns look amazing. So I would like after hearing you guys talk about the ones that you enjoyed, like I do want to maybe dive in more. But there's so much, and there's also like maybe so much that could be garbage that you know there's not enough time to sift through everything. But yeah, it's definitely a very interesting time in comics that you would have this completely alternate universe. So
yeah.
All right. Well, let's get into the actual book that we want to talk about. So we will be doing full spoilers for Ultimate Invasion. I was going to say Ultimate Universe. Ultimate Invasion #1.
Ultimate
that came
Power.
out this week.
Ultimate Squadron Supreme. I mean, which one do we want to talk about? There was a dozen timelines. Sorry.
Yeah. So real quick, let me talk about the creators because I think that's pretty important. Especially what they kind of bring to the table. This was written by Jonathan Hickman with pencils by Brian Hitch, Andrew Curry on inks, Alex Sinclair on colors, and letters by Joe Caramagna. And a quick synopsis here for everyone that's watching or will watch this later. The transformation of the Marvel Universe begins. Superstar creators Jonathan Hickman and Brian Hitch team up. The Illuminati must form once again. And that's kind of where they hooked me for this nonsense. But they must team up once again to stop Maker from his plans to destroy or perhaps rebuild the universe, with Miles Morales at the center of it all. And yeah, that's really a lot of what we get in this first issue. I'll correct that in a minute. Yeah, it's I mean, let's go back around. CJ, we'll start with you. What did you think overall of the issue before we get into the details?
I have always been intrigued by how Hickman builds worlds. Like this guy is thinking on a whole other level. Like if you read his Fantastic Four stuff, or the Krakoa era of X-Men, this guy is constantly building upon stuff and setting up concepts. Even when it's like setting stuff up, it's interesting, and that was the case here because again, it's touching on a lot of stuff he did with both the Ultimate Universe and the mainstream Marvel Universe. You had the Illuminati coming back. You had they're touching upon the destruction of the Ultimate Universe and Secret War. It's like Hickman was sitting back with all that history and using it to build something new. Mm-hmm. And I like that Hitch came back because Hitch was like, again, a huge architect, especially with the Ultimates. Like, again, this guy kind of had a huge influence on, the design of the Ultimate Universe, which in turn influenced the design of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like, if you go back and watch the first Avengers, there are panels that feel like they could have been illustrated by Hitch himself. So for these guys who had a hand in the Ultimate Universe to come back and bring it back was really good, and I loved where they're going with it and how it ends. And you're just like, I got to have more. But yeah, that's what my thoughts on it.
Now, Mike, this was on the top of your pile from our latest episode of RSCV. But what did you think? Was it worth your $9?
I mean, was it worth $9? No, absolutely not. No comic book, no single issue of a comic book under 70, 80 pages is worth $9 as far as I'm concerned. This is Marvel just like punching us in the face and saying, you can't do anything about this, sucker. But from a reader perspective, this was really cool. I love the idea of the Maker, right? Like, I know that I fell off the Ultimate Universe after Ultimatum, but like I was aware of the Maker because anything that Jonathan Hickman does where a character has a helmet on, I'm on board, right? Like, let's think about this. So it's a really cool character, and obviously a sinister version of Reed Richards is really cool. What I think is interesting is that, I love the idea of the Illuminati, probably one of my favorite things that came out of the Bendis era of running the Avengers, way back in the day when he was writing New Avengers. And so to see them all come back together for this thing where they have to fight an evil version of Reed Richards. And of course they pull in all of the cool stuff from the current Marvel universe on the whole. Like, this really reminded me of the stuff that I like about the Marvel universe, and that Hickman is one of those creators that is able to pull in everything to make a relevant and interesting story. I'm not saying that other creators couldn't, but like, I feel like CJ, you said this, like Hickman has this idea of like really big stories, bigger than we could ever think of. Like if you look at his Secret Wars run, you look at his Fantastic Four run, you look at what he's done with Krakoa, like he clearly knows how to pull in a lot of continuity garbage and make it into something that is just a really tasty morsel for us readers. And with Hitch on board, like this is a beautiful issue from beginning to end. I'm like, this is peak Big Two comics in the best ways, and Hitch is clearly the best artist they could have gotten for this. So I'm really glad to see them come back to do this new Avengers story, because Hitch started that Ultimates run. I'm really excited to see this new era with his art on board.
All right, Josh, what did you think of the issue overall?
Yeah, no, I just gotta, agree with Mike, in terms of Hitch being on board. I think that was a huge, part of why, this just felt seamless in terms of being Ultimates, and very clearly an Ultimates book, but also something completely new. And, with that Jonathan Hickman edge of, I don't really know what's going on, but I'm sure it's going to be fine, and I'll understand it by the end of the run, which is, I think an experience a lot of readers have with these types of books. But I think it's, it does a great job of capturing a lot of the, kind of energy of the Ultimates, especially out of the gate with kind of even just the heist scene. Like there's a part of me that was like, this is, Jonathan Hickman writing a Mark Millar book or Mark Millar book. It's like, it's action packed. It felt like something straight out of like 2005, with the Hitch art. And then, we got to something more cerebral, something where I had to, open the Marvel Wiki, on my computer side by side and be like, is this something that he's referencing? Is this a new thing that he's inventing? Like, at a certain point, I had to, give up caring and just, enjoy the story. But, I agree, it's everything that I want out of a Big Two book in terms of, being exciting. And also not getting too bogged down in the weeds, Well, especially when we talk about like the Illuminati, Secret Wars. These are stories that Hickman built over, multi-year, incredibly complex, plot arcs, a lot of detours along the way with, different event tie-ins. And, he drops us right into the action without worrying too much about answering all the questions in the background. As a fan, I'm really excited. Like, I love Hickman writing Black Bolt. Black Bolt's not a character we get to see that often anymore. So I'm, whatever we get out of him in this arc, I'm really excited to see what happens. And it's fun to just see, I think, Hickman clearly playing with some toys and some characters that he's always enjoyed, kind of picking them out of even kind of current Marvel obscurity and, giving them a time to shine again.
Great. Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, as far as my excitement level, I went ahead and put together a stream to talk about this book, so you probably know how I feel about it.
You hated it.
Real quick in the chat, we'll definitely talk about the Illuminati. Kev. And then we'll also talk about Spider-Man because there's a lot of Spider-Man in this book, which I really like, and I'll talk about why I really enjoy that. But let's talk about, I kind of broke this up into a few parts. So we kick off this issue with like a mercenary group, right? And they're entering this facility. We don't really know exactly what's going on. We eventually get a diagram, which is very Hickman in the middle of the page. And we discover that the one that is in this black box facility, whatever, is Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe. And boy, Brian Hitch does such a good job. Just like this is one of the pages I pulled, but there's so much more. Like just that whole opening scene looks really cool.
He's so handsome. I mean, he draws such a handsome Reed Richards. Like I can't get it out of my head. It's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't look super evil,
right?
But man, like immediately after he opens his mouth, you know that he's like 616 Reed Richards already kind of worrisome, but this dude like completely takes it over the top. And at this point, just kind of feel free to chime in as we go. But like this heist was really fun. Like just this whole thing, this whole sequence up to like him kind of walking out of this vault, which I think I have. Yeah, right here. Oh
it's
my
pretty
God.
brutal. Like this.
I was
like, go ahead.
I was like, oh my God, what the heck? But also, I'm just like, this is totally something only Hickman could write and only Hitch could illustrate. Because if you read those early Ultimate issues, Hitch was playing with some great body horror, and this turns out because again, the idea of a guy who can stretch his molecules is fairly disturbing, and they do that. So yeah.
When he mentions the DNA, I was like, oh, something weird is about to happen. Because he had to get all these specific people, and then kind of the way he unfolded that, like just by talking to like all the therapists, that he just kind of made them do that unconsciously. That's some like Hickman level, like 3 or 4. Like he just loves doing that kind of stuff where it's like 5 or 6 steps ahead of what you think that's happening.
Yeah, it's the classic Hickman, like gears within gears, right? Like Reed Richards is clearly playing the biggest game, right? I think we see throughout this whole issue that this evil Reed Richards, this maker character, is playing a humongous game. And I think even Iron Man, all the characters in the Illuminati, they talk about this, about how this Reed Richards is playing a game, like he's being obvious with these redundancies and these power signatures and all these different things, because he knows that all these characters in the Illuminati are going to catch on to him because he's trying to prove a point. And I love that the way that Hickman writes this character is that he's so obvious, and it's obvious to us as the reader, but it's also obvious to the characters, which means that there's something crucial and critical going on here that we have yet to be revealed. And the fact that this is only a 4-issue series blows my mind, because I felt like we got a lot and also nothing in this issue as to where this story is going to go, which makes me very, very excited as a reader. Like, I know I paid $8.99 for this issue and I'm very mad about it, but if I have to pay another $8.99 for 3 more issues, I'll do it, because you've got me hooked. And I'm super mad about that. I'm like, I told myself that I wouldn't do this for these types of comics, and yet here I am buying this issue for $9 because I just got to know. I can't wait for the trade on this one.
I'm right there with you, Mike.
Yeah. Let's see. Man, the body horror on this one.
It's a lot. It's quite a bit.
Like, yeah. This stuff.
And I think choosing to use this as kind of the intro to the book made a lot of sense, because if there's one thing that I think especially the Ultimate Universe got kind of known for, and then around the Ultimatum era kind of criticized for, was kind of leaning too much into that 2000s era, like hardcore, everything's got to be gruesome, everything's got to be hyper violent. And I thought that this struck a great chord where it was kind of the intensity, the malevolence that we're getting from the maker character. Ultimate's always going to have that vibe of like, what if it was all the heroes you love, but with way less of a moral compass? And there's kind of a no character where that's scarier than Reed Richards, smartest man in the world depending on the time frame, and letting him go fully unleash a plan that he's been working on clearly for years, I think was a great choice to kind of get us in that intensity, give us a peek at that body horror, and then move the story along into the the next element without getting bogged down in it.
I pulled specific pages that just kind of really caught my attention. This one was one of them, because not only the angle at which Hitchman does this panel, it's very askew. This is, I think, him going into Cerebro, or I think he goes into like some kind of facility or Cerebro or something. Like, this is where he's leaving the clues for the Illuminati. But I love this panel here, and then they're all wondering. This is when we get the reveal of like the band's back together, right?
Man.
Which we hadn't really seen, I want to say, since
Secret Wars.
Yeah.
Secret Wars, yeah.
Right? The last time we saw this group was they were trying to stop the incursions, and like, clearly they suck.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's just like they were slipping down that moral slope, and it's fun. And it's funny because it kind of, if you guys have read New Avengers issue 1 by Hickman, it opens with Reed saying everything dies, and to hear that from a leader of Fantastic Four is just like, oh my God. And it's funny because that's the inverse of the maker. He's trying to bring something back to life. So I really like that parallel.
So that issue is one of the, whenever I started reading comics and I opened on my first pull list, that New Avengers title with the Jacques covers, that was one of the first 5 books that I added to my pool. It was kind of the fresh start. I do want to address this question: why is his head shaped like that? It's just a helmet. He has a regular shaped head.
If you
is
read
good.
Hickman books, people are going to wear helmets. That you just got to
Yeah.
get used to that. You just got to get
Exactly.
see,
Look at what Xavier's rocking
Twitter.
a new Cerebro on his head. So yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, if you go back to the on that one, it's kind of funny. If you go back to the Hickman original Avengers, I don't know if they ever really kept it around, but the original reason is that it goes back like that is because being Reed Richards, he can expand his brain, his body into whatever size he wants. So it was always this idea, like, how can Reed make himself, smarter? Well, let's
Yeah.
get a weird xenomorph. I love that, xenomorph looking helmet on us, and then use that to basically extend his skull out like a foot and a half
Right.
back. So
Yeah, somebody said he looks like a xenomorph, and I think that's the first thing that came to my head when I saw that helmet. But also, aren't xenomorphs like the coolest thing you've ever seen? Where's
Exactly.
the problem?
Mhm.
What's the problem here?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Also, very glad to see Black Bolt. I don't
Yeah.
know when the last time I saw any Inhuman other than Kamala was.
What happened to the Inhumans? Did anyone know? Admittedly, I've not been keeping track of the Inhumans. The last thing I read was the Saladin Ahmed Black Bolt book, and then who knows, right? I have no idea what happened.
Well, okay, I can actually answer that. In the Death of the Inhumans series by Donny Cates and Ariel Olivetti, most of the Inhumans were kind of genocided by this being named Vox. Some of them did survive and managed to, as we see, make a new colony, including Black Bolt and Lockjaw. Because again, if they killed Lockjaw, I would have rioted.
I think we all would have.
Yeah.
But I mean, this 4-panel layout of like this dude just walking into everyone's like kingdom like it's his house.
Yeah.
And what really got me was the last one here, right? Because we know these gates, like Hickman set up these gates to only be used by mutants.
Yeah.
So it's very Hickman of him to be like, well, but this one guy I'm writing can also do stuff too.
Yeah. He loves.
I mean, if anybody can figure it out, it's Reed Richards. So
yeah. I was gonna say Hickman really likes to set up these rules and then establish them in a way that they cannot be broken, and then immediately find a way to break them. Like that's comics 101, I think, at this point. Like if you've been reading comics for long enough, you know that any rules as written are bendable and breakable at will, depending on the editor or the publisher. But like I feel like the Krakoan gates were really rigid. Like a lot of the Krakoan stuff was like significantly rigid until Hickman decides, well, maybe things are a little bit bendier than I thought. So it's interesting to see that come up in this issue.
It was 616 Richards who figured out how to stop somebody from being a mutant with his son. So it would make sense that the other Reed Richards would figure out maybe how to make somebody appear to be mutant for the gates. So it's all there. I guess that was Chip Zdarsky, but still, it was all through the stuff.
Yeah.
Also, the Atlanteans got it the worst, I feel, because they're the only ones that actually suffered casualties that we see on the panels.
Yeah.
Right, everyone else is like he just kind of walked into an empty room. I'm sure there's carnage that we don't see in the panels, but like the Atlanteans feel like they took it the worst. And what the Illuminati are concerned about the most is that he's grabbing all these things that are redundancies, right? He doesn't need 2 gates. He doesn't need like 2 of the staff or whatever. Like he's grabbing like 2 pieces of each thing just to, as they say, leave kind of his signature behind and get them all back together. Because I guess technically they're kind of the ones that destroyed his universe. All the way back.
Kind of, right? Like, can you blame the 616 universe for saving itself when in the situation of like it's us or them? I don't know, right? Like,
I mean, you can if you're from the other universe.
I know. I don't know.
All right. Any more Illuminati stuff before we move on to what I think it's probably my favorite part of this series?
I have like one complaint about the Illuminati. So this is kind of a problem when Hickman does these big books in general. Like, don't get me wrong, I love all this stuff. Powers of 10, House of X, some of my favorite comics from the last decade easily. However, just like Powers of 10 and House of X, all of the characters are written the same, with the exception of, I think, the Reed Richards of 616 and the Maker, right? Those are the two distinct characters in this. Everyone else is written in like this really wooden way. I felt like I was just reading dialogue that could have been said by anybody, especially with the Illuminati. There's 6 different people on the Illuminati. Anybody could have said any of the lines that were there and it wouldn't have made any difference. And so to me, like this whole issue kind of felt really wooden in that regard. But otherwise, this issue was great. I just like, that was the only thing that kind of got under my skin about this. Is like, why do you even bring the Illuminati in if they're all going to sound the same? I don't know. Yeah. That was just my one little gripe about the Illuminati, I guess.
Yeah, we didn't even get one Imperius Rex. So like, what's
the
point of bringing them more in?
No Imperius Rex. I'm doing this point.
So I was gonna look up how many of the Ultimate Universe characters kind of moved over to the regular 616, but I didn't. But I mean, we know Miles is here, right? And I do like how subtle but not subtle is like how Miles really now belongs to this universe, because the Ultimate Universe characters, they normally speak in lowercase in their lettering. But Miles used to talk in when the book first launched, he still had the lower cases, but now he, I guess, acclimated to this universe and his dialogue is the same as everyone else's, which I think it's a really, I hope it's intentional, and maybe I'm just putting a lot more. I don't think they would let something like that slip because the Maker is the only one that still has the lowercase I was gonna say subtitles, the word bubbles.
Yeah.
But I like that he went to visit Miles. I feel like that makes sense because it's like they're kind of kin because they're from the same universe.
Yeah.
So kind of give him a chance.
I thought this was a cool moment, but it felt almost like out of character given how violent Reed Richards or the Maker had been in the previous couple of pages. It was like all of this crazy stuff he was doing, and then he's like, "Hey Miles, I'm going back to our universe. Call me if you want to go." And he just disappears. Like, it felt, I understand why, right? Like, they're the only 2 people left from the Ultimate Universe, but it did almost seem out of character for him to care about somebody else. Like, I don't know if anybody else got that same vibe, but it felt a little weird to me.
It felt like the Maker kind of, feels very manipulative to me. So I feel like he has grand plans for Miles. He's like, okay, I'll win the kid over by being charming.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But I also love Miles's role in this book because, again, at this point, Miles has become big again. 2 big movies to his name. Has become a fixture within the universe, and has become the Spider-Man.
Yeah,
has become the Spider-Man for a generation. So of course he would play a huge role. And again, it also makes sense because again Hickman utilized him well in Secret Wars because again, reminder, Doom's plan fell apart because Miles gave the Molecule Man a hamburger.
Yeah.
So I love that Miles is coming.
Yeah,
to be honest, I love that.
That's actually how I read the entire interaction. It's like their fates were sealed by their various interactions with Molecule Man. I think the Maker gets undone basically in kind of the room that he's living in because he never has food, and then of course also betrays Reed and towards the end of Secret Wars. So it was kind of funny where there's a part of me that's like thinking like does the Maker like is he just jealous of Miles that like he actually got set up with a nice new life, everybody came out of the Secret Wars kind of liking him, and everyone in the entire multiverse just hates the Maker now, and everybody thinks he's kind of a creepy guy. So it's interesting to kind of see those 2 spiral out of that story and kind of be polar opposites of each other. And I did just do the little quick search, Danny, just because it's always been an interesting point. I think as far as Secret Wars are concerned, those are the only 2 characters that made it out of the Ultimate Universe. And then if you were reading Ultimate X-Men comics at the time, there was this whole other weird group, namely Wolverine's son, who came over and hung out in the 16 universe for a few years.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I think Hickman has maybe wisely swept that under the rug with the whole redux of Krakoa and the entire X-Men line. But
I think he was just in a book. He was just in a Wolverine book recently when the whole family got together. They brought him in. James, right? His name is James.
yeah,
Jimmy Howlett, yes.
Jimmy Howlett. Yeah. I think I believe I just read him in something because I had to Google like who the hell is this guy that has Wolverine powers, but it's not Wolverine and it's not a clone. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense that you would bring a Wolverine. That's Marvel's most popular character, so you want to have as many as you can. Now this book is broken up into two big chapters. So obviously, the first chapter is going to end up with like the most bombastic superhero fight, and I think this is where Brian Hitch just like really rules as an artist. Like so many different characters, and everyone's like in a different pose. Like just all this stuff. This is some of the stuff I love the most about the issue when you can really get down to it. And like, yeah, it's a big superhero fight. But I don't know. It's just kind of cool to look at all the little details. I don't know how long something like this would take to do as an artist. Because these are both, I think this is just a small panel, but the other one was a double page spread.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is where I realized that, Brian Hitch is the guy to do this type of stuff.
Yeah.
Hitch popularized what is called the widescreen effects, like in the Ultimates as well as the Authority. Like he drew the kind of big bombastic stuff you could only see like in a big blockbuster movie, and that's kind of what it feels like a big sci-fi movie. Only you're reading it in your hands. I love that. I love how it kind of underlies the scale of what Hickman's script is going for. And again, it calls back to when this thing was kind of fresh and new, because again, nobody ever been trying this in comics. So to see it again, you're just like, oh my god, this guy is on a whole nother level.
Yeah, I was gonna say the big huge splashes in this book reminded me of those Ultimates pages, right? Like back in the day, Green Goblin just barreling over the Washington D.C. with all the Avengers as well, or I could say all the Ultimates and Peter Parker there on the scene. Like such an amazing moment as a comic fan to be able to read this huge situation that's happening on the page, and Brian Hitch doing it in a way that really no one else was doing at the time. And this is reminiscent of all of that. Exactly what CJ said.
Yeah. Now, and one thing I noticed with this one, especially going back and looking at some of the old Ultimates books, is it's something he talks about on social media a lot, which is he's really kind of worked to simplify his style. I think if you were a reader in the mid-2000s, like one thing that was always painful, I mean, it's painful to this day, is, comic delays, because art just takes time to make it look as good as, you want it to be. And I think a lot of credit to Hitch for capturing that same type of widescreen energy that CJ's talking about. But you can tell he's simplified his work. He's really kind of putting the effort where it matters. And that's always exciting to me, because it's like, great, these things are going to ship on time. Like I'm going to be able to hear the story, and by the time we're at issue 4, I'm not going to have to go back and be like, what happened? Do my whole reread. So so I think it's a great, as far as the nature of comics coming out monthly, I think it's a great middle ground that they found.
Yeah, I will miss though the 10,000 hatching marks that he had on his older books and all the very, very specific shadowing that he used to do. Because that was one thing that I think blew my mind about some of his older books, is how detailed those books were. Now, these new books, I feel like without the extreme level amount of hashing and all the other stuff that he used to do, doesn't really change anything as far as like my reading experience goes. But like, if it means that the books are going to come out on time, I'm happy to have that slight difference in my books. Totally on board with that, Josh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. I also think it's very telling that there's only one inker on this book, so that means all the pages were shipped on time.
Yeah, that's
true. That's the true tell. As I was just reading an old Captain America book, and Romita had like 3 different inkers all throughout the issues. That's how you knew that there were some delays there. Another really cool page here is this little conversation, and I think goes back to Mike's point of like, I think Hickman just loves writing dialogue for both Richards.
Yeah.
The maker and Reed from 616, and he asked him a question of like, I'm pretty much like, would you have killed me or would you have kept me around if that was your choice? And Reed tells him like, "Yeah, I would have gotten rid of you."
Yeah.
And he just says, "I'll keep that in mind." And that's the most ominous thing that I think you can hear from the Maker as he kind of leaves, and then we get this, superhero shot. Very, very cool stuff. Like, this page, I was like, yes, we nailed it. This is the superhero landing shot for the issue.
Totally.
There is an epilogue, and we'll talk about it. But what do you guys think the Maker is like? I don't know. What do you think his plan is? What does that mean? That last line.
I think that he is going to try and recreate his own universe and overlay it over the 616 universe. Like, that's what I feel. It's just like, you guys kept me locked up and you flat out admitted you will kill me, so I'm just going to get rid of you before you get the chance. And I'm smart enough to do it. So yeah.
No, I definitely agree. Especially when he was putting the machine together, and we kind of got that final design, and got to see what it all looked like. It had a lot of Infinite Crisis energy for me, which obviously on the other side of the aisle, but it's kind of coming around that same time as early Ultimates, and it's we got to get all the cool stuff in the universe together to rebuild the universe we lost, and same kind of story. So I think there was a few just kind of fun visual nods to to the other side, and I agree with CJ.
It's fun.
Helps.
It's funny because sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's funny because Secret Wars more or less felt like Crisis on Infinite Earths Marvel Edition. So you might be onto something.
If you zoom in, you can see Quicksilver running inside the machine.
No, it's funny. I was kind of thinking the same thing of like Reed is trying to like overlay his universe, but I think the epilogue here speaks kind of to two possibilities in my mind. One, Reed is either going back in time and trying to undo the existing universe, right? Like, I think we're going to see in these subsequent 4 issues, like, what are the 4 key moments over, or at least 3, right? Let's think about the 3 key moments over the 616's like history. I think it's Galactus coming to Earth, right? Peter becoming Peter Parker and Captain America becoming Captain America, right? Like, those are kind of like the most pivotal things, because Iron Man doesn't become Iron Man without Captain America, right? Namor doesn't exist if there's no mutants somehow. Black Panther, I don't know what happens to Black Panther, but like looking at the various Illuminati, like how can you erase those existences in order to prevent the 616 universe from becoming the 616 universe? Alternatively, maybe Reed is creating, or the Maker is creating this new universe, but he's getting rid of all other superheroes but himself, and he becomes like this demigod. It's very much like a Kingdom Come type of situation, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
So those are my 2 thoughts. I do like the idea of him like overlaying and replacing the 616 universe with the Ultimate Universe, but I want to throw out some other ideas just to see what you guys think.
No, I think you're onto something with kind of course correcting on the 616. I was going back, once we got to the epilogue, and it's that classic Peter Parker's about to get his powers scene, and I was kind of thinking to myself, I was like, this isn't how I remember it happening in Ultimate Spider-Man. So I went back, took a look at Ultimate Spider-Man 1, took a look obviously at Amazing Fantasy 15, and I was like, oh, this feels like 616. It's not exactly the same, it's more genetics, it's not radiation, but it's clearly much more, he's with Liz Allen, he's I think you're onto something there where it feels much more of like, what if we edited the 616 universe from kind of like an Ultimate's perspective, and who knows what that means. I'm excited to find out, but it feels much more like that than just going back and recreating 1610 from the ground up.
Yeah, I was getting Sam Raimi vibes from that whole moment, right? Like that very much feels like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie, which I'm very happy that they went with.
Now, Josh, I'm glad you did the extra homework, and that means I got the right people on this panel. Because I was gonna ask, because I haven't read the Ultimate Spider-Man stuff, so I don't know how close this sequence of like him being at. I mean, to me, as somebody that's seen the cartoons and stuff like that, like all this kind of checks out. But I didn't know in the Ultimate Universe how close they kept to that I guess the original origin of Spider-Man. How much that changed for the Ultimate Universe.
Well, okay, so in the Ultimate Spider-Man, the spider is actually genetically engineered by Norman Osborn. He puts it full of this wonder drug called Oz, and it does bite Peter with the caveat that half his class sees him. How they don't put together two and two that the kid who got bitten by a spider is also running around a rim who spider pajamas. I'll never know, teenagers, but yeah. It like Josh said, it is very close to the 616 with a few key differences. I was just like, that was made me go, oh my god.
Yeah, and we get also a very cool shot to close out the issue, which I don't know. Can Neil Patrick Harris play the Maker in the live action?
No, Danny, no,
Actually-
absolutely not.
I think he can.
Actually, you guys are gonna think I'm weird for this, but I kind of saw what's his face? I kind of kept thinking of Matt Smith whenever I think of the Master. I don't know why.
Ah, interesting.
I can see that.
See that. But we need to stop putting Matt Smith under so much makeup and helmets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get to the end and that's it, right? You know, Spider-Man doesn't get bit, and
Yeah.
we don't know what's going on.
What a cool ending. I will say I had no idea where this epilogue was going to go, and
Yep.
it totally hooked me. Again, Marvel can beat me over the head with this $8.99 price point. I know the next issue is not that much, but like I'm almost willing to get in for that amount. Like that's where I'm at with this issue.
Yeah. It's definitely good entertainment, and this is one of the reasons I love. Sometimes summer events they hit good like this, and sometimes they don't. So I'm glad this is one of the good ones. Before we move on to the surprise, is there anything y'all want to talk about to close out the Ultimate Invasion part of this? I mean, we kind of went through almost every page of this book, but I'm just very excited. I love a lot of.
I actually do want to mention one thing that if you guys see the credits page, there is a special thanks to Donny Cates, and Cates actually did set up the seeds for Ultimate Invasion in his Venom run because the Maker played a huge part in that.
Yep.
And he was trying to rebuild it. And when he does go through his dimensional portal, he finds the wreckage of the 1610 burst. So yeah, the seeds were set there, and I think that's really cool for Hickman to acknowledge what came before, because again, But yes. If you guys want to know more about it, read Cates and Stegman's Venom run, because it's good comics and it kind of sets up a lot of what came before. But yeah,
it's a lot of fun. I think it's. I love that run. I love the run before that but this new one, I'm still not super hooked on. This latest Venom, it's a little too sci-fi for my taste. I want my Venom to be a little more extreme. But that's
Danny,
probably
Spawn is published every single month. You could just go read Spawn. It's fine.
That's true. All right. Well, great. Now to kind of close out the show here, let me set this up. Marvel put out a really interesting thing, and I know we're all big X-Men fans, X-Men readers. So why don't we take a look at the Fall of X official trailer from Marvel
to
close out the show?
Oh dear.
I say we do that, and then
If
we
we
can
must.
all. Come on, Mike. They put out. A lot of people work really hard on these trailers. I assume.
Listen.
I mean, it's. I feel like we're lucky now that they're associating Fall of X with the Hellfire Gala, because at least as scary as everything is, it looks amazing and everyone's doing their best. So, so I'll take it.
All right, so let's see. Hopefully, I put the sound on correctly. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Good.
Okay.
You know what would be better about these images if I could just look at them. I'm just saying.
Oh shit!
Okay. Finally. Oh?
Exciting.
Alpha Flight.
Why? Okay, I can get on board with this. Again, why? Who's writing Jean Grey? That's the question I'm wondering.
Louise Simonson is writing Jean Grey.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a promise. I'm excited.
Who's writing
The wedding.
Realm of X?
The wedding of the century.
Why?
Oh yes, yes.
I'm actually pretty pumped for this one too. The Uncanny Spider-Man. Look at all those books you have to buy.
I refuse to buy all these books. I refuse.
That was great. I love looking at these stupid trailers. They're so much fun. Let's
Yeah.
see. I do want to, just before we close out, let's look at these titles. So we have I stopped sharing the screen. 1 second. There we go. So we have Alpha Flight.
Yeah.
Well, here, let me put you guys on the screen. Just give me a thumbs up or down if you think you're gonna at least pick it up. If you think you want to pick it up or not. Alpha Flight, probably not. Okay. Astonishing Iceman.
Yeah. Double thumbs
Yes.
up. Yeah.
Children of the Vault.
Yes.
Oh.
100%.
Yeah.
Dark X-Men.
Anything that's
Hell
called
yes.
Dark X-Men, I'm picking
Absolutely.
up. Come on. It's got Gambit in it, Danny. I'm picking it up.
What is this other one? Immortal X-Men. I mean,
Yes.
if Ken
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
How
Very
do you
good.
not pick up Immortal X-Men? Yeah.
Now, Uncanny Avengers, bringing it back from the Marvel now.
I will definitely check that out.
No.
Yeah, I really like that team actually. Invincible Iron Man, I'm already picking that up anyways.
Oh yeah, I'm on board.
Probably, yeah.
Jean Grey, I definitely want to check
Who's
it out.
writing? I gotta try the.
Louise Simonson is writing Jean Grey.
I'll
And-
probably try the first issue. We'll
Mike,
see.
you might get to update your Phoenix website one
I
more
know.
time.
I know.
So,
Yeah.
Realm of X is a new one. I
It's
think that
probably-
looks
I want to check out.
That's probably
Sounds
Tini
exciting.
Howard is my guess.
Yeah.
Tini Howard continuing
Oh yeah,
her run. Yeah.
Swords.
Yes.
Maybe I'll check it out, but I haven't been reading the Captain Britain book.
Yeah, me either.
X-Force.
X-Force is just a continuation of one of the best X-Men books on the line right now, as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
I have to get caught up, so I may get caught up before I pick it up.
Uncanny Spider-Man. I mean, come on.
2 thumbs all the way up. It's Kurt Wagner dressed as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hey,
I like
That
the
is
concept.
insane to me. So of course I'm gonna pick that up.
like, what if we take the most popular, one of the most popular X-Men in Nightcrawler,
and then
and
then
fuse it with
Spider-Man.
one
Yeah.
of the most popular characters, Spider-Man.
My only ask is they give him web shooters. I just want to see what Nightcrawler can do with some web shooters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be glorious.
Let's see. Wolverine still ongoing, but
Yeah. I don't pick up
With the crossover with the Vengeance, so that should be fun.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then, what is this book? X-Men? This is just a regular X-Men
Yeah.
title, which is
Yeah, but Kitty Pryde is conducting an attack on Orcus, and she's dressed as a ninja. Kitty Pryde is a ninja. 2 thumbs up.
Dig it.
And then Storm, who's been getting the best treatment of all
Wait.
X-Men Red.
I thought Storm died. All right. All right. That's fine. We'll just keep it here. It's fine.
No, it was
X-Men
only,
Red is
only
definitely-
Magneto.
I'm psyched for X-Men Red.
Dude, Storm
Heck
is
yeah.
one of the characters that has received the most love out of all the X-Men in
Yes.
like the
Yeah.
past recent years, and I love it.
I love it. And you know she's not going
she
to take the
should.
invasion of Krakoa lying down.
Which
So, yeah.
which book is Cy Spurrier writing? That's all I want to know, right? Because Kieran
Uncanny
Gillen-
Spider-Man.
Oh, then I'm triple. I'm buying that in triplicate. You've got me. You sold me.
Mike's getting 10 variants of it. Just
Yeah.
keep that book
Somehow
going forever.
Legion is going to get roped into this, and I'm very excited about it.
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, thanks everyone for coming and talking a little bit of comic. One issue we talked about it for almost an hour, so you think it's probably pretty good. maybe we need to ask Marvel to package this with the #1 issue, and then maybe it'll be worth $9.
Yes.
You also get this stream.
Yeah.
But after this, I might go read some Ultimate Comics. So everyone here, send me recommendations. If you're watching this later on, leave recommendations in the comments for Ultimate Universe series. And I just want to thank my guests, CJ, Mike, and Josh. Thank you very much for taking some time out of your schedules. And to everybody that watch here, we have a few comments that popped up. Kev, let's see. Can't wait to read all these on them. Are we? Yeah, look, hey, that app is
smart, Kev. You're thinking
big
4
money
degrees
saver.
ahead of us.
The Uncanny Avengers, that was also one of the first series I picked up back in the day too. So I have a very emotional attachment to
Is
it.
Remender back?
I love the Rick Remender run.
Yeah. Hey, it's Remender's back. Definitely picking it up. There's just listen. You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the choir also picks up most of these physically.
The choir here paid $8.99 for like Ultimate Invasion.
Oh.
So like, Kev,
Hold on,
I don't understand what's going on.
Josh, did you only get one Ultimate Invasion?
Yeah, I've got this guy, just the one.
Okay, so that one, they ran out of that one on my shop. I think they got delayed. They only got a few. They got delayed. So CJ, did you only pick up one copy?
I only picked up one. It's it's back in my room, but I got the Miles Morales cover by John Tyler Christopher because
The red one?
Miles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, you got this digitally, right?
I'll probably snag a physical when I go to the shop on Saturday, but I did digital all the way.
So
I'm a sucker.
I only got 2 because I got the blank cover.
Only 2.
Nice.
Only 2. I got the blank cover, and then I got the one. I guess it's Wolverine and somebody else that I don't know. One of the X-Men.
It was Jean Grey, because she had a little bit of a short hair in the Ultimate Universe.
It's probably here. I have my pile of comics right behind me, but there's too many this week. I don't know if you guys saw.
There are so many. I don't blame you, Danny. There was it's a good week for comics. So yeah,
it was a good week. It was a good week. Cool. All right, we're gonna get onto the main part of our show. I think we have just enough time to kind of go through this, so that worked out really nicely. I was watching once again. I watch a lot of nerd stuff on YouTube, and New Rockstar was doing this bracket with like their favorite foods or something for Thanksgiving, and I was like, oh, hold on a second, we can apply this same formula to our show. So what we're gonna be doing is gonna be a fight bracket of these are just a bunch of DC superheroes. Let me see if I can zoom in for you guys to take a. I want you guys to at least just look at the full roster before we get into it a little bit, just so you can kind of start thinking. But we'll each, we'll pair them off. We'll pick a winner. Each, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, each one of us is gonna have like a veto power of like, no, I want this other person to win or whatever on the first round. So let's just kind of get going on this, and then we'll see how we'll do it as it goes. So we'll use matchup mode, and I think we're gonna start with this first matchup, which appears to be Impulse and Batman, Bruce Wayne. I'm assuming.
I mean, come on.
It's Batman.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I thought
he's going to be
gonna troll me.
Batman is going to be a Final Four character.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. I assume everybody's Batman.
I almost wanted to use my veto power just out of spite.
Save it.
I've got to save it. I'm not going to waste it on Impulse.
Yeah. I'd at least use it on Matter Eating Lad.
Yeah. Don't impulsively use your veto power.
I guess also for more viewers, we kind of like this is just a random list and it's kind of shuffled around. So like, I don't know. There's no logic behind it as to like, there's no top seeds or anything like that to make sure that we don't get like a Superman Batman matchup on the first round or something like that.
That's what I was worried about.
It looks like it's not going to happen, at least not in the first round. So we'll see. So
I mean, it feels seated after that first choice, though.
Yeah, I think
a little bit. Yeah,
that's good.
All right.
Sorry, Bart fans.
All two of them.
What is he? What is this expression? That's not from the future. No,
Max Mercury.
No, he does an expression. That's Crash. That's not Crash.
Oh yeah,
He does Crash.
yeah, that's right.
That was not Crash of Us too. All right, next up. Oh, you guys aren't seeing the fucking thing. Why didn't you tell me? Did I take it off?
I just like we're gonna like
Hey Daniel, we're not seeing the fucking thing.
Did you guys see the first one? Did I even have it up for the first one?
No.
No.
No, but we know who Batman is, though.
I think I'm familiar with the character.
You just believe me that it was Impulse and Batman?
We did.
That's a lot of trust. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
All right. Next up, we have Aquaman versus Supergirl.
Supergirl.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I'm gonna go Aquaman.
Really?
Yeah.
Jack?
This is hard.
It is hard, right?
This is gonna get harder.
Yeah.
Like, I'm also thinking there's probably not a lot of women in this bracket, so I'm like, I think I have to go.
Aquaman is so hot right now.
He really is. Jack, did you guys have any?
I'm gonna drop that Peter David storyline when he took his arm away.
Got a hook.
I'm gonna go Aquaman, although I had a hard time with that.
Yeah.
I feel like especially recently, Supergirl's had the better stories.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you have Tom King. I liked the new one shot that they did for her.
Jason Momoa's bringing those Aquaman fans in, though. He's kicking ass.
Aquaman's been pretty solid since the New 52, I think, overall.
I really love the Dan Abnett run.
Yeah.
And I thought DeConnick did a great job following up, but everything after her has been iffy. I'll say Supergirl.
Oh, man, I have to break the tie, huh?
Oh no.
Man.
Well, I'm gonna go Aquaman. Sorry, Supergirl fans. All right, so I won't be the last one all the time. So like we each have a different tiebreaker. So Clay, you'll go last on this one. This is Robin, but this is Damian Wayne, I think.
Oh, okay.
And Wally West. Damian Wayne and Wally West, because of the outfit. That's the Damian outfit, I think. That's not
that's not Tim?
No. I think the hair doesn't say Tim to me.
Okay. No,
Damian's mask has the strong ends, I think.
Yeah.
It looks like he's got a hood too. And
oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll start with Jack on this one. So Clay will be the last one. So he'll be the tiebreaker. And we'll just kind of keep going that way. So there's a different tiebreaker just in case. So Jack.
As an overall character, I got to go with Wally. I'm not a Damian hater, but I like Wally more.
Okay. Jeff?
I'm almost the exact same reasons, Wally.
Okay. Josh?
Wally.
Oh, we may not even get to go. Clay?
Wally.
Well, I mean, I was going to pick Wally as well.
All right. Well, hey, it's that's an
Unanimous.
easy one.
All right. Sweet for Wally. All right.
Oh.
Damn.
So we'll start with Jeff on this one. Hot Girl? Beast Boy.
I can't. Even though I praised Beast Boy earlier, I'm gonna go with Hot Girl.
Okay. Josh?
Hot Girl.
I'm gonna pick Beast Boy just to see what Clay and Jack have to say.
I'm going Beast Boy.
Oh, interesting.
I'm the
Jack's the
tiebreaker.
tiebreaker.
So I'm actually not a fan of the Hawks, actually. So it's Beast Boy for me.
That did not go the way I thought it was going to go.
Wow. All right.
Sorry, Shayera. This is a good one.
Oh, no.
Shit.
Oh, no.
This is like, holy shit! This
Hold
is
on.
This
a
sucks.
7 and an 8 seed.
Does anybody want to use their veto before we start voting?
Oh fuck!
Does anybody have-
What if two people want to use their veto and it's two different characters?
This would be an abstain from me. Like you can't make me choose between my
So
guys.
if not, we'll
Sophie's
start with-
choice, Jack.
Yeah, we'll start with Josh. Josh, you go first on this one.
It's got to be Constantine.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go Swamp Thing.
Oh, I knew it.
Clay.
Swamp Thing.
Uh-oh. Jack.
I guess John.
Oh, we
This
got
All
is
right.
tough. I don't care
Well,
who wins.
Oh, come on, Jeff.
Jeff has to do the Sophie's choice on this one.
He's the tiebreaker.
What calls out to me more? I'm gonna go Constantine.
Yes.
Ooh. Tell me why you hate Swamp Thing, Jeff.
Oh.
I was imagining that old movie in my head. I tried to give him every advantage I could.
Veto. I'm going to use my veto.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
Swamp Thing needs to be there.
Oh, for the last one.
Oh, okay.
I thought for this one, I was like, oh,
Nope.
Clay game was strong.
Yeah, I feel like the veto at the end makes more sense than at the beginning, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
there we
All
go.
right.
Swampy boy. Let me see. Okay. So I guess I'll start on this one. You know, as much as this image makes me want to pick Mr. Miracle,
Yeah, it does.
I think Batgirl has a way better, like overall, long run, like, you know, yeah, I'm going to go Batgirl.
I'm going to go Batgirl, except for the animated Batgirl that hooked up with Bruce. That was weird. Every other Barbara Gordon is
from
fucking
the Killing
fantastic.
Joke movie. Yeah, I agree. All right, Jack.
I'm gonna go Batgirl also.
All right. Just for fun, Jeff, Josh, were you guys gonna vote?
I was going to go Batgirl.
You know, they both have been through so much, but it's got to be Batgirl.
All right, cool.
One shot.
She also did the world's best PSA commercial. So,
oh, I don't know that I'm aware of that.
Ooh,
I'll find it.
Two Justice League right here.
Oh God, this sucks.
Sorry, Letter Kim. Blame Clay. He used his veto power.
Sorry.
We had voted for John Constantine. And
yeah, we did.
Clay said, "Not today, boys." All right.
Not today, John. Your magic doesn't work here.
This time, is it Clay again first? Yeah. So Martian Manhunter, and this looks like Hal Jordan.
Martian Manhunter.
Okay. Jack.
I'm gonna go Martian Manhunter.
Okay. Jeff.
I'm gonna go Hal.
Oh.
Ooh.
Interesting. Josh, what do you got?
I'm going Hal.
Tiebreaker.
Oh. This is it is fun to have somebody do the tiebreaker forcefully against their will. You know, Hal's just kind of an ass. I have to go, and this is probably, it may not even be as comic related, but I just love Martian Manhunter and all the iterations, really. So I'm gonna go Martian Manhunter.
Wait. Even when the guy from MASH plays him.
All of them.
David Ogden Steers.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember his name.
He's got the dad bod for Martian Manhunter.
Martian Manhunter.
Oh fuck. Oh God damn it.
Funny enough, this one starts with Jack, and I feel like we already know who's
So I've mentioned this to Daniel and Jeff, but Hawkman is one of my most despised characters, and so it's Jon Stewart for me, no question.
Hold on, Leonard Kim. There's other Green Lanterns on the
no Green Lantern.
Don't worry, you're about to get to. Okay, so Jeff.
Leonard Kim, I wanted Constantine, by the way. I want to be on the record.
Yeah.
If there was no Swamp Thing, there'd be no Constantine.
True, but here's the thing: Constantine holds his own without Swamp Thing, and I think that says a lot.
Very true. Yeah.
So.
All right. Now, also keep in mind we are at the bottom of the first bracket, so the first side of the bracket. I think we have to complete this side first, and then it'll take us to the other side. I don't know. We'll figure that out.
Okay.
But sorry, Jeff, did you pick one?
I'm gonna go Jon Stewart, but I'm also realizing we missed our chance to have John versus Hal, because that would have been in the next bracket.
That wouldn't have worked out for Hal at all.
No.
No.
Josh.
Here's the thing: I'm a Hawk Girl fan. I am not a Hawkman fan. So also Jon Stewart.
Okay.
Yeah. See, Jack gets it.
We don't get to play Clay, but I'm assuming you're also John.
John Stewart. Yeah,
Okay,
he's
cool.
my favorite.
There you go.
But I love
There you go,
Hawkman. I mean, Timothy Truman's mini he did back in the 80s.
That was good. That was really good. Yeah.
Love it.
Let me see. Can I go over here? Hold on. No, I guess if we use matchup mode, we have to stay on this side. All right, so we're gonna.
Oh
so
shit! Really?
Well, yeah. Then we'll go back. So there's no vetoes on this round, right?
Okay.
So we're just gonna go through this side of the bracket. I think we started with Jack, the last one, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jeff.
I'm gonna go with the Batman.
Okay, Josh.
Oh God, no brainer. Batman.
All right, we're not gonna risk it. I'm gonna pick Batman as well. I'm not playing this game again where Jack and Clay come back to the
Veto.
There's no
He
veto.
said no veto. He said no
There's
veto.
no veto on this second. It's only on the first line of the bracket. So whenever we get to the other side, we'll have vetoes again. Yeah, we're just gonna. I'm a third vote for Batman. So
Okay.
Fuck it, Aquaman. You and your team.
Manny talks to fish or Batman.
Go fuck a fish. Shit. Where did we start? Last one. Who went first? Was it?
I think Jeff did.
Okay, Josh, you start on this one. Wally or Beast Boy?
Wally.
I'm also gonna go Wally. Clay.
Beast Boy.
Oh, spicy.
I'm gonna go Wally.
Okay. All right, Jeff. You don't get to vote.
Damn.
But you can still let us know.
Who would you pick, Jeff?
I would have picked Wally.
Okay.
Wally was going to win that.
All right. Let's keep going here. All right. Let's see if Josh.
Justice for Constantine.
Oh wait, who went first on the last
Justice.
Jeff did.
Okay, so Josh, you kick this round off.
Batgirl.
I'm also gonna go Batgirl.
I know what y'all are gonna do. You're trying to do it. I'm saying Swamp Thing.
Jack.
I gotta go Swamp Thing.
Yeah. Oh fuck! Oh shit, Jeff. Which one?
Jeff,
This is not a hard. This is going to be Batgirl all day, all night.
Batgirl.
My veto lasted one round.
I've got revenge as motive, and
this one.
This is hard.
Oh, now we're talking.
So am I first on this one? Right?
Yeah, you're first.
I don't know why I immediately forget who went first on the last round. Like my real short term memory is so I think we'll finish this bracket. Clay, you guys step away for a few minutes.
Yeah,
so
I got to step away.
We'll take a break. We'll do something else. There's some news I want to share, anyways, and then we'll come back to the other side of the bracket. So let's finish this side of the bracket real quick. I'm gonna go with John Stewart because I feel like there needs to be a Green Lantern in the top 4.
John Stewart.
Jack.
I'm gonna go with John also.
All right, Jeff, Josh,
John.
just
John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stewart.
Not John.
Not John.
Poor David Ogden Steers. Yeah, I shouldn't say John Stewart. John Stewart. Host of the Daily. Oh,
things are getting interesting. Clay, you go first on this one.
Batman.
Jack.
Yeah, Batman.
Jeff.
Wally.
Damn.
Josh.
Batman.
Okay,
I like
I'm the tiebreaker, so it doesn't matter. But I was also gonna pick Batman.
I was gonna say
if it were Batman and John Constantine, this would be another moment for me. But
all right, I feel like this one's tough too.
This one is hard.
I think Jack starts on this one.
I'm gonna go Batgirl.
Interesting. Jeff?
I'm gonna go Batgirl.
Josh?
We're gonna have Batgirl versus Batman.
I'm going to go John Stewart.
Oh.
I love me some Batgirl, but
well, I did say earlier that I feel like we should have a Green Lantern in the top 4. And I don't see Kyle Rayner on the other side. So I think I'm gonna go John Stewart. So we're gonna leave it up to Clay.
Bye, Barbara. John Stewart.
Right.
Oh, Why don't you just shoot her in the spine there, Clay? Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Oh man. All right. Before we take a break,
I got to step away.
Oh, all right.
Well, I guess we'll take a break here. This is a good
Okay.
cliffhanger. All right. Let me see if
Really,
I can
really got to think about this one.
Yeah.
I'm
Let
gonna
them know in
take
the
this
chat.
opportunity to pop out for like a minute or two and whatnot as well.
Sure.
Be right
Okay,
back.
Sure. Go ahead. All right. While those
I
guys
just,
are away.
Oh, I like this one. Action mode.
So I put that Batgirl PSA link in the private chat. If you guys haven't ever seen it.
Okay.
Is this the equal pay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I ran into some news this week that really made my heart very happy.
Oh, good.
So in an interview with the Hollywood Reporter, Christopher Nolan was talking about superhero films and stuff. You know, they always ask him about that because he did the Batman. And he said in a quote, okay, so hold on, let me preface this, and maybe you have seen this article or not. There was a movie that Christopher Nolan, that the comic book movie Christopher Nolan said was ahead of its time. Do you guys have any idea? So this is as of 2009, I guess, before he took over. He said there was a comic book adaptation movie that was ahead of its time. Do you guys have any guesses on what movie he was talking about?
Howard the Duck.
That's an interesting guess. And also a very loose definition of what ahead of its time means, I think.
I want to say it Batman 89, but I'm guessing it's probably
too far back.
Oh,
Wait, when was this interview?
No, I mean, so the film is newer than those two.
Okay,
The film
hang
we're talking about.
Is it Watchmen?
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes.
Wow.
Quote, I've always believed Watchmen was ahead of its time. The idea of a superhero team which so brilliantly subverts wasn't yet a thing in movies. It would have been fascinating to see it released post-Avengers. This is coming straight from Christopher Nolan, and it just made me very happy because it's like one of my favorite directors talking about another one of my favorite directors. So I wish I had a Watchmen DVD to pull into the screen right now.
Oh, I've got one out there. I will say this. I know I rag on Snyder all the time, but watching the full director's cut experience of Watchmen with the animated black, thank you. With that stuff like interspersed, it is a very experimental film. And
so Clay, sorry, let me catch you up real quick. We're talking about Christopher Nolan was doing an interview recently, and they asked that he was talking about comic book films and superhero stuff, and he mentioned that he always believed that Watchmen was ahead of its time. So that's kind of what we were discussing.
It is. I mean, and that's we needed more people to see comic book films to get to that point. That's like recommending Watchmen to a new comic book reader. For them to have it then, I think if Watchmen came out today, even the Snyder version, it would be a bigger deal because more people are into comic book history.
That's the other thing he said. He said it would have been fascinating to see that movie released in a post-Avengers. So,
Actually, I'm going to step out real quick for just a half second.
I need you guys to stop fucking around.
Look, I'll be right back. I should have left like 30 seconds ago. I'll be right back.
If you leave, there's no vote for you.
Now, I do want to point out Leonard Kim has the right answer.
I agree with that. That would have been that would have been another guess of mine. I also would have thought Blade, because I feel like that's the movie that kicked off that whole. Jack, did you get what we were talking about? Did you hear what we were talking about?
No, I did not.
Christopher Nolan was asked recently in an interview about comic book films, and he said that Zack Snyder's Watchmen was ahead of its time.
Okay.
He'd love to see what a movie coming out like that in a post-Avengers world would have looked like instead. But you know, I'm a big Zack Snyder guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you are as much, if any.
I'd say I am. I weirdly enough, I like his DC stuff more than his other stuff. And like I think 300 is fine. And Army of the Dead is fine.
Ooh, I am very excited for Rebel. Since you bring that up, I'm very excited for Rebel Moon.
Yeah, as far as Watchmen
Zack
goes,
Snyder's Star Wars.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
As far as Watchmen itself goes, I guess I'd agree. I think he told the story the best way he possibly could, and people complain about the ending, and I'm like, he still got the same ending as the book, despite the fact that it was Dr. Manhattan and not an alien. And so I think that is a cool thing to achieve.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. As far as like, could only Zack Snyder tell that story?
Yes.
I'd say probably not. But was it ahead of its time? I would say yes.
I mean, we almost had a Terry Gilliam version before we had comic book movies.
Yeah.
That would have been fun to watch.
Before Batman 89, right? Like it was in. Well, a script existed. I don't know.
A script existed by Sam Hamm.
Sam Hamm, that's right.
And I think
that's right.
So Michael Keaton would have just played Owlman. I also did this little short. Every time on our stream, when we talk about Man of Steel, Batman is the Zack Snyder's this is me. So that's me when I have to defend Zack Snyder on this show.
Oh my God, that's
Let's get back to it.
When I came back to and Jack was talking about the movie, it did kind of sound like Jack was saying that Zack Snyder did the best job he could because he's Zack Snyder, and he's just a little baby. He did the best he could.
Sam Hamm
could with what he knows.
What he knows.
Script is from 1989, so all we would have had at that point would have been Batman 89, then Watchmen, which would have been terrible. That would not have worked.
That would have been terrible.
Would you believe?
And plus, if you've read it and you get to the end, the ending is nothing you've ever seen before.
Oh, I do need to read it then. I've never read the whole thing, so I'm gonna go track that down. Hang on.
Oh, you mean the script? I thought you never read Watchmen.
Oh, yeah.
It took me a sec too. I was like, wait a minute.
Literally, if that happened, academics would burst into my office and beat me up. So
yeah. At that point, he had done Dawn of the Dead. He had done 300, and right before Watchmen, he directed the My Chemical Romance video. So, like, come on, he was ready for Watchmen. All right, let's get back to it. I forgot. I don't know who's first. I think I was the tiebreaker for the last one, and then Clay.
Yes,
John,
you were.
so
yeah, so Clay's
the tiebreaker should be Jeff. So Josh should go first.
Oh, okay.
I was the tiebreaker.
God damn it.
You were the tiebreaker for John, right?
Jeff was.
I thought I was.
No, yeah, it was. Yeah, so it should be you, Josh. So Jeff's the next tiebreaker. So it's you, Josh.
So I go first.
Yes.
I hate this game.
This is
I'm gonna go. I have to go with Batman. I have to go with Batman. I'm sorry.
All right. Oh wait, I put us out of order. That's why everything was weird.
Okay.
I think I was above Jeff.
That's how. So Jack should have started. Sorry. Well, I mean, okay. The tiebreaker will still be the same. Maybe whatever. Jack, what do you got?
Okay.
We'll fix it
yeah, Batman.
All right. Jeff, who do you got?
I mean, I feel
you had 30 minutes to think about this already. What
it's Batman, but I feel bad about picking Batman. This is like
I know, me too.
Me too.
Going back to
This is next year's presidential election already. Like I just
no, I feel like that one's more straightforward.
Batman is a fascist. George Lopez said.
So who are you voting for next year?
Oh wow!
This is how we should decide. This is how we should have. This is how president should be picked. A 64-person bracket.
I'm going Batman.
Okay, yeah, me too. Clean sweep. Great. All right, this is all going according to plan. All right, we're on the other side of the bracket now, so everybody's got their vetoes back except Clay. He already used his on something, wasted it.
Totally thrown away.
So let me go through real quick a little refresher of who you guys can see kind of who's left.
Is the for the first bracket at the top, is that Raven on the left?
Yeah, Raven,
Raven
Shazam, Starfire, Zatanna, Cyborg, Batwoman, the Atom. I don't know which Atom, but one of the Atoms.
Plastic
Man, Nightwing.
Is that Static?
The fuck is that?
Oh, it's the Question.
Oh,
right?
the Question.
Oh.
I think so.
Oh,
that was too small. I can't see. We'll figure those out when
yeah, that's
I think
fine.
this is another Robin, maybe. Wonder Woman, Superman.
I mean, I feel like I know the path.
Yeah, I feel like I know where
go,
it's going
unless someone throws a veto, and that really is gonna what shake things up at the end. But I mean, we're gonna end up with Duke in North Carolina anyway. That's the way.
All right, we got Raven.
Can you imagine if Superman had been on the same side as Batman of the bracket?
Whoa, wow,
that would have been nuts. I would have used my veto there.
Either way, huge upset.
So we have Raven and Shazam, aka Captain Marvel, aka the Captain. Many names this man has gone by. And I don't know where we start. I think maybe.
I think it is
Jeff.
Jeff.
So I start. I'm gonna go with Raven.
Josh.
Captain Marvel.
No, you have to yell Shazam.
Shazam! It's not his name.
How cool would it be if Josh just turned into Shazam right
now? Lightning hits me, the smoke clears, I still look like me.
Yeah. I'm also gonna pick Raven. I really like Raven. Okay?
Raven.
Ooh, Jack. Who are
you? It's Raven for me too.
Okay. We have
do I veto and be a total dick?
Yeah.
No, I won't.
We're out of veto powers.
This is like your wish. You're not going to use it. So
yeah, probably not. No.
Yeah.
All right. So
I know this one. This is a no.
This one.
I think Jack has to start this one because I switched you guys around.
Okay.
I switched because Josh started the other one, right? Yeah. So Jack, you start on this one.
It's Zatanna for me.
Easy. Jeff.
I'm gonna go Zatanna. I can't say no to those fish legs. Those fish nets.
I was like, fish legs. We already picked
up the legs.
Already dropped off.
It's the classic mermaid problem. Do you want the fish part top or bottom?
I'm all fish, guys.
Oh gosh. Okay, Josh.
Zatanna.
All right. Now, do I want to use my veto here? No, I love Zatanna. Clay, who are you gonna pick?
Zatanna.
Okay. Sorry, Corey. We already have a Titan, and it's Raven.
Man, that was hard.
Don't say that because now we got Cyborg.
We do have another Titan here. Okay, so I think it's my start first now. I'm actually gonna pick Batwoman. I'm a big Kate Kane supporter. Clay?
Cyborg.
It's Cyborg for me too.
Oh boy. Jeff?
Sorry, gotta go Cyborg.
He's gonna use his fucking veto.
Cyborg.
Batwoman!
Dude!
Wow.
Dude!
Booyah!
Dude, how you do that? Booyah!
Booyah!
You do that to Vic.
K. Kane's an icon. All right. Clay, you go first on this one. Wait, yeah.
Oh shit, this is a tough one.
I know. This
No,
doesn't.
it's not.
It's not.
But I do like Ray as the Atom, so I feel like everyone else is going to pick Plastic Man, so I'm going to go with Ray. I'm going to go with the Atom.
Jack.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Plastic Man.
Okay. Jeff.
Plastic Man.
Josh.
Plastic Man.
All
He
right.
stretches. That's all he does.
Okay, but compare
He does more than
the
stretch.
two images. All right, the Atom is furiously smashing what is most likely probably like a toothpick, and look at how sexy Plastic Man is. I mean, he gives no fucks. So Plastic Man.
He's
I don't
funny,
know.
too.
I still feel that like he could pull off what Ant-Man didn't in Endgame and get small and go up dark side. Plastic Man won't do that.
Adam will do what Ant-Man can't.
He'll throw you on Omega Sanction. All right.
Oh shit.
I guess
There
we're now back
better
in the
be
right
some
order.
veto here.
We're gonna be in the right order again. So Jack, you go on this one, and then now that we flipped again, Nightwing or the question, which seems to be, what's the name of the question?
Vic Sage.
Vic Sage, right? Yeah, this
That is Vic Sage 2 and not Renee Montoya.
right.
I
You know what to
actually gotta go Vic Sage.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting, Jeff.
No, I'm going Nightwing.
Okay, Josh.
The question, Sage.
Vic over Dick.
I'm gonna go with my boy Nightwing.
Oh,
Clay.
Vic over Dick.
Yeah.
nice.
Veto.
Oh, can I veto his veto?
No,
Yes.
As if not, I was gonna veto his veto.
can't veto a veto.
You can't veto a veto? Fuck.
I wanted triple veto.
This is you guys just use the rest of the vetoes. Very well played, Jeff. Very strategic.
Who would think this would be the most contentious? That's funny.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Okay,
that
so
hurts.
this is Tim Drake versus Wonder Woman.
God, what a
You love the Batman family, and that's what hurts.
yeah. Like, why would you? This is an unfair pairing. They both should be in separate brackets.
I think Jeff goes first, right?
Yeah, this is tough. I love Tim Drake, but I got to give it to Wonder Woman.
Josh?
Exactly the same. I love Tim Drake. It's got to be Wonder Woman.
All right, I feel like I know who's gonna win, so I can't let my boy down. I'll give him the one vote to keep some dignity. I'll vote for Tim Drake.
I give no shits about Tim Drake, Wonder Woman.
Oh,
Jack?
Tim is my Robin. I was gonna pick Tim, and
You still can.
I might actually use my veto here. It was wasted.
You realize we're also setting up a Nightwing Tim Drake on the next round. If you do that.
I have a favorite Robin, and so
All right, so veto.
yeah,
do it.
yeah.
He's an Amazonian. He's like a second tier sidekick.
This isn't a fight.
Don't be disingenuous.
Oh man, I didn't realize that was great.
All right. Do I think this one? Who starts? Jeff again or Josh? I lost track again. You guys need to help me with this part. Who goes first? Oh no, Josh goes first.
I think Josh.
Jack was the
Yeah.
tiebreaker. Yeah.
I am going Dr. Fate.
Now remember, only Josh has a veto left. Just FYI. No, I'm gonna go with Superman. You're insane. Get out of here. Great.
Damn. Well, it's twofold for me because this is a tough decision, but I know who we're having to fight at the end. So it's like, I don't think Dr. Fate would do as well. So I feel like I have to put Superman up.
Okay.
So Superman.
Jack.
But my honest pick would be Dr. Fate.
Oh. So Clay's playing 3 moves ahead.
Y'all are playing checkers and I'm playing 3D chess.
Yes.
I'm playing Battleship.
I might actually have to go with Dr. Fate on this one. So
Oh no.
Oh, damn. It all comes down to you, Jeff.
I will not be upset by who wins this.
So there are 2 questions left. First, Jeff, who do you pick?
Who do I pick? I love Dr. Fate. I love the Dr. Fate helmet. He was one of the first action figures I ever owned.
The same.
Superman, however, is Superman, the first superhero ever. I got to go with Superman.
Now, the other question is, Josh.
I will veto. I think it's going to be a more interesting pairing if we don't have Superman Batman at the end.
Yeah, that's true, but it's God.
We're gonna get fucking canceled off the internet for not letting Superman go.
We just went from Duke, North Carolina to Duke Gonzaga.
All right.
I mean, look, I got nothing against Superman, but if you made me pick, would I rather read a Dr. Fate story, Superman story? I'm picking fucking Dr. Fate. So he also has a cooler costume.
But what if it were bad art?
I'd still read it. Not the new 50. No, not new 52. Not 0 Hour Dr. Fate. Fuck that guy. So
this is Barry versus Ollie.
This is rough.
This is
what asshole
is an easy one for me.
So I think I start with this one, right?
I think so.
I'm gonna pick Barry. Clay,
Ollie,
Jack.
Yeah, it's Ollie for me.
Ooh, Jeff.
It's Ollie all day.
Oh,
damn it!
Josh, who are you gonna pick? Barry.
Barry.
Well, you wasted your veto on the last one.
It was worth it. It was worth it. I will accept the hate mail.
Josh is now the man who took down Superman.
it's me and what's his face? Yeah, Doomsday.
Okay. All right. So Clay, we start with you on this one.
Shit, this is tough. Fuck.
2 magic ladies.
I know, and I really love. They're both so good. And
yeah, but only one of them is the daughter of Trigun.
I know. He has great stories. Zatanna has fucking great stories going back to Silver Age. Zatanna.
Jack.
Zatanna.
Ooh, Jeff.
Fish legs or Raven? Fish legs
No,
or Raven?
I don't know what comics you read with Zatanna. He does not.
I'm gonna go Raven just to throw the wrench.
All right, Josh.
Zatanna.
All right. Well, I was gonna pick Raven, so.
All right.
Come on,
Jack. You start with this one.
Okay.
I will admit there were too many members of the Bat Family on this one.
yes.
Yeah, I agree.
We may need to do a revisit where we pick a little bit more, or maybe we leave
Batman out.
Maybe we leave like the Trinity out or something.
Leave
like
the
that.
Trinity out,
or maybe the
I would
founders of
say
the Justice League. We leave them out.
Justice League founders out.
Yeah, all right. We'll definitely do that next on a later episode.
Yeah.
So sorry, back to Jack.
I'll go Plastic Man.
Jeff.
Plastic Man.
Plastic Man.
Fuck. Well, I'm gonna vote for Batwoman since I used my veto for her.
Plastic Man.
Yeah. God,
If it were Cyborg, it'd be a harder decision.
Yeah, I totally agree. It would be a much harder decision. Oh, this is going to get good.
This is
I'm ready for this.
Jeff,
this is my favorite matchup so far.
Yeah, me too.
I think so. Yeah. I love these boys.
Who's first?
You, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, me. Gosh, this is tough. This is like my 2 favorite Robins. But again, for the same reason that I went with Superman, Dick Grayson's the original, so we're gonna go with Dick Grayson.
Josh,
Tim Drake.
I am also gonna go Tim Drake.
Oh,
Clay,
Nightwing.
All right.
Oh, it's
yeah.
All right. Yeah,
I know
it's
that
got
this is on the internet forever.
Okay. It's got to be Tim.
Oh,
Woke,
yes.
woke.
Hey, so I think it was Jeff. It could have been Vic versus Tim. But someone just had to.
You did it. All right. I don't even know where the fuck we're going. Jeff, I think.
Oh, I think it's me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Right.
I think it's Josh.
Okay. Dr. Fate.
I'm also gonna pick Dr. Fate.
Dr. Fate.
Ooh, I'm shocked.
I was probably gonna pick Green Arrow.
Jeff, what were you gonna pick?
I abstain. I'll pick Dr. Fate just because he has the helmet. His helmet is too cool.
It is too cool. All right.
Damn.
I
This
feel
is
like this is
getting
an
hard.
interesting one. I'm gonna go Zatanna.
Same, Zatanna.
Yeah, same. She's my gal. So
Jeff.
Zatanna.
Oh, I was the lone Plastic Man. All right. I love Zatanna, but you can't beat Plastic Man. Matt Cole.
All right, Clay, you
Yes.
kick this one off.
Ooh.
Dr. Fate.
Jack.
I gotta go Tim.
Jeff.
I'm gonna go Tim Drake.
I'm going Dr. Fate.
Tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Don't you do it. Don't do it. Don't.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
Let's do it.
Tim.
All
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
Now
fuck.
this
We have
one.
just become a Batman podcast.
I'm okay with that. That works out. All right. So I was the tiebreaker. So Jack, you kick this one off.
Whoever wins this goes on to face Batman.
That's right.
I think so.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I
I
was.
gotta go with Zatanna on this one.
Jeff.
Wow, Jack, this was like your Sophie's choice. I feel like.
Yeah, these are like easily some of my top 5 characters, and my love for Zatanna. I would just like to point this out real quick. The only issue of Hawkman that I own is Hawkman number 4, which is Zatanna's first appearance, and it's because my love for her outweighs my hatred for Hawkman. So I gotta go with Zatanna.
Cool.
All right. Jeff.
I'm gonna go Tim Drake.
Ooh. Josh.
Zatanna.
So that's 3, right? Wait. No, 2?
2 for
I'm
Zatanna, 1 for Tim. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick one character, but I feel like I know where this is gonna go because Clay's next. So I'm gonna pick Tim just because I love my boy. But Clay,
Zatanna.
yeah.
Oh, man.
And here we are. The
This is the
final
matchup I was hoping for.
I mean, come on.
I don't
Here's the thing, though. Okay, think about this as in a true fight. Batman will have planned 10 steps ahead. Zatanna is a chaos agent.
That's
You-
I like
Batman knows Zatanna very well, though.
Very well.
very well. Read Batman the Night. You'll see how well they know each other.
The night is
alright.
very
I forgot
good.
who starts.
Jeff starts.
Jeff.
Zatanna. I just can't do it, Batman. I just can't do it.
I'm kind of going with my argument. I think Zatanna is gonna wipe the floor with
I hate
Bruce
you guys.
and then kiss him.
Well, I'm gonna go Batman,
I'm going Batman.
but I feel
Y'all leave it up to me.
Yes.
Special guest.
Welcome.
Worked out perfectly.
I don't like this game.
very important question in the chat. Do you or do you not support Batman?
True. Chaos or fascism?
Oh man.
Hey, he
So-
also does some hell, he has charities
Who
already.
I like better than realistically.
If you hadn't vetoed Dick, this might have been going. This might have ended differently.
Well, if it were Dick here, then it'd be a lot easier for me to choose.
Yeah, I feel.
By the
so.
way, find quotes podcast, and if you hadn't vetoed Dick is now my quote for the end of the podcast.
I still like Vic over Dick, but if it's who I like better, then realistically it would be Batman, just because I've read so much Batman.
That's the toughest part. Is there's so much Batman
Yeah,
content
that's
that
the
even the
other
stuff
thing.
you don't like, you just forget about.
Yeah. As far as who would win, I would say Zatanna, though.
That's not the question here. What are we doing?
But you can take any argument you have
Exactly.
in its place. It could just be out of pure
Yeah.
love.
Mhm.
It was just my
Or pure
argument,
hate.
you know.
I have the bat symbol tattooed on my body, and I don't
Nice.
have anything for Zatanna, but I'm still, just to change it up, going to pick Zatanna.
Oh, we are getting off the internet. This is amazing. I love it.
This
Jack
is weird
is never
because
welcome
I
on
have
this podcast.
fishnets tattooed on me. I picked Batman.
Jack, you're never welcome on this podcast ever again.
I'm on for one episode and generate enough chaos to
It's
get
perfection.
kicked off.
Mwah. Chef kiss.
Does that work? What's
Y'all were
going
the
on here?
ones who made me choose between them. Okay.
Well, there you have it. Zatanna somehow is our winner.
Yep. All right, James Gunn. Take notes.
Hello, everyone.
Happy 1 year to the Batman.
That's right. Happy anniversary to the release of the Batman. I'm gonna just assume Kyle still has not seen it, but
Nope, you're right.
if this, so quick shout out to Realm Edit X. This is where I got most of the video.
It ends on my favorite scene, which is deploying the bat chute.
I'm getting to love that car more and more. Like my favorite Batmobile, like I loved the classic 66.
Yeah.
The Tumbler changed my mind about everything. Love that one, but this car is just fucking cool. Like I really dig this Batmobile, and I hope it stays the same style throughout. He just adds more gadgets.
I think it will.
It needs more fins.
Eat the logo.
It needs the big bat mask logo on the front, like
from the old sedan.
What's that thing called at the front of the trucks? The cow, whatever. Like,
oh, the cow pusher, the cow mover, or whatever.
Yeah, whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
Anyways, if that, I mean, I was gonna say, and I don't know if I heard me because I think I was having some issues with my connection, but so that edit that was actually from Realm Edit X on YouTube. I just added some of the scenes at the end.
Nice.
So go check out their channel. It's called Metamorphosis. Pretty cool Batman edit. And then, like I said, I just added a few of my favorite scenes. I love that scene with the parachute when he fails to land.
Yeah, I love that. That's my favorite.
And hopefully, maybe this changes Kyle's mind, and maybe he'll watch it someday.
Maybe someday. You should watch it, Kyle. It's good. It's good.
We should host, okay, you know what we should do? We should just host a rewatch in our new community on Discord. Anyone who wants to come in, we'll just watch the Batman with a group of people.
We'll just carve out 3 hours of our day to watch the Batman together.
I got nothing but time.
That's the part that'll, I think, aligning our schedules to all. You know what? I think we'll just do it. We'll go to Josh's class. And we'll just are your classes back to back?
They are.
Okay,
yeah.
So we'll just have it's gonna suck for the second and third class because they'll only get to watch the middle part and or the end.
Well, actually, my classes are roughly 90 minutes. So if the first class sticks around, it's the second class is going to get screwed. But.
Okay, how's the Wi-Fi at the college? Pretty good.
It's all right. Yeah,
you can support our stream.
I don't know about that. They may lock it down. They're getting very, very tight with security, let's say.
Excuse me.
They should have already been tight with security. They have a lot of info.
Well, let's say tighter. So
my taxes pay for that Wi-Fi. I better have access to it. I think. Well, maybe not my taxes, somebody's taxes that I know.
Yeah, I think I have decided to watch a few movies in our new Discord theater. So
That's a great idea.
yeah, so anyone who joins our Patreon, I mean, even at just $1, we're going to start screening some movies in the NIP theater that we have in Discord.
Good.
It still took me a while to parse that one. I was like, are we showing like 80s like skin flicks? What are we doing here?
Straight.
It's just gonna be Joel Schumacher's Batman.
That's not bad.
Welcome to NIP Theater.
It's not good either.
Yeah. With that being said, Clay, good segue. So we are redoing our Patreon tiers. Thanks to the current patrons.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that, I mean, you I think you get a notice or whatever when prices change. So, you know, if you want to reevaluate, we're really shaking things. We're shaking the nest, the beehive. Hopefully we don't get stung too bad. And all our patrons are like, oh, I forgot about this charge. Bye.
But I guarantee you, I'm going to stream some stuff in there that is hard to find. The Gen X TV movie that Marvel did in the 90s. I got a copy of it.
Yeah,
I've got a copy of the Power Pack TV series they did in the 90s, just the pilot, because it only made it through a pilot. So just any kind of cool, weird shit.
It's going to be just the Wonder Woman pilot for NBC.
Wonder Woman, that'll be the first one I put up. So
you got to get the 70s Doctor Strange movie.
I have it. It's on my Plex.
Doctor Margaret back to back.
Yeah,
we'll figure out all that, but you can also see
and then finish off with David Hasselhoff's Nick Fury.
Yes,
God, yeah.
It is so weird that the girl, I forget who's the character. I guess it's Val.
Yeah, it's Val.
Isn't it Val? Okay, that's in the TV movie is a real housewife.
No, really?
It's Leah Remini. I mean, she was an actress before, but she's now on Real Housewives. That's fucking weird.
I had no idea.
I thought you meant like from the TV show, the Housewives TV show with Barry Hatcher. And...
Oh no! I'm talking about the reality show. Leah Remini played Nick Fury's assistant in the David Hasselhoff Nick Fury.
Valentina Allegra, the whatever.
Yeah. The Julia Louis-Dreyfus is
Julia Louis Dreyfus. Cool. So yeah, we play that intro because it is the 1 year anniversary of the Batman, but we're not talking about the Batman today as much as I would love to. We do have a whole show about that with, I believe my buddy Mike joined us for that one, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, yeah.
Go check that out in the channel. Also, just a few announcements while I have people's attention and they're not. Hopefully, they're watching. We got a couple new things in the channel. You might have seen that we launched a new show called Ravens of Everkeep with some of my friends from the KLC Substack, where we're just gonna go. It's a Vanish show, so it's all about the comic book Vanish from Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman. Thanks to everybody that watched. A lot of people watched right away. We did get to announce it in the stream with Ryan Stegman on Wednesday, which is really cool. Like we showed him the video and he's like, oh, that's cool. So I'm sure that helped. And then this weekend I should be doing another show. It won't be live, but we'll be talking about some of our favorite comics and stuff with a friend from TikTok. So stay tuned for that. And then, much other programming that whatever we come up with, we'll just throw it on the channel, see what sticks. That's a good approach to running an entertainment network, I think. Just
try some shit.
It's worked for networks for years. Trust me, we've all seen those sitcoms that I'm like, the fuck is this?
That's how we got My Mother the Car. That's how we got
Shasta McNasty. Homeboys in Outer Space.
That might be a good topic for later on in the year. Just to let's go back and look, because I love talking about sitcoms and I love talking about failed sitcoms even more.
UPN had the best failed sitcoms because they were all inappropriate and terrible.
Well, all right. That stay tuned later on in the year. We'll definitely talk about that. But today, we are talking all about Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, or how I like to refer it, Kangtomania.
Kangtomania.
Yes.
I don't know. At one point, I swear to God, I was watching Tron Legacy again.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong because, as my very informed review on Letterboxd states, it's one of the better Star Wars movies.
So, for anyone that hasn't watched the movie, and I think at this point, anybody that's gonna watch it has seen it. Everybody else is just waiting for the Disney Plus drop.
Yeah, exactly.
But we will be
it dropped
discussing-
off week 2 in terms of like sales. So,
And I'm going to say this right now: I had more fun watching this than I did Love and Thunder.
Interesting. We'll get into that. So we'll have spoilers. Just that was
Interesting.
where I was going. So we'll have spoilers for it.
Wait.
Yep. I'll be sure. I had more fun watching this than I do Love and Thunder.
Clay cannot believe it.
I'm
well,
kind
you know
of
what,
with Clay
Kyle,
on this one.
You start us off then. Tell us about that.
I don't know. Love and Thunder, it felt like an Ant-Man movie. It felt like fun. And then plus we got a villain who I actually care about again. And then with Kang, and I think he told the show. And then two, it's just and I'll say this. I actually rewatched Wakanda Forever again with a friend a few weeks ago, and I have now a newer appreciation for the movie and newer appreciation for Namor. So I'm looking forward to see what they might do with him.
All right.
Yes.
But I don't know. Love and Thunder.
I'm curious. Does Namor deserve his own movie?
Well, I don't know. Okay, so if the rumors I read somewhere yesterday are true, Universal might be trying to sell Hulk and Namor back to Disney.
Wait, they still have Hulk?
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. Jesus.
Yeah, that's the reason we haven't had a Hulk movie. Yeah, but there's a rumor that they may be trying to sell it back. So if they do, and there's another thing, like even they interviewed the actor who played Namor, and he goes, "Yeah, I would love him," but they've already announced he's going to be in the Kang films, and he says, "I would love it if I could become an Avenger." So if we get Namor as an Avenger. I mean, I loved reading him in the Avenger comics during the '80s. Throughout the, and I think it would be awesome to see him.
I think he's an Illuminati member. He's too. I don't see him
no.
as a.
No, we could get the invaders get together to save us from Secret Wars.
Ooh.
Because the invaders is a group that comes together out of necessity. And I think you got some pretty cool. You got some pretty cool. I mean,
but then you also have the fact, he was also a founding member of the Defenders, the original Defenders. If we have the Hulk, Doctor Strange, Namor come together.
Yeah, the weird roster of the Defenders, not this new one that that Netflix gave us.
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. The OG Defenders roster versus whatever the fuck Netflix gave us. So.
Okay. I love what Netflix gave us because I have that in the comics too. But the OG, he's right. The OG, it's like the OG team of the Guardians, not the weird thing that Marvel gave us later that made these films.
All right. So I do want to say I'm normally very positive when it comes to media.
Yes.
But Quantumania was not a good movie. It just I was entertained.
Wow. I'm not gonna go there. No.
I just don't think it's not a cohesive story because it's all CGI. Like it takes a while to get used to it, and some of the effects they don't look as good as I think they could.
They spent a lot of time in CGI world. So it looked like a DC movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair. Or again, a Star Wars movie. I mean, I was getting tons of Star Wars vibes from this. And
Quantumania is better than Attack of the Clones.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. but that is the worst Star Wars movie. So that's not saying much.
Wait. Attack of the Clones.
Phantom Menace is
the worst Star Wars.
No. Yes. Is better than Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
I agree with Kyle.
No.
Come on,
Phantom Menace is the best.
There is one Star Wars movie you can skip. It is Phantom Menace.
No, Attack of the Clones.
And Miss Darth Maul, get out of here.
Darth Maul is totally wasted. I mean, he is the Boba Fett of that movie. He is all high and looks cool.
I agree.
Fails to deliver.
Everybody out there in TV land, I've said it before. Phantom Menace is the best of the prequel films.
Duel of the Fate. That's not accurate either. But
I've said it before in the show, and you guys are still giving me shit.
No, episode 3.
Exactly. It's going to be the third one.
Yeah, it's the third one.
It's the third one. Yeah.
If the third one was a half hour longer, I might give it. But there's still things I don't think they should have shown that would have made that film a better film.
No, you guys are
3 good scenes from Phantom Menace.
Pod race. the battle with the lightsaber battle at the end.
Yeah.
And then any scene with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon together.
See, this is another thing that I think
the Obi-Wan show did a better job of telling that story than those 3 films.
No, I got to give Phantom Menace a little bit higher because we had Qui-Gon in that whole film.
Yeah, Qui-Gon's cool, Darth Maul's cool. Now you guys
Qui-Gon's
are
cool, but the payoff in Obi-Wan's better.
You guys are insane with Attack of the Clones.
Yeah,
but you know what?
This is a crap film.
This is not what this show's going to be about.
Danny's going to rewrite the ship here.
Let me go back because we do have Leonard Kim in the chat. I understand it's called Quantumania. I mean, I just think it didn't look as cool as I think it. Like
I had fun with the Quantumania. I had no problem with it.
I will say that I went to the theater and I haven't been to the theater since we went and saw Fast 9, and that was only because you rented out the theater. Like before that, the last movie I went to the theaters to see was Birds of Prey. So I was hyped to see this because I wanted to see the Quantum Realm on the big screen.
That's a pretty good track record up until
the fact you mentioned not Fast 9. Watching the trailer beforehand with Fast 10, I'm just like, oh dear God.
I'm so ready.
If you haven't seen it, we made Josh watch the trailer on a couple episodes ago,
and then try and explain what the plot would be. And I'm still confused.
10 movies in, explain the plot.
Yeah.
So the one last point, because I have a 3-pronged defense against my argument, I guess you'll call it.
Okay.
all the characters are, except for like maybe Kang and Scott, are very one-dimensional.
Oh.
Like they have the
Wasp is useless.
The Wasp is just there for the name and the poster.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I gotta give you that one.
Cassie I love Cassie's character, but she does not. I don't know what her arc motivation was.
It's all about the relationship with her dad.
Yeah.
He's lost out on a lot of time, and she's obviously had to pay for it and shows up in jail. He doesn't want to go down that path. So I think that's the main story.
And not to mention the fact we're getting a movie with her and her soon-to-be boyfriend. Iron Lad from the Young Avengers.
Oh, okay. I would like. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that.
Yeah,
okay. I have a theory that when we have Secret Wars, that we will go into a pocket dimension similar to the first Secret Wars. Like I'm going after the first one, that Kang puts it all together there, and that we get the Young Avengers coming about because all the older ones we know are gone. So suddenly these kids are in charge. What do they do?
That's a hot take. I like it.
We also got another thing. We also got the fact that we now have Kang, which is a great door opener to bring in the FF.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I am
Daniel Richards.
The fact that and I don't know, Danny, I'll pause here so you can add the spoiler comment.
This is a live show. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have
later, for edit for
I don't edit these
in post. But the fact that we get the Pharaoh version in the end credit scene, I think I literally turned to my daughter who has no idea what I'm talking about, and I just said I was right. So
do we have a screenshot of all the Kangs? The
Council of Kangs or whatever.
Oh my god, that just looks so cool.
Here's one for you. The end scene with Loki and Morbius with that. Do you know what that Kang's responsible for?
His name was Victor, so I wondered if it was related to Doom.
Well, okay, I'm not sure about that, but he is the professor. Okay, so he's technically responsible for the android Human Torch being made.
No,
he's the professor who taught the guy who made the Human Torch. He taught his father, so he would basically.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking awesome! Maybe we will get the Invader. That would be so cool.
Yeah,
because we've already had that in the MCU. Remember, it's in a shot in the first Captain America movie.
Yeah,
and the city that he founds, like somewhere in the Midwest, becomes Chronopolis in the future.
Oh, okay.
So, but again, what Daniel said, the Invaders. We have Namor, we have Cap, we have Bucky, we have mutants coming into Toro, and maybe if we get the Human Torch, maybe we might get if it's Secret Wars Battle World, we might get the Invaders kind of.
Okay, I just have to say though, if they do an Invaders, it is even riskier than the original Guardians movie, right? Because that is full on comic book nerd fan service. I mean,
why not? Why not give it a shot? I mean, in battle,
I'm with you. I agree. Yeah.
I mean, I believe that there's because most of the teams they've put together have never been the original team, so it's like the original Guardians might be the second Guardians team,
right?
Yeah, like they don't use the original Defenders were Netflix.
Well,
they never really put that together.
Technically, the Avengers isn't the original Avengers if you think about it.
Yeah, very true. I also have a theory that Janet Van Dyne is a Skrull.
I saw that in the notes. Okay, explain.
We are in a Skrull. Okay, if we take the Skrull time period, they've been here since the 90s. And I asked this in chat: does Wakanda know about Skrulls? Because that seems like they would have the technology to be able to tell of anyone.
If they were looking for it, they're not looking for it. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I know. Because the first time they encounter Namor, they say that this is the first kind of like alien type creature, or he's come from the water that they were very unaware of.
I come from the water.
But I've been reading Secret Invasion, so I'm theorizing of any Skrulls we'll ever see. And my first theory was we're in the quantum realm. We're not going to see a Skrull unless we took a Skrull in. Right. And Janet is very controlling of the story the entire time in this film. It's very strange that she's basically telling them everything and maybe that will endear her to them. But I feel like since we know that the Skrulls have invaded since the 90s, we might have more Skrulls that have never been.
What wasn't she in the quantum realm since like the late 70s or 80s or something?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right?
Yeah, that is true. But then, I mean, a Skrull could have replaced her and she could have died.
Like if there's one already in there.
Yeah, well, I just have a theory that for the Skrull invasion to really pay off, they had to have existed in some of the films we've already seen, correct?
Maybe.
Quantum Realm would make the argument that there's no way a Skrull could be in it because they spend the whole time in the quantum realm. But maybe Janet was, and maybe a Skrull has gotten to the quantum realm.
Okay.
I don't know. That's I keep trying to find who I feel like are Skrulls in here. And she controlled the main part of the story, which was really fucking weird. Yeah. Like she comes in, she doesn't want to talk about stuff. You know, she's very scared of Kang, but it seems like
I can't see her being a Skrull because she got zapped into the quantum realm before.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, but it's who we brought out. Like I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I just feel like she had such control of this, which seemed really weird. Like she drove the narrative the whole time. She comes to that dinner with Bill Murray, which was real fucking weird. And
so here's my complaint about is this the MCU movie with the most glaring plot holes ever? Because and this is the thing that really pisses me off.
Eternals.
And I know I say this all the time. This should have been a Disney Plus series. By making it a movie, every single one of the key points of it was not given due justice. I wanted to know about this resistance movement. That Janet set up in the world, right? I wanted to know. I mean, it's like everything was basically set up and then presented to the audience in like one line of dialogue. And I was just so pissed about that because I'm like, dude, show me all this. I want to see this. This sounds awesome. And then the other thing is, I don't know about you guys, but I was angry at the end when Cassie brings them back because it immediately undercut the whole sacrifice that they were making together to get them home.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking as it's leading up to, I'm like, okay, I'm getting now how we're passing it on to the next generation, right? And it was really touching because you're like, the whole point of going in this third film almost entirely ignored the last film. Almost entirely. The look of the quantum realm didn't look right. How come they didn't encounter any of them when they went down there last time? It just like nothing made sense until the end when I was like, okay, I get it now. this film is them getting trapped there, then that at least resolves a bit of the last film, you know?
I said they didn't see any of them down there is because one, they even mentioned it's like there are different levels, and two, and the second one, they had Janet kind of pinpointing where they needed to go. But this time they kept going and got spread out. And so they had more time to explore the whole area.
I do want to see, first of all, how many of you sat at the theater and counted your holes?
I mean, if I'm being perfectly frank, every morning when I wake up, I know how many holes I have. So.
I forgot about that.
Let us know down in the comments how many holes do you have, if you're comfortable with sharing that information. Because I think everyone shows up with a standard set of holes, but you know, things change throughout life. I thought that was funny. I love that was that was apparently David Desmalchin's voice. That was voicing the dude, which is great.
Is he just always going to play a different character, which I kind of love? Like, you know, this is his third MCU character.
I almost wish that they would have done at the
which one?
David Desmalchin, the one that has like the goo, so everybody can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or whatever
language. One.
He was part of XCon.
He was one of the
first one. But he's played somebody else in the MCU, I thought. I know he was in.
He's done 2 DC films.
He did Suicide Squad.
Yeah, and Dark Knight.
He was in the Dark Knight.
Oh, Dark Knight. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, he's all over the place. But I also want to see the behind the scenes of Michelle Pfeiffer just like miming, navigating, whatever the fuck. I'm like, and also of
when
Michael
Hank
Douglas.
puts his hands in.
Yeah, Michael Douglas putting his hands in. Look, so I guess I want to go back to my earlier point. I had fun with the movie. I think the movie is entertaining. I just don't think it's a well put together movie. And
those are not mutually exclusive, right?
Exactly,
I mean,
exactly. I can understand. This is the one time where I can see like why people say like they don't like this movie. Like it's easier for me to understand it. But I like Jeff Loveness's writing. Like he's done a few comics and obviously Rick and Morty and stuff like that. I think the director he kind of owned the Ant-Man trilogy.
Yeah.
What's his name? Is it Paul Feige?
No, it was
Paul Feig? Or is that the guy? No, that's the director of The Office.
God damn it! It's but yeah, he did all 3 of them.
He did all 3 right after. Peyton Reed.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about it, if we go back to the original, we could have had an Edgar Wright Ant-Man series.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what disappoints me the most. I do love the first 2 Ant-Man films. Yeah. Great comedy. Paul Rudd delivers. The reluctant hero who's a comedian and a father. Those 2 films are really fun and great to see because he really likes being a dad. And then when you get to this one where he goes to save his kid, I just don't feel like they had the connection.
Yeah. Well, and here's my other complaint about. So the first Ant-Man film, solid, right? And it's like it kind of fit that period of the MCU where it's like each film could explore a kind of unique subtext. So it was a heist film, right?
Yeah.
2 and 3 Ant-Man movies are all about setting up something else in the MCU.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why? That's a disservice to Ant-Man. Just give us a cool Ant-Man movie, right? Now, don't get me wrong. You could give me 90 minutes of just Jonathan Majors being Kang, and I'm fucking there for it. Because he is incredible. But,
I'll say the things I've seen him in hasn't had a bad performance ever.
Yeah, no, true. I mean, Lovecraft Country,
Harder They Fall.
Dude rocks. Like he is just an incredible
I'm
actor.
probably gonna go check out Creed 3 after this sometime today.
Oh, I didn't know he was in Creed 3.
Oh yeah, he's the antagonist. Oh my.
Oh shit,
dude.
So this one, so it feels like 2 was kind of like the mirror of Rocky 4. This one feels like they're mirroring Rocky 3, but instead of Clubber Lang being like some unknown person, Jonathan Majors plays somebody that Adonis grew up with.
Oh, okay.
I hear a lot of people they're comparing it to like a big shonen anime.
Really,
like the whole rivalry, like growing up, like is some of those tropes, which makes sense. Michael B. Jordan's directing, and he's a big fan of anime, so like I'm very excited because I love the Rocky movies. But yeah, Jonathan Majors as Kang is the highlight of Quantumania. Like
yes,
his performance. every time he was on screen, not only they made the goofy Kang look pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, really good.
Even when he
stars.
turned blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even when he turned blue, like it still worked. Which I like that he's not blue all the time, just because I mean Majors has a real interesting presence on screen
Mhm.
that I think would have been undercut if he had the CGI all the time. But yeah, his mannerisms, like how his demeanor, how calm he is, and then how he can just flip on it. When he's got both of them in the cells and he's telling Scott that
Yeah.
he'll kill his daughter or whatever. Which like man, like Ant-Man going up against Kang just feels like not even David and Goliath, like
Right. Yeah.
like a literal ant going up against Goliath.
Yeah.
David and the Celestial.
I wanted to ask you guys too, because I saw somebody on TikTok that I follow, they're a big fan of the Fantastic Four, and they said that this was a Fantastic Four movie without the Fantastic Four.
I could absolutely see that.
Yeah.
That makes tons of sense. I mean, the quantum realm is in many ways like the
negative
zone, you know. So
and they put the family together, right?
Yeah.
Which this Hank, which is weird that some people call him Hank, some people call him Henry. I never understand how that is. Like how those two names are the same.
Yeah.
Because I think everyone calls him Hank Pym except Was or
Janet.
Janet calls him Henry.
I will say this: Cassie's got to be careful. She's going to become the new Tony. Because if you think about it, she makes this whole damn antenna to contact the quantum realm without thinking about the repercussions.
Well,
right? Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. And
We got a few.
adult
We're kind of
there
over
is,
again.
yeah, the only responsible adult is Michelle Pfeiffer because she knows what's down there.
And even
Everyone
then,
else is like, just
No,
play
no,
with
no.
the science.
He's responsible, but she won't
he's the
tell
most
anybody anything. She's
irresponsible. I
holding
think.
back.
Yeah,
The
for
only
not
person
giving him
responsible was
warning.
Hank. It was Scott. Scott was the one, even though they're all giving him shit. He's the one who basically is responsible because it's like he's like saying, "Hey, I want to try to keep my daughter safe." Hank's working with her, and like, well, let's make this whole beacon and see if we can contact anybody without repercussions. Janet's not telling them anything. Like, oh, I was stuck down there, and well, there's this threat. We shouldn't open the quantum realm because he may escape. It's Scott's the one who ends up saving the day again, and he's the one who was like, the one responsible.
And one of my favorite scenes in the movie also was that when he goes into the storm, the quantum storm, and you get like all the Ant-Mans.
Yeah,
like
that was cool.
Yeah, and then the fact that they kind of like finally focus on one thing, and that's where you can tell like, oh, this is the same guy that worked on Rick and Morty, because Rick and Morty had a similar bit where they had the whole quantum thing, and they would split into different, kind of like how we are into four, like they would keep splitting into all these realities with all the possibilities, right? So you can definitely tell there's a lot, like Jeff Loveness. I think that's the reason they brought him into some of this stuff. I think he's also doing the Kang Dynasty movie, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
he also, I know he got quoted in a article about how he dealt with MODOK, because he gives MODOK a lot of humor, and he's like, I can't make that guy a serious character. He's a floating head. And I'm like, but there's a body horror element I love to MODOK. There's a really fucked up, like it is this human who has been shrunk down to quantum size to where his head's giant, and we even see nude MODOK while they're building him.
Yeah,
I will say,
go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
Well, I will say, okay, so this is the first we've broached the MCU MODOK, right? I was impressed with the through line with bringing Daryl to it, because if you notice when you get the flashback and you get the moment when in the first film he's fighting and his body starts to like go in like that and then vanishes, when it shows him landing in the quantum realm, the way that he becomes MODOK with his big head and tiny arms and legs is because of the way that his body was being scrunched up from the end of the first film. So it was actually, I thought, a brilliant resolution to that, like being like this, without having to do any heavy lifting to explain how Daryl becomes MODOK, right? Physically. So.
Yeah. I think, it was, I think it's definitely weird. I do love the way he looks when he's got his mask closed.
It's so bizarre.
I know. I just love that, like angry, and then it pulls up. It's like, hey,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and I love that scene where Kang is like, "Don't speak when I'm here," or something like that.
Yeah.
Like he does something, and I was like, "Oh," it made me feel bad for MODOK.
I know, right? He. I mean, okay, this is gonna sound so weird, but the earlier comment about what are the character arcs? Does Daryl have the best character arc of the entire movie? Because it seems like it.
So MODOK is my wallpaper, and this
Yeah.
week we had like major bad weather. So now I get emergency alerts with that MODOK face, and it is my favorite thing.
What did you guys call it in the chat?
Shit.
Meteorologist.
Yeah.
Only
Meteorologist
designed for
only for
notifications.
notifications. Is spelled KNOW-ification.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, no, I think I don't have any. Let's see. Did MODOK create that thunderstorm?
Certainly felt
He
like
might have.
Yeah.
It's like when those people that they start fires just so they can be the hero and put them out themselves.
Yeah.
That's MODOK. He creates storms so he can then send you an alert about it. Hey, there's a tornado coming, but also, be safe. But I think, what's his name? Oh, I was gonna say Darren Cross, but that's the name of the character that he was, not the actor.
Yeah.
I like him. He's a good actor. I think I guess the when you mentioned the MODOK butt, I was like, man, this movie needs to really pick a tone, like pick a lane. I think, which is kind of the thing that had us all over the place. Right, you have these really serious scenes, but then you go and show me a butt. Like, and look, Deadpool did very similar bits with the whole thing in the first one.
Yeah.
But Deadpool stayed in it, like it was one thing, right? It leaned into what it was doing. Whereas this one, I feel like it kept shifting back and forth.
But Ant-Man's always been a comedy superhero bit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we had the X-Cons. That's why we had Michael Pena recapping stories for us. That's why, we have those elements because Scott Lang is not a guy who should stand side to side with Captain America, but does.
And a lot of people missed Michael Pena.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I think it would have been funny if he was helping Scott recap at the end. Like he was just telling Scott, like before we get to see, which I really enjoyed the last few scenes of Scott.
Yeah.
With the birthday, like just thinking about
stopping and like
fuck up,
about, like the repercussions of that was good. That was that felt like the Ant-Man that we got in the first movie, right? And it felt very lacking in this one. Yeah, I almost bought that. I love that MODOK.
This MODOK is my favorite one they've ever made, and I haven't seen one coming out for Quantum Mania. Have y'all?
There's a Funko Pop, I think.
Oh yeah, there is.
Unless it's getting buried. Did y'all read the news story I put in chat about Funko?
Oh no, I saw the headline though.
There's two. There was two news. There's a bunch of Magic cards are going in the landfill in Texas.
I read that one, yeah.
So I think instead of going to the comic shop or the game shop, I think we just need to go to the landfill for our collectibles.
And to me, this is a huge bad sign for Funko because they bought Mondo.
Yeah.
Mondo, who puts out some of the great shit.
Oh, I didn't know
they're going to be doing
Mondo.
it at Funko level. And Funko's got a lot of debt. Yeah. So that's my sidebar to that because that was just really weird to see.
So did they throw them away to like tax write-off or something like HBO Max did? Yeah, that makes sense.
They did their Batgirl and just threw it in the dump and covered it up.
And next, and we'll never be able to see that Brendan Fraser pop that they had designed. All right, let's talk about the other characters. Which look, I love Bill Murray. I don't think that we didn't
work.
We didn't need it.
Yeah.
Like if you had taken that whole sequence out, I think it would have been a much tighter movie, and people would have complained less.
But the only reason that scene existed was to help further explain the resistance movement.
Yeah.
Which then just left me angry because I wanted more about that. This is why it needed to be a series. That needed to be 1 or 2 episodes of the series. Right?
I thought you were gonna say that the only reason that sequence existed is so that we all knew that in 30 years in the quantum realm, Janet bang.
Yes, exactly.
Well, we've learned too much. They talk about that a lot in the Marvel Universe. Captain America bangs, Janet bangs. Now we know Hank bangs.
And what's really weird is why is Janet in the quantum realm only banging people whose names start with K? So, I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess if I thought I was stuck in a realm forever, I guess I would need to get stuff out of my system.
Is that what you call it?
I'm trying to keep it PG for the kids. Just kidding. Kids don't watch this video. This is not. All our videos are marked not for kids on the YouTube thing, so they don't end up on that.
Oh, thank God.
On the YouTube Kids app. So
after the first two movies, I'm curious, what do you guys feel like an Ant-Man movie needs to have to be an Ant-Man movie? Because we didn't have Michael Pena, we didn't have Randall Park, we didn't have the ex-cons, we just had the immediate family.
Let her Kim in the chat real quick. She can be throwing with others. 30 years is a long time.
There's 26 other letters. I mean, that's a lot of people to choose from.
That's right. And we don't even know how time works in that pocket of the quantum realm. So it could have been way longer than 30 years.
But you know what's weird though is Janet's age stays the same with her time in the quantum realm. That's the only thing that stayed consistent is because she stayed the same age through the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't like
hold on a second. I think she aged, but Michelle Pfeiffer looks so good that why would you don't need to age her down a lot. Like,
no, you don't.
Yeah, that's probably what she would have looked like. I think that's just credit to Michelle Pfeiffer.
But they also never establish at what point in her time there does Kang show up. Right.
Yeah, that's true.
It could have been towards the end. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, it was definitely closer because she already had like her whole battle armor thing. Whatever.
Yeah, true.
Whatever.
But the scenes of those two together are great. I mean, when you get great actors in these roles, you can put them together and have incredible scenes. And that's what's really great about Jonathan Majors is every scene he has, he makes like Kang the center of it. Even when I went back and watched the end of Loki, and to see
that episode is so good. I love that episode.
He Who Remains is just like really good, and it makes me think: did we really kill Kang, or did we kill the Kang that was the first attempt to take over? And He Who Remains is Kang.
So from what I hear or seen online is that this, how there was 4 statues in the Loki, like there were 4 statues, but one of them was broken.
Yeah,
that the Kang that they vanished was the one, that statue that was broken was the one that was vanished to the quantum realm.
Interesting.
But I mean, this is all conjecture from Nerds Online, but I'm super on board, and I just love too how different of characters, because He Who Remains is completely different from this Kang that we met.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So the range that, and then even from a lot of the, I'll pull up some pictures of the Kangs at the end credit scene, because it's definitely worth talking about. But like scenes like this, I love. Like, fuck, that looks so cool. I'm like,
oh man, it was so great.
The Kang throne is awesome.
I need to tell you guys my theory. Oh shit. I okay about this. Okay. No. Let me preface this by saying this theory is in no way accurate. As borne out by the end of the movie. But
that's what we love to hear.
Yeah. But I'm watching the movie, all right? And I'm noticing some weird things.
All right, tell me your theory, Josh.
Okay, so for instance, he keeps talking about being exiled, but he never says, he just keeps saying they exiled me. And he's never naming who it is. That's a dialogue thing, what have you. It felt intentional. It's going on. He and Janet start working on his battery. And I'm sitting there, I'm looking at it, I'm like, God, why does that look so familiar? And then I'm looking at like all the interlooping circles. I'm like, that looks a lot like Time Lord technology. Oh. And then my brain goes off and I'm like, wait a minute. Where's the new season of Doctor Who airing? Holy shit, it's on Disney Plus. I'm sitting there like vibrating. I'm like, tell me they are not going to link these together. That would be so wild. Like he's a Time Lord or something. We get to the start of the end credits, and I don't know if you noticed the design of the end credits look like every Doctor Who opening, right? With all the little like abstract things kind of coming together. That hits, and I'm like, holy shit, they're doing it. They're doing it. They're doing this thing, right? And then finally you get that end credit scene with the Council of Kings, and I was like, fuck, they're not doing it.
That's
Well,
funny.
I was up until that end credit scene, I was convinced the Time Lords exiled them, and they were going to overlap with Doctor Who, and that was going to be one of the end credit scenes.
Would you want that though?
I would not, but I thought it was really interesting as a concept and totally out of left field because I've been racking my brain about why the hell Doctor Who's on Disney Plus. Like why? Right? Well, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like,
yeah.
Let me introduce you to my friend Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin.
So, here's some of the Kangs we see at the end. So we have Ramatut.
Yep.
I think that one's very clear.
Immortus.
Who's usually wearing a red hat.
Who's the one on the right though?
And this one, I think I made a video a while back, and hold on, let me see if I can pull up my notes. I forget how is it. I think I wanted to say I don't know that. Hold on, let me pull it up because I have the note somewhere. I don't remember what I wrote because I looked through a lot of them. Yeah. So my theory is that it was Iron Lad because his costume looks very like almost Stark nanotech.
Right.
Yeah. Like first layer.
Yeah. So, and the other cool thing was that whenever the Kangs were showing up, they show up like Reed Richards did in the Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah. So I have two questions about that. All right. First question. Would this film have been better? Like take the basic concept of the film. Would the film have worked if it was a Fantastic Four movie, not an Ant-Man movie? And second, do you think the Council of Reeds is going to meet the Council of Kings?
I hope not, because I don't want more than one Reed around.
I kind of hope either.
I hope we meet the Maker before we meet the Fantastic Four.
Interesting. Okay.
But yeah. I have a question for you, Josh, though. I'm really stuck in this Doctor Who thing because I would love to see Jonathan Majors face off with a Time Lord. Just those two.
Yeah.
But my question is, what Doctor do you want to see?
I knew you were going to ask that.
How dare you? How dare you know him?
Or because it's type 2. If you could make two Time Lords.
Two I can do. All right. I'm gonna go with, weirdly enough, the Ninth Doctor, Eccleston.
Yes, that's my pick.
Okay, because again, he's got a similar range as
he's the darkest Doctor.
Yep. I'm gonna go with Eccleston, and I'm gonna go with weirdly the Eighth Doctor. I kind of want two doctors. Paul McGann that had the least screen time, because I feel like they're gonna have to really they're gonna bring their A game to this encounter, right? So
yeah, because once you bring David Tennant in, he's played Purple Man and now
right. Which, although I mean, as you say, like his range as well, he would kill with.
Well,
yeah, that would be fan service to bring in David Tennant, but I really think Christopher Eccleston's the choice.
You can still do Smith, who actually played the character Morbius, so it's not like he.
Look, I don't need any more Morbin time in my Doctor Who.
All I'm saying is
only if he dances.
We have the multiverse now. With the multiverse being open, I'm just saying. Did I hear you guys talking about you were trying to figure out what Kangs were in the end scene?
We did, yeah, we went over them. But,
like in the Giant Council, not just the three.
Okay, so, the third one was the Centurion.
So that's where I was having some doubt because I think it could be Iron Lad.
No, it's not Iron Lad. Iron Lad, he's too old. Iron Lad's young. Like he'd be a teenager like Cassie. That's the reason they dated. All the young Avengers are teenagers. Like
and I thought about the Centurion, but the coloring's so different.
It's already been announced. I think I read it somewhere. They already confirmed it was Centurion.
Oh.
I want to hear from Kevin Feige, or I won't believe it.
Yeah.
Or against Jonathan Majors.
Oh, Kevin just texted.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
I'm glad he watches.
He watches. He's a fan.
Okay,
Also,
we saw
James
him.
Gunn, what up? He's
The one on the
another
right
fan.
side with the
Oh
orange
yeah,
face.
they recreated this whole.
Yeah, they
scene.
did.
And
Yeah.
I can't find the good picture of the end credit scene because I guess people didn't pirate this enough. That's how bad the movie is. They didn't even pirate it.
That's bad.
So, but yeah, I love this. Like when the Kangs are going wild at the end.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, this is gonna be super, super interesting. And also, my fear is that we'll never even get close to seeing this many Kangs again together.
Oh, we will.
That's my other fear, that it'll never happen again. So I don't know. I also think it'd be cool to have like Kangs from other races or genders, or like just. I think that'd be cool because like we saw Loki has completely changed, and the Loki variants are completely different.
How about a brood version?
We need an alligator Kang.
Oh, that'd be awesome. A frog Kang.
The Council of Loki versus the Council of Kang.
I mean, that might be season
versus
2.
the Council of Reeds. Like, we need to bring the councils together.
And then the council from Survivor. Whatever the latest cast, whatever the latest cast is.
I'm just trying to think of other actors I'd love to see play Kang alongside Jonathan Majors.
Let's do. They should do. John Krasinski should do one of them, just because he's supposed to be like related to him.
I think that's his role in the MCU. He should just be variants of characters that we know.
Yeah.
But God, I really want him to be the actual Reed Richards. Like, no. I'm kind of worried they're gonna age them down again. Like, Fantastic Four did, like Ultimate FF. But I kind of want like an older. Give me a pipe smoking Reed Richards, please. Come on, that's canon.
Yeah, I feel like it may be like a '60s version.
That would
maybe
be
they
awesome.
all went into the negative zone, and through the quantum realm, maybe we discovered the negative zone.
Right. That would be awesome.
I mean, really, a great story for Ant-Man would be going into the quantum realm, discovering the negative zone, and that a Reed Richards from another universe has been using it as a prison.
Oh, wow.
So the first we discover are the FF villains all in jail, and Ant-Man has let them all out.
The other thing I wanted to talk about, and I don't know if you guys have, I'm sure you guys have read it. So after the movie came out, for content and just being a nerd reasons, I was like, oh, let me check out the Kang Dynasty comic. And boy, oh boy, Kurt Busiek's dialogue sometimes is just impenetrable. I read the first issue and I was like, I'm not reading 12 more of these.
Oh man, that sucks.
Well, not immediately. Like, I wanted to do it because I wanted to make some videos about it or whatever. And I think I will try to revisit it closer to more of the Kang movies, maybe after Loki season 2. But boy, going back and reading comics from the late 90s, early 2000s, they are so different than from what we're getting now.
Yeah, it was all about the art. There was very little great.
Yeah, and this one had Alan Davis, Kieran Dwyer, Ivan Reis, Manuel Garcia.
Damn, those are awesome artists.
Those are very talented artists.
Yeah.
Rick Remender was inking, I think, on this. Like, that's one of his was because he was
inking.
He started as an inker and then became a writer.
Huh.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So it's really interesting to go back and see. For those that listen, and well, I guess I'll talk about it a little bit later, but I've been reading some of the Nuff Said event that Marvel did with the Silent Comics.
Yeah.
For the I Read Comic Books podcast. We're recording tomorrow. So it'll be interesting if you guys want to listen to what I have to say on those next week.
Cool.
But the Kang, one of the Kang issues from Avengers is part of that crossover, or that whole event. So it's interesting. Maybe that one's easier to get through because it's silent. But yeah, I read the first one. I was like, oh my God, Kurt Busiek, you're throwing so much out of me. Like, I do not have the computing power to.
That dude's forgotten more about the Marvel universe than we all know together.
Dude, yes. Oh my God, yeah. And we have Kyle on our team, so that
That
tells
is
you how
true, yeah.
much knowledge Kurt Music really has.
Going
Or I guess Pat,
down.
because he forgot it. But very interesting. All right, what else do you guys want to talk about? Because we're getting close to the hour mark, and I want to cut it off. I do want to stop in the next few minutes. So if you want to do your final thoughts, because we also have a lot of stuff to talk about. I think as far as like comics and things we read and all that stuff. So any what are your final thoughts here, guys, on the movie?
I don't know why Wasp still exists. I mean,
I wonder, and not to get too political, but I wonder how much of the role from the Wasp was cut
I
down
wonder this
because of
too, yeah.
all the Evangeline Lilly like nonsense. Like it's not like she's a main character like Shuri, right?
right.
I guess she kind of is because her name is in the movie.
But look at her dialogue. I mean, it's not. She
What
didn't have
dialogue?
much.
I don't even remember. I can't tell you one line that she might have said. Like even Cassie stuff was more interesting. I do like the Scott Cassie relationship a lot. I think. I mean,
Yeah.
Especially when she's out of jail, like he goes to get her out of jail, and you know what?
I still feel bad for the original Cassie though, the one who was in
that's
in
true.
Game.
Yeah, I know, and that was sad.
Yeah,
how she found out, but I do like this new actor playing Cassie. She's got a great like
energy
presence.
Go watch exactly. What's the movie with Vince Vaughn that they switch bodies?
Freaky Friday?
It's like a slasher movie. Hold on, you guys keep talking.
Oh God.
Are you talking about Vince Vaughn?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Vincent D'Onofrio.
No.
It's Vince Vaughn.
Oh, it's called Freaky.
Yeah, where he switches body.
Is she she's the actor in that, and then Vince Vaughn.
Oh,
so
very cool.
Yeah, so very cool. I really like those movies. Also, the Happy Death Day movies. This is not connected to nothing, but I really enjoy those as well. So go watch those.
I think my biggest complaint is Ant-Man or Quantumania. It looked most like a DC film of all the Marvel movies because it was completely CGI. Oh. I wish that they would use the like what they've been doing in Star Wars, the TV shows, where they've used physical buildings with the monitor back.
And I'm gonna say, not all DC movies look like a bunch of CGI. Say what you will about Zack Snyder, he loves practical stuff as much as he can.
I'm sorry. Have you seen Justice League?
With the original. Well, I mean, the original.
His whole movie is 4 hours of CGI.
Yeah,
but the Zack Snyder cut.
Yes.
No. Maybe some back. No, get out of here. You guys.
We'll watch it. I'll spend the whole time in Nip Theater
the whole 4 hours
watching it and count the
Justice League. It's nothing but fucking CGI.
But not the characters themselves. A lot of the backgrounds, yeah, sure, because you can't.
I'm sorry, Steppenwolf, Darkseid, Martha Manhunter.
Yeah, but Steppenwolf looked fucking badass. Like, don't compare Steppenwolf.
Why did you say that name?
Yeah, don't compare how Steppenwolf and Darkseid look with what we got in Quantumania. As much as I love those characters,
what we got in Quantumania. Quantumania is supposed to be like this abstract, like blower, like really abstract world, whereas we're getting with Justice League where it's CG in the actual world.
Yeah, get real actors behind him. I mean, fucking Thanos pays off because Josh Brolin.
Well, thank you. Yeah,
I mean, the fucking villains in Justice League are just CGI. I mean, they're just fucking there. They don't.
Well, for Steppenwolf, they did face capture, but for Darkseid, they couldn't because it was just it's a thing that they added afterwards.
Yeah, but see, then it lessens it. It weakens it.
Well, I mean, it wasn't even supposed to happen, so I don't know if we can put it on that.
But it's out there. He put it as a finished product of what he wanted on screen.
Boom. And it's better than Quantumania.
No. I will look.
No.
I wouldn't say.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
I will end this stream right now.
No, I want to defend Danny. All right. And
Lord.
That is by directly pointing to Man of Steel. Man of Steel is Snyder's most grounded movie. It has very little like CGI settings. It has color. It has, it has
color. Yeah.
It has color.
I'll give you that. It's his most grounded film.
It is his most grounded film. I will totally defend Danny on that one.
That's right. Thank you.
You're
Josh.
welcome.
You can stay on the stream.
Woohoo!
One thing I did want to talk about. Oh, sorry, Josh. Finish up.
Well, I was just gonna say I think my final thought with it is when it hits streaming, I'm gonna give it another shot and just kind of see how I feel about it. Because I kind of weirdly referring to Man of Steel, I kind of responded the same way to Quantumania as I did to Man of Steel, which is by the end of the movie, I was like, that was really fun. That was great. And then by the time I got to the car, it's like, that was kind of shitty. Like just in walking that distance, you know?
I mean, it's like Wakanda Forever. The first time I saw it was kind of like, and I saw it again. I was like, okay, I'm more on board with this. So give it a second shot.
I think once your expectations kind of reset with the second watch.
Yeah.
One thing we didn't talk about, the Chekhov's ant farm.
Yes. That was amazing. The ants. Oh my God.
And the hearing aid, because I kept thinking it's like, oh, it's kind of cool. They're just not going to mention the hearing aid, and we just have a main character with the hearing aid. That's kind of neat. And I was like, fuck, they're going to make it a plot point. So,
but that was cool. I love when the ants are storming Kang's castle, and Hank's just walking across the bridge like, I'm a badass.
That was awesome. The best Hank Pym moment. It's like you fuck with my ants are gonna fuck you
up. This film, like I said, it has those fun moments for sure. Yeah. I just don't think it's a cohesive story. And
that last battle is Tron Legacy. I'm sorry. I can go probably take the end scenes and go. I mean, Clue and Kang, the army, they're trying to leave the quantum realm. They're trying to leave the digital world. You know, it's.
No, I get that. I see that. I definitely see that.
I mean, and Michael Douglas probably got a big paycheck to do just a few things and then have that strut at the end. And he gets to drive the vehicle, which is cool.
Oh God, yeah,
great. Yeah, most of the stuff was just like CGI, hanging out with Michelle Pfeiffer, which I would do that for free.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then like I see that like this is definitely what Kyle's talking about. Like this is Tron. Like this whole battle at the end is Tron.
It is Tron Legacy. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's Tron Legacy.
Yeah. I love the callbacks too of like when Cassie and Biggins and she's like, because that's her first time really doing it, I think. Yeah. And then she's like, I'm so thirsty. I think they like they connect on that. Like, I remember the first time I did, because in the Civil War, he's like, can I get some orange slices or whatever? Really cool.
Like, I got a question. Because when Hank and Janet are talking about they had needs, he mentions and they're driving the ship. And he's talking about, I met this girl. I think her name was Linda. Is that the name of his first wife?
I wondered if that was going to be like a callback or something, but I don't know enough history.
I mean, technically, the mother of his daughter in the comic books now.
Maybe it's the other the new Wasp that's in the comics. I think that's like.
That's his daughter, though. So I'm wondering if that was Linda.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's his daughter with a different woman, right?
Yeah, because they bring it
Maria Pym.
I don't know. I remember that whole story arc was in West Coast Avengers. It was the same story arc where they decided to split Mockingbird and Hawkeye up.
Maria Pym is the first wife of Hank.
Okay, then so it's not. But he mentioned Linda, so I'm trying to. Was there ever
Linda could be the mother of whoever the current Wasp in the comics, like. I think she's like half Russian or something.
That's Maria. Maria is the mother of Hope.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know then. I don't know where Linda may come from.
I've got to share you the Maria Pym page because of what she turns into.
Has a big brain.
Oh,
is it MODOK?
No.
I'm kidding.
Yep.
Well, are you kidding me? I was right.
Modam?
No, okay. I totally pulled that out of my ass.
And Quasar.
He's Modam. Come on.
Yeah, like I saw that too. Kyle. I was like, why is this happening in a Quasar comic?
So in Solo Avengers 16 is the first Sodam, and as Modam in Quasar 9.
Oh boy, what does Modam stand for? Does it say?
No.
Okay.
Really, it doesn't.
Maria only something.
Oh, mental organism designed for aggressive maneuvers.
Oh God,
that's wow.
Yeah, no, but hold on. Called Sodam, a specialized organism designed for aggressive. Yeah, so it's.
And you know why they had to change that name? Because I figured this came out late 80s.
Yeah, it's 1990.
Yeah,
there you go.
Quasar 1 #1 came in the 90s.
Interesting that we're seeing their Quasar's his bands, because I know that there's been a lot of speculation that this movie is going to be heavily tied to Shang-Chi's 10 Rings. Like Kang is going to have a lot to do with that, from what I've seen.
Really? Huh.
Rumor is that like when we get to I think it's Kang's Dynasty, since it's an Avengers film, they're saying that basically he's going to be like Kang and Strange are going to be the two main focal points, because Kang's going to see himself as a hero, as Doctor Strange is going to be seen as an outlaw. And so
yeah, and I think Shang-Chi looks to be like maybe not the leader of the Avengers, but one of the more pivotal characters.
I read that basically Spider-Man may be like the main character when it comes to Kang Dynasty movie. Like
the only reason I don't think they would hinge their whole Avengers thing on Spider-Man is because it doesn't belong to Marvel completely. So like, you know, like you don't want to put your eggs in a basket that belongs to Sony.
Yeah,
because we know how that turns out sometimes.
But Sony, I mean, it'd be tough for Sony to turn down the bank that it got. Because anytime it makes a Marvel movie, it's just fucking money.
Yeah. That's a good. You guys keep talking. Let me look up how much this movie made.
Well, look at week 1 and week 2. I've heard it.
Yeah, it dive bombed after
plummeted.
that. I mean, I still love Paul Rudd as Ant-Man. Like,
I do too.
No, there's nothing wrong with Paul.
Yeah,
there is. I mean, quite honestly, if you take all the component parts of this movie, there's nothing wrong with it. All the actors are great, right? The basic plot is fine. It's just when you assemble it all together, it didn't work because it needed more room to breathe. I'm just gonna go back. It needed to be a series. It just did.
Yeah.
Or you could have taken those 30 minutes of hanging out with Bill Murray and done something else with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that was worth having him in there.
Ooh. No, I don't think so either. I mean, good
Unless
for Bill Murray.
Bring him back somewhere, like.
Yeah, unless he's supposed to be something, but I don't know. So the first Ant-Man movie made $519 million worldwide. The second one made $622 million worldwide. This one is only at $373 million right now, so it hasn't even reached the first ones.
Wow,
and it's very far away.
You just had fun moments.
Yeah.
And to me, this almost feels like it was a Fantastic Four film adapted to Ant-Man because it has so much family-oriented stuff, but it's not really done well. Like, I mean, we know that Janet's been gone for a long time, and her connection to everyone is still very distant. Like, there isn't a lot of, like, to me, I wanted to see Wasp and her kind of share really great moments together because that's part of what Ant-Man's about, family.
They were gone for 5 years. So,
yeah, and then
except Cassie.
Yeah, and then Cassie and her dad have that relationship.
Yeah,
Hank is the odd man out. He's been here the whole time, and I don't think he's really appreciated his family until now.
I do like the relationship between Hank and Cassie because it seems like they got very close in the, like, I think I'm pretty sure she calls him like her grandpa
like 3 times.
Yeah.
So I really like that. I wish we also had seen Bobby Cavallari. What's his name? Bobby Cavallari from the first movie. He was the Cassie's mom's new husband.
Stepdad.
Oh yeah. I really missed them in this movie because I felt like
what's her name from Halloween?
Yeah.
Judy Greer.
Judy Greer.
Yeah.
Judy Greer's a queen. She makes everything.
I love Judy Greer.
100%. So I will say, I think the thing I'm most happy about with seeing Quantumania with my daughter is the Alamo Drafthouse pre-show included the Adult Swim sketch of Paul Rudd on the computer, and she had never seen that before, and we just lost our shit laughing so hard. And so now around the house we just have nude Tane as a line. Show me nude Tane. That was really cool. Yeah, we did. I loved that. I didn't know we could take it. I would have taken it. Shit. Yeah, they had these.
No, I couldn't take it. Clay just took it.
What are they gonna do?
What are they gonna do?
They know you have it now. I do want to ask Josh, are you as a family now gonna go for Halloween as Ant-Man, Wasp, and Stature?
I think it would be hard to get any of us to dress up.
Who do you think you would have more of an issue convincing? Your wife or your daughter?
My daughter. Well,
Your big
no,
sister?
actually me. I hate dressing up. So I'm gonna be the hardest. So
Okay, interesting. We'll make it a Patreon tier, Patreon goal, so you have to do it.
But you're right. We would make a perfect. I'm Scott. Jen would be Ross,
You have,
and then,
or you could switch it around, gender bend. That
yeah.
happens
Oh
a
yeah,
lot.
absolutely.
You
Hey,
make a great
I'll
wasp.
go as
Josh.
Wasp.
Yeah, you make a great wasp.
I've got the hips for it.
And that is how our Quantumania chat ends. With Josh's hips, because they don't lie. I hear
they don't lie. That is true.
Cool. So yeah, that wraps up for Quantumania. So let's move along. We have some news and stuff to talk about. Some like random things that we want to, especially comics. Comics have been really. Did you read it?
I did. I blew through it last night.
Oh, you gotta go, Kyle?
Yeah, I was gonna go later, but apparently the North Texas toy show is going on right now. So
that's what I was telling the guys. Like I wasn't sure if you're gonna make it today because I know you've been going.
I'm not buying anything because I gave up buying toys for Lent. But
look at you!
Wow.
I'm gonna help you financially a little bit too, but I still want to go try to do a movie for my YouTube channel, which Clay's now watching apparently.
Yeah, you wanna plug
cool.
that?
Yeah, it's at Kyle Petey on Twitter.
Shit! All right,
I'll put it on.
Not Twitter. I'm sorry. It's Kyle Petey on channel, but right. Kyle Petey on YouTube. Oh my god.
YouTube. Okay.
Cool.
I'm gonna find it.
I'll put that on the here, so you can check out Kyle and his videos about toys and all the cool stuff.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Now this gives Clay a chance to hit some conventions without having to leave that.
This is the only way I get to see things. Is I visualize it through his video. So whenever he makes stops and does toy shows, that's the only cons I get to see.
So, yeah, but a friend of mine called me if he's going to be able to get up there earlier, so I'm going to go up and try to look around. And I'm actually getting to know some of the dealers out there who actually have their own YouTube channels too. So I've actually made connections and friends. So it's kind of cool.
Dude, that's pretty cool. I see you got a bunch of videos. I just dropped your link on the Twitch and
my subscription going up slowly. I'm up to 66.
You should make little shorts. The shorts really help. To dry like
I need to. I have an issue where and this is really stupid, but I don't remember the official log into my Gmail and everything's tied to my Gmail. So I have to. I'm afraid to reset my password because if I don't, then I lose access to a whole bunch of stuff. So
I understand.
Right.
I got to get past this point. So that way I can actually start doing shorts on my iPhone. Because I have the YouTube video studio on my iPhone.
Yeah, dude. That's been helping our channel a lot.
Yeah.
I've done little stuff, but cool. Yeah, go follow Kyle. And then Clay will plug the other podcast at the end of this stream. You're squanching.
Cool.
Squanching.
Cool.
All right, I'll get you guys later.
Take care,
Kyle. Yeah.
All right. Now we can talk about the Batman. Just kidding.
I do need to rewatch it. And,
I've been meaning to. Yeah.
And I have a reason now to officially rewatch 89 and Returns because Hazel needs to see them before Flash comes out. So
that's true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And you got to make her read that Batman 89 comic.
Yes. Oh, I do. Good point.
It is.
We will be reading that this year in the comic book club. I think it's November, October.
I think so. Yeah.
So
cool. I did want to say, speaking of the Batman stuff, and then we'll get into our stuff. Clancy Brown is joining the cast of the Penguin spinoff TV show with Colin Farrell.
Really?
Yeah, I love.
Do you know who he's playing?
Yeah, no, we don't know anything much about the show. Although I think it's starting production or pre-production now. So I'm pretty excited because I love Colin Farrell's interpretation of the character.
Yeah.
And I love Clancy Brown. I mean, he's been the voice of Lex Luthor forever. And a lot of the animated stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So, all right, let's. I can get a start. Well, actually, Clay, you have a bunch of stuff. So let's do your movie and TV stuff first, and then we'll talk comics.
Yeah, I watch for my other podcast with Mark, Unsocial Spectators. We are in 2008.
Dude, y'all are moving fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like the last time you talked about it, you were in the 90s.
Are you guys?
So, every episode is a year, and then we pick a movie or movies from that year, and revisit them, talk about them or their importance.
Are you guys already planning like what happens when y'all get to 2023?
We're not getting to 2023. We're actually doing 2009 and 10. Then we're going to go back and we're going to like create some more rules to watch more films that we haven't seen, see if they still hold up, if they're worthy of like, films to revisit.
Yeah, it's funny because I think so. Just quick side tangent. I listened to my buddy Kev has a podcast called the Austin Danger podcast, and what they do is they only watch movies that are connected to the Austin Powers movies. So like they'll find an actor or somebody that worked in a different. So that's their criteria is that the movie they're watching has to be tangentially related. Like you can do the IMDb Connect thing to put two movies together to see
right.
So yeah, it's really cool. Go check it out. It's really fun. They just talked about they did Dudley Do Right and now Cat in the Hat was their latest episode.
Whoa.
Which that was that's exactly what they said. So yeah, Kevin and Mackenzie, really really funny stuff. But anyways, go ahead.
So I'm at 2008, and what happens there is Iron Man. The MCU has begun.
Yeah,
and it's wild. I didn't realize that got put out with the help of Paramount.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and I was like, how did Paramount go from helping make Iron Man to just fucking shit in the bed?
They pivoted to Star Trek.
Yeah, they did. They did hard. And I read Discovery is finishing up its 5th season. It's going to be the last one.
When did the Abrams Star Trek reboot
2011, I think.
Oh, 11. Okay.
2011, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So I rewatched Iron Man. I watched The Incredible Hulk.
Still never seen it.
Oh, you know what? I just am. Who here enjoys Liv Tyler as an actress? I'm sorry.
I watched The Leftovers. She's fantastic in that.
See, I hated her in that, but I kind of enjoy her as Betsy.
Well, you're supposed to hate her, I think. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, but so, characters in The Leftovers, I hated so much I quit watching after the first season. Like,
dude, it's a tough watch for sure. I only watched it because I was listening to a podcast, and we would just watch one a week.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can see how this was a tough watch.
Yeah, I don't know. At that point, I was kind of frustrated with Damon Lindelof, who just couldn't seem to kind of end anything. Yeah. So I didn't want to just keep watching it. But I heard the ending was good.
I think so. I think he nailed it. I think he learned a lot from his years in Lost. And
he certainly did that with Watchmen as well. Yeah, he definitely nails the ending on that too. So,
but you also have Emil Blonsky. What's his name? Tim Roth.
Tim Roth.
I mean,
Tim Roth. Yeah.
Come on.
Tim Roth is great in it.
I'll go watch it. I meant to watch it before She-Hulk came out, but I didn't.
So when you and Hazel were doing the rewatch, that you guys kind of skipped that one.
So I didn't join her with that. She sort of did all. She just did that and
Can you go get her so we can talk about Incredible Hulk? And
yeah, I'll go grab her. But I don't know if she watched that one or not.
Okay,
so well, I'll have to ask her.
Maybe y'all can watch it together.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Back. I mean, Ed Norton as Banner is great. Like,
yeah.
You know, I don't think he has a bad movie. Is there a bad Ed Norton movie?
Yes, the one with Bruce Willis where he's like this guy who stutters or whatever. I don't remember. Brooklyn. Ale, what's his name from 30 Rock is also in it.
Motherless Brooklyn.
Yeah, Motherless Brooklyn. That's not a very good movie.
I do remember watching that. Yeah.
He decided to do some kind of stutter. And it's not one of Bruce Willis's finest films, and Alec Baldwin also kind of phoned it in. So,
yeah, but I did want to pull like one of the CGI shots. Let me see here. Sorry.
Of Incredible Hulk.
Of the Incredible Hulk, because
from Motherless Brooklyn. I was like,
no.
Yeah, surprisingly, Motherless Brooklyn entirely CGI.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, when he goes to see Stearns and he starts changing, like the CGI is really bad in this one. You know, they can't figure out the Hulk until they do the Avengers film. So
yeah, I agree.
It's
and
really
then
bad.
The thing I love about the MCU Hulk post Incredible Hulk, it seems like, is they not only figure out the Hulk, they get so good with it. We get all these variations, right? So when we get like, you know, Professor Hulk, you know, it's like they're really good at like figuring out how to vary him. So
yeah, and see, I'm because he stayed with the MCU for so long. I'm really curious if they're ever going to like do a solo Hulk thing with him, because he is great, and it would be interesting if he's the most stable Hulk, and that Hulk's like, I mean, if you're reading the Donny Cates one, Hulk, the Hulk version in that is to save us from Banner. Banner's the bad guy.
Yeah.
So I would love to see them go through alternate realities, and maybe even bring Bana, who was the guy, Eric Bana.
Eric Bana back.
It'd be great to see him as a villain. If you've ever seen Chopper, like he plays a great villain in that, and it's based on a real dude. Huh?
Have you ever seen Troy? He plays a great Hector.
Oh no, interesting. All right.
You've never seen Troy?
Mm-mm.
With Brad Pitt?
Mm-mm.
And Brian Cox?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's not that memorable.
And Orlando Bloom.
I've seen clips from it, and I can't get past.
I bet you read the book.
I can't get past his hair. It's so.
I love it. It's one of my favorite Brian Cox roles, and he's in Succession. So,
well, or the OG Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, or the McDonald's commercials.
So weird for that guy to be out critiquing acting and then go fucking sell some quarter pounders with cheese.
Yeah, they must have paid him a lot of money for it.
That's so bizarre.
What do you think the voice of McDonald's gets? I wonder if we could find out what Brian makes on a commercial. Do you think it's a $5 million?
It's got to be like, it's got to be something substantial, because that dude,
he probably doesn't have to work. I don't think
they probably bring a recording booth to his house or something.
Right? Yeah.
And he just bangs it out there, and then there you go.
Now, Brian Cox was in the X-Men universe and died in X3.
Stryker.
Or died in X2.
Oh, I forgot he was Stryker in the film.
Do we want to see him in the MCU as Stryker when we bring in mutants?
I think
that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be cool. Or as Logan Roy. I'll take him as his Succession character.